Hello, lovely people of the internets. 'Tis I, Ophelia Hartwig, aka Savage Minnow, here for part 2 of responding to the NonSequitur show, their relaunch. So I see Spooky is in the chat. Oh, I've got an echo. Hold on. I think it's just a personal echo, though. I think you guys are okay, right? I know that Spackle is on her way over. Zimos might join us also. I sent him a link. I wanted to kind of like chat a little bit more. Hey, Craft Tequila. Craft Tequila's in the chat. Talk a little bit more about the the episode 0, right? They've got episode 1 coming out tonight. So, if we get time, we might get to that. But, also there was some tweets that were made, which I thought were interesting. And, I had people messaging me and asking me about them. So, I literally just talked to Spackle like 30 seconds ago. Okay, thank you. Yes, if we get time. If we get time. But yeah, I just talked to Spackle like 30 seconds ago. I think she was coming over. I keep thinking she's going to be here any second. But we can go back to kind of where we were on the in the NonSequitur show. I didn't have this queued up actually because oh, there she is. Oh, that's Zimos. Hello, Zimos. I actually was just saving Spackle and Daisy like 30 seconds before this started, which is why I don't have this shit queued up. Here she is to answer for herself. The lovely Holy Spackle herself. And just before that, Simos Funk joined.
Hello.
Please welcome everybody to the stream.
What do I do now?
You died is what happened.
I did. I
What?
died. Look, I
What?
made a valiant effort trying to live. I rushed up with zombies chasing me up a tower. It was like bam, bam, bam. I was like, oh no, it's the ghost storms. And then everything turned red, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. And I climbed all the way up to the tower, and there were no walls in the tower. It was all open, and zombies were behind me. And boom, 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 and I passed out. And I was like, I don't know if I'm alive or not. And I was alive. And I was like, awesome, I made it. And a zombie ate my face before I came to all the way. And I couldn't get my gun.
Oh dear. Yeah, we've all been there.
I knew
Many,
that Simos would have something like that to say.
many times. Zombies have eaten my face many times. So yeah.
I was impressed I lasted this long. I thought the storm was going to kill me. So, like, I was kind of impressed.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
no, I think I
She
did
did
a
well.
okay effort.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed you
Humorous
managed to
can't
kill
join us
so many
tonight.
things before dying.
Yeah. Yeah.
That impressed me. Still. There
Yeah,
we
it
go.
does kind of suck.
Speaking of zombies, within the
Right.
NonSequitur show, is that right?
Right. We're talking part 2 tonight.
It's alive.
It is alive. It is. Are we going to say alive and well?
Well, as can be.
I mean, yeah. I was surprised.
It's got a new art director.
Is that Chesh?
Yeah, she said she got a major promotion. She announced it as art
Oh,
director for NSS.
that is
I
a
mean,
promotion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I have noticed that their amount of subscribers has gone down just a tad bit since
Yeah.
the launch. And I
Certainly
think
by one.
are you the one? Are you the
Well, I
one?
am definitely one of the ones, yes.
Um I think that there are people who joined. Now, here's the thing is I don't want to knock them for this because I do the same thing is in order to participate in the chat over there, you have to be a subscriber, right?
Right.
And they do the same thing. And there's reasons, and I think they probably have the same reasons as I do. But one of the things that happens as a result of that is that sometimes after a particularly steamy live stream, um, you'll lose subscribers. And I think that they were like promoting this shit for like a couple months, right? So,
Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
I, yeah, I kind of thought that there would be like more subscribers, but
Well, a lot of the bulk of the subscribers that did stay, a good chunk of them are Reds fans. He
okay.
brought a he brought a big community, and at that time he did have like a power influence over. You ought to do this, and he'd get them all riled up, and they're like, "Yeah, we will do the thing, woo!" And so like a lot of them are Reds followers. A lot of people that did unsub from NS did so pretty early on. And then the people that maybe were hopeful hanging on, that maybe I don't know what they were thinking. Like they were like, nope, this is going to be steep 2.0 or whatever. So like they clicked out. I don't know, but I heard that they broke 4K views on this first stream, which isn't too bad for a dead channel coming back to life. Like,
I think they did pretty well. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, credit where credit's due, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think that they did
Hmm.
a decent job of promoting it, you know, getting people stoked up about it and stuff. So there is
Not
that.
not too many spelling errors, you mean?
Yeah.
For
y-
instance.
I mean, I know that there were like a lot of spelling errors with like a lot of the other shit that was going on, but I don't remember any particularly with this.
Nope.
Y- y-
Steve. I think they got it right.
I
That's all we can expect, really.
that's all we can expect, really. God damn it.
I I feel like is there something I'm missing? Is there something I'm missing?
Um. Sanity. There you go. Sanity, because we're now back on reviewing the NSS.
Yeah, we are. So did you see the tweets? I know you're not on Twitter,
I'm
but did you
not.
see the
No.
tweets?
I'd love to see the tweets. Apparently, I was mentioned in a tweet by one of the
You were.
hangers-on.
So
You were.
apparently you need to be canceled, Simos.
Oh,
Do
thank
you
you.
have it?
Oh,
Do I
can we
have it
start with that?
handy?
That would be
Yeah,
amazing.
I can find
That
it.
would be amazing.
Let me see if I can find it. 1 second here.
Is it because I'm a man?
Because you're a misogynist.
You are a
What?
misogynist transphobe.
Oh,
Well, I'm a
I'm
misogynist
I am a
transphobe.
misogynist, but I'm not a transphobe. I will take you out. And if we're cancelling misogynists, then I'm just saying, Steve. Hello. Are we not going to cancel Steve as well?
Well,
I am a misogynist, but I'm not a transphobe.
I feel like the tweet was implying that I was a misogynist transphobe for
Yes.
hanging out with both of you.
Yes. For
Oh,
some
dear.
reason, I'm anti-LGBTQ. I have no idea why, but they just say
Here it
that
is.
just
Here it is.
randomly. Probably, I think they say this, and this is my theory why they say it about me, and I could be wrong, but this is the things that I hear Manya and Chesh chanting, and if they yell it enough, they think it's true, right? Because I called Cheshire, hear me out, and I'll tell you why. I called Cheshire an insult based upon a book, and with that specific meaning, I called Cheshire a gender traitor. In the book, it references The Handmaid's Tale. It is not about being trans or gay or anything like that, though even in the book it originates that way. I have explained it a million times that I'm saying that just like the wives in that book, Shesh and Manya are gender traitors. That's what I said. Women who attack other women, women who benefit from patriarchal society, misogyny, things like that, and then participate and actually find a way to kind of get a leg up. I will give an example. Fox News anchors. There you go. Women who benefit by stepping on other women. And that's where they get this term of like, well, holy spackle now is a transphobe, even though like I would say I have a track record that says otherwise, but like, okay, that's cool. And then Simos, I guess, made a comment of Chesh being a 13-year-old schoolboy or something, and I guess it's all about that now
Looking
too.
like, not
So.
being one, no, but she looks like one with that haircut.
Well, and
So,
having about as much, legal training as one, I think was also
yeah.
Mentioned a few times.
Yeah. So
what
so Manya has taken that and weaponized that. And let me just point out an observation. I don't know if Manya's smart enough to think this far down the line, but I know Cheshire is. Cheshire always wants to hurt people. So when Cheshire finds that somebody that suffers from sexual assault calls Steve out over Delavan or Warden, she will accuse that sexual assault survivor of sexual assault falsely. She did it on purpose. Well, so and so assaulted Red's rhetoric. And then when you push and try to prove and stuff, then it's like, well, I was using a layered argument. No, you were trying to hurt somebody specifically for what that matters to them. So if you're LGBTQ, they're going to show you that you're really bigoted against that and you're a hypocrite and everything that you stand for is like fake because they decided. It's a technique that Cheshire employs, and Manya's too dumb to realize what she's doing. I think she just echoes it.
Okay. Yeah, I did think that it was interesting that they like specifically came after me like for gender and trans rights and
Right.
it's
Yeah.
just like if you watch any like all of like I don't even have to say anything cuz like you all like I'm not a transphobe, I'm not a misogynist. It's like
So they're just targeting you directly what they think's going to hurt you, right?
yeah.
So
But yeah, I did think it was funny. I got a message from somebody, I'm not gonna say who it was, but somebody who also is kind of in a similar sphere on YouTube and stuff. We don't really talk that much, but they just sent me this message that was like, can you explain? Because it was like I could tell by like the tone, dare we say, of her message that like she did knew I wasn't a transphobe or a misogynist. Was like there must have been something that happened that I missed.
they've gotten away. These two women, particularly, and Keon just messaged me on Twitter and said, "I'm just salty about Chesh. I don't understand why you have a problem with Chesh. Maybe it's because she lied about my friend about SA. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's because she's lied about Nate Brody. Maybe it's that." Maybe it's that she lied and was horrible to Bill Ludlow and he died. And it just so happened that the timing was awful, but she was nasty. Know your place to Bill Ludlow. To Bill Ludlow, somebody that's respected in the community, who's a good person. Maybe it's that. There's a whole trainload of reasons not to like Cheshire. Maybe it's what, they did to Crafty. Maybe it's, like the list goes on and on. Maybe it's them wishing the death and celebrating the death, being like, oh, I can't wait till Cheshire, or not Cheshire, I'm sorry, Exile dies. Exile's going to die in the next 5 years. I heard that she's dying. Here she is yelling about Steve on her dying breath, like going on and on. Maybe it's those reasons, and there's the list goes on. There's many more reasons, but it could be those reasons is why I think the Goblin, Vic, you're vile.
Yeah. For me, it's the way that she literally like twisted so many of the things that I was saying about Steve to like try and say the exact opposite and to like try and take everything I said out of context to the point where it like didn't even make sense anymore because you added the context back in. Like that was now I was talking to my mom about this earlier today and I think that like like when that shit happened I actually got upset. Like that actually legit made me upset.
Which
Now
shit?
as
There's a
far
lot of shit. I need to know which shit.
the whole 4-hour fucking stream that she did where she took everything that I said out of context and like made it sound like I was saying the exact fucking opposite of what
Oh,
I was saying.
trash. Yeah, she's not charitable at all.
That's what turned me against Chash, right? Like that was what did it. Was like you didn't even fucking watch my stream. Like you didn't even watch what I was fucking saying. You didn't even listen to what I had to say. And your response to me doesn't even fucking make sense. It contradicts itself. That was what I had a fucking problem with. Right? Before that, I didn't really have a problem with her. I felt like her legalese was a little bit lacking and I wasn't going to like torture my brain and my ears by trying to like listen to her muddle through it. And so I was a little bit frustrated at Steve saying like go back and watch go back and watch her streams because I did. I spent like fucking like 30 hours fucking listening to that shit. Um,
Yeah, it's a lot of effort. And the other thing is like a Kren not so sharp paw, that guy. Like
uh-huh.
he's another brony. And he brony's
No, he
being
and I had a
touchy.
very pleasant interaction in the comments today.
Oh, it's good. He
I don't even mean that with sarcasm. Your laughter makes it sound like it's sarcasm. I actually had
his
a pleasant interaction with him.
his commentary has been so funny to me because like we play this game of telephone back and forth apparently. Like I can't talk to him directly. So I have to be like, I'm just gonna say this thing and throw it out in the ether. Oh, guess who found it?
Good on him. He must spend like his entire day just like combing the YouTubes
I guess. Yeah. But
and
like it's so
the
funny.
Discords and the I don't know if he has like the same name on Discord or anything. I'm not familiar with him besides in the YouTube comments, but yeah. We had a less than salty back and forth today.
Well, that's good.
Mhm.
I used to be a diffuser, now I don't care.
Oh no, I wasn't a diffuser. I think if anything, Kren was the diffuser. I've not been feeling well the past few days. You guys know that. Like the audience doesn't really necessarily know that. I had some shit going on in my personal life and then I had some like medical shit that like kind of compounded on top of that the past few days and I've just been like not feeling great. And so I like finally like crawled out of my cave and I was like, "Meh."
Ooh, Tyler writes that Checkers is like the dollar store version of Kellyanne Conway, except Canadian, so the loony store.
Oh my
What did I
goodness.
miss? This is in the oh here, I see it over there. There we go. I mean, Kellyanne Conway, isn't she the one who like posted like nudie pictures of her daughter when she was underage? Is that the
Oh God, I hope not. I don't know about that part.
I remember there was somebody like that it was I kept like waiting for it to like break on mainstream news because people were talking about it on YouTube and it like never broke on mainstream news and I was like, how is nobody talking about this? She posted nudie pictures of her daughter. Am I
Yeah.
thinking of somebody else?
No, I think that's the same person.
Okay.
I heard that. I mean, I've no idea because obviously it's internet drama that I certainly wouldn't be involved with.
Simus is like, I don't know about drama. I don't know anything about
Internet
drama.
drama. No, I don't do that.
I don't do drama. I don't do
Well,
drama.
not that kind of internet drama, right? I'm a misogynist. I only do male internet drama.
Oh, okay, okay. So we don't call it drama then. What do we call it when it's dudes that do drama?
Epic importantness.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
No, you are not late. We are just getting started.
I like your name, Evil Little McNuggets.
Yeah, that's cute. Checkers is Cheshire because Steve pronounces it chess. So
Yeah,
checkers,
but
not
we know
chess.
that she's not bright enough for chess, so it's
Chess.
checkers.
So it's
Chesh-
checkers. That is
Checkers.
that is very logical, I have to say.
She thinks she's out there playing 3D checkers.
Checkers in the south.
It's out there playing
3D checkers. Sorry. I was
It's
Oh,
intentional. It's intentional.
fucking burn. Ooh.
now.
Oh,
We're
dear.
not making fun of people with learning disabilities, just in case anybody wants to take this out of context.
I have
Hang on a minute.
dyscalculia. I have
Hang on.
dyscalculia. I have a learning disability.
Hang on a minute. Steve went to nuke school. Of course, we're making fun of people with learning disabilities because he went to the non-commissioned officers version.
I mean, so the only checkers I know of that's a store is actually fast food. It's like Rallies. It's the same thing as Checkers.
Oh, I said, yeah, okay. I didn't know about that.
You have a Rallies where you live, right?
Yeah, but rallies is like one of those ones where you make the mistake of eating once, get sick, and don't go back.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay. Okay.
In the South, it's just called Checkers. They
I'll stay
started out
away
as
from checkers.
two separate companies, but then they like became one, and then like they're literally the same. It's like Carl's Jr. and Hardee's.
Oh,
But yes, um, they also do like a double decker cheese and fish sandwich.
I don't know how people do double deckers. I'm really weird. I'm a weird meat eater in general. Like I don't like bones, but like the idea of like two meat things stacked on top, like that's a lot of meat just in your mouth all at once. This is going to be taken out of context. And I
I'm
just
working on it right now.
Simos is like, that is why I keep editing software on this computer.
Jesus. You know what I mean.
Yes, it's so much. Also, roast beef sandwiches, even like if I was a meat eater, how do y'all do that?
I don't do that. I don't like roast beef, but again, I'm a weirdo. Like there's a lot of things I don't like.
I just like I look at it and I'm like, no, thank you.
I
I can't.
mean,
I can't.
all roast beef lives matters. Like they're all like
Okay.
yeah, like I don't know what to say.
I mean,
You
fair.
have no idea how I'm triggered because one of Steve's followers shared a picture of a roast beef sandwich and then said that all body parts are like the same. And I was just like, this is the weirdest overshare I've ever had. And that was not Nikki Daly, but the other Nikki that used to be on Time of the Month. She put that on there, and I was like so confused. And I was like, who puts that on there? Who says things like that? Except for maybe like Shanny for Christ, like just that overshare. You know, it's I don't know. It's sort of like a guy saying, I got a baby carrot, and just putting up a baby carrot meme. It just was weird.
Baby carrot lives matter, Speckle.
God. It was just the weirdest meme. I don't know how to describe it, and I have it actually saved, but like it could get censored because it's like literally a sandwich with roast beef coming out of it, and it was like literally shared as like, guys, quit shaming people's roast beef, and I was like, what the fuck am I reading?
So, not to change the subject, but maybe I'm going to change the subject here.
Probably I've gotten you in trouble enough.
Aw, thank you,
All baby
bunny.
carrots matter. Yes, they do.
Thank you. Oh, I showed up in her stream last night and I did not realize that it was like actually her live stream. I thought it was somebody that was like streaming a previous stream and like I was like making jokes and then I was like, "Oh shit, she's reading these live."
Oh dear.
And I don't know how I didn't get banned because I came in there with she was like talking to Eugenia Cooney as if like Eugenia was her kid. And she was like, "Let
Oh,
me just like be like a mom to you right now." And I was like, "Shanny,
this
even your kids don't want you to be a mom to them."
that was making me really angry. So just the context of the Shanny for Christ, who's like really not just obese, but like she's just really, really, really obese. So one
I don't
spectrum
know
of an
how
eating
obese, but
disorder.
yeah.
Oh, I know how obese, but I'm gonna just be nicer to your audience than
Okay.
you know. But like she is like everybody's nightmare of like if you were afraid of getting really
What's her
big.
new
Um, so she is telling Eugenia, who's on the other spectrum of eating disorders, that she needs curves and she needs a body like
Oh my
her.
god, it was so bad.
And I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is like the worst thing and that's why I'm against these therapy groups that put both ends of the spectrum in the same therapy group, because I think it has a result of like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to end up like that, right? And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And I feel like it can sort of like make them almost like double down, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. it made me angry. Luckily, Eugenia has no idea who Shani is and won't see that video, thank God, because yeah.
Were you the person that I was talking to that was saying that?
Probably not, but I think a lot of us were thinking that. Thank God,
I was
Eugenia
just
does not
like,
who know who Shani is.
I was just like, if you are watching this, like, do not share this with Eugenia. Like, this is not the message that she needs to hear. Like, and
No,
here's the thing that's like, because I will talk about our girls, you know. I I feel like with the larger end of the spectrum, it's not as dangerous to talk about it as it is um yes, like it's like that show Super Size versus Super Skinny. Yeah, it's like really not great. And I feel like with particularly the smaller end of the spectrum, it's like you can't say anything without like about her weight or her size without potentially triggering eating disorders,
it's
feelings,
tough.
thoughts, symptoms. You
Like,
can't say, "Oh my
no,
god, you look like you put on weight, you look great." Right? You can't say, "Oh my god," like anytime that you say like you look good, it's like, "Oh, well, I need to like starve myself."
right,
Right?
right. It's scary, right? You don't want to make it worse, and that's the thing. That's why I leave it alone. Like Shani
Yeah.
can Shani's got we don't know, like, with I guess with overweight, like it's sort of spinning a wheel. You don't know when it's going to really come. You have to pay the piper for that. It's like there is another tomorrow, but when you are withered away and you're like, Karen Carpenter, really 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 skinny, and she died. Um you don't know. It feels like it's more imminent, I guess. I agree. There's just something that's different there.
I just feel like unfortunately where our society is, we have a tendency to almost like value, and I hate saying that. I fucking hate saying and like cringing. But like we have a tendency to value skinniness, right? Thinness. And to say to a person who is super morbidly obese, "Oh, like, you're looking good, you're looking like you're losing weight," that's not a triggering thing,
Yeah.
right?
Sometimes
For
they
the
they take it as an
vast majority.
encouragement, right?
Right,
Sometimes.
for the vast majority. Now, I'm not gonna say that there isn't a small percentage of people that that might be triggering for, but like Spackle will say, it's usually encouragement. Whereas for somebody who is on the other end of the spectrum, who has the opposite end of the spectrum with an eating disorder, saying, "You look good, you look like you're gaining." Unfortunately, as a society, we have almost kind of said, like, fat equals bad, so then, well, any type of weight gain when you have that type of disordered eating is fat
Right.
and therefore is bad.
It's a weird catch there that you have to try to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, that was sort of a nightmare scenario. Is like this idea of like somebody like Shani talking to her like that, and I was just like, oh my god, no, thank God, like please don't share that with her.
Yeah. Yeah. Simos is like, I don't,
No,
I have
no.
nothing to contribute.
That's
If
because he's been canceled already.
if a lady says to me, "Does my bum look big in this?" I usually just say yes, and then there we go.
Your
Problem dealt with.
bum looks wonderful. That's I
Okay,
had an
that's
ex
one
who
approach. I tell you, I tell you though, I can't stand too skinny. That's my big turn off.
I
Just
mean,
saying.
personal preference.
Yeah, personal preference, right? Over or under, over every time. Under just looks horrible, you know.
I think I just want people to be healthy.
Yeah, health is good. And I find that like, and this is like, this is not a stamp of approval of like nobody needs my stamp of approval. I find that some curvy women are very attractive. It's when you get to a point where there's layers of fat going on that's like, like if you have back boobs and things like that, that's too that's
That's
concerning for your health, right? Like
yeah,
it's bad.
it can be, yeah. Now,
But
I feel like I also need to add, most of my regular viewers know this, but my grandmother died from obesity related causes, like
yeah,
literally just last year. So,
And that's
yeah.
hard to watch because you as much as you want to row the boat for somebody, they make their own health choices, right?
Yeah.
And but yeah, I don't know. Weight issues are sensitive, and it's like how do you navigate that is interesting. But like I think if you want to address somebody who has anorexia, you better do it. I don't know. You probably not do it. I think either a loving friend, I have concerns for you. I think you should get like therapy, maybe is the best way. Saying, look at me, I have these voluptuous boobs and a gadonka-donk. Don't you want to be like me is not going to help that person.
No, I mean fitness. Let's just face it. You got to, as human beings and animals, we need to keep active.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. And if you're just
And
sitting
I'm
on your ass
overweight,
or
you
not
know.
eating, both are bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm overweight. I like my sugary drinks.
I want to go back to what Zimos was saying about does your bum look good in this? And I had this ex who we had this agreement and I loved it. Like this is anytime, and it was like an unspoken agreement, but I realized it like a couple years into this relationship. Anytime I said, "Do I look good in this?" or "Does this look good?" or whatever, the immediate response was, "Yes, you look great." And then if I inquired further, then it might be like, "Well, you look great in that," as in like you always look great, but maybe that's like not really your color. I don't know. But always if I needed that initial like response of like, "Please just tell me I look good at this," it was always right off the bat, "Yes, you look good at that." I appreciated it. I know it was maybe a lie sometimes, but I appreciated the small lie.
I still see myself as a skinny person still sometimes, and then I go, "Oh my god, that's right. I'm like a size 14." Like I used to be on the thin spectrum, but like, it's one of those things where you just kind of learn to kind of swing with it and, work with what you have. But do I think it's healthy to be overweight? No. I think I was definitely feeling better when I had more of a normal weight because then like I didn't have as much pain. Like now I have arthritis in my hips, things like that, because your body frames like, why am I holding all this extra stuff up? Like it's just better for how you feel and your activity and stuff to lose weight. So I kind of like am this weird hybrid. It's like I do find that some curvy women are attractive. At the same side of things, there was a um street sign or a billboard that said, and I think it's from Torrid, which is, a brand if you're a bigger lady. It said sexy comes in any size. And it's like, I don't know if I agree with that. I think there's eventually a
So
sexiness where
you
you
think
can't get
Tammy
cut out of the house. Like if you're getting cut out of the house, it's pretty serious.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's true, Keela.
Active.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
as long as you're keeping active every day, then you needn't be getting worried because it means you can control it.
We're
It's
just gonna get Savage canceled.
it's when you're just sitting down.
I'm just cheering for Buddy in the comments. Like, if we get lost in the wilderness, I'm not gonna starve fast. So
That's what I said. I have a
jokes
little bit
on
of fat to
Yeah,
burn off,
that's
right? So
true.
That's right. Yeah.
That is
Simos
true.
isn't on camera all that often, but I've seen you on your F1 streams. You're a skinny mini.
just think, like, if there's a plane crash and you have to make hard choices and someone has to cut off a leg so everybody can live, my leg will go pretty far. I got big thunder thighs.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
I
true.
did find it very hard to put weight on, but my doctor said from my operation I need to put weight on. So I put over 10 kilos on.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah,
I wish I could give you some of my weight.
I'm probably like 18 kilos more than my lifetime usual weight.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, seriously, and I'm worried because I can't do the exercise I used to. So But anyway, I've now got it back under control again. I'm eating the right amount of calories for the amount of exercise I'm doing, and my weight is going up a lot slower than it was. So I'm happy about that. It's still going up, but then once I have the operation, of course, then I think my system's going to be in shock, and I will probably lose a lot of weight again.
This is about that. We all play DayZ, don't you know?
It's true. It's all just about the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, exactly.
I was
I'm
just
a
talking
goner.
about how I was actually trained in how to survive in the wilderness. So like I'm like, yeah, I already know this stuff. It's just the buttons to click.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a gunner in the zombie apocalypse. That's one thing playing Daisy has taught me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but
think I would be IRL. Yeah. I
I'll be
can't
the base
run.
builder, guys. I'm building a base.
I
first
can't
person I
run.
meet was just going to shoot me and go, "Oh, it's you. I've seen you in Daisy." Bang.
Same.
Oh,
Same.
friendly. I'm doing the friendly wave. Yeah. Bang. Oh, thanks.
But then they won't even get a headshot, so you're just gonna like bleed out from the chest.
They will get a headshot. Oh, how true, how true.
All right. All right.
Okay, okay. Come on now. We've been putting
Non
it off long
sequitur
enough.
show.
Should we,
Yeah, we
should we,
said enough to get canceled already.
have we? Great. That's my main aim. I don't want to let people down with my alleged flaws.
What part is this? This is like where we left off, but I don't even know if it's like where we left off or where I left off.
Steve was fucked out. Oh, this reads like one of those Mills and Boone novels.
Look at her face.
Steve was fucked over. I will admit that.
Her face is just like, I'm so excited.
I
I
feel like
also
this is
think
still the
Steve is a
Kyle letter,
toxic
right?
narcissist who now commands an army of trolls.
I love Buddy's commentary.
Bold of you to assume I'd leave my house and even realize the apocalypse was happening. Well, the internet would be down, right? The internet would be down. So you'd be like,
Yeah,
what's
exactly.
going on?
When that happens, maybe. And then we have Keela's next move here. And that is what happens when we go outside. Hiss, boo. Don't do it. It burns.
You have a vitamin D deficiency.
We don't need to talk about it today. We'll talk about it some other time. But yes, okay. So wait, I think this is still the Kyle letter, right? This is still the Kyle letter?
I'm guessing.
Anyone who didn't kiss the ring and publicly attack and disparage Kyle is disgusting and extremely unethical. Steve was fucked over, that I'll admit. I also think Steve was a toxic narcissist who now commands an army of trolls. This is probably got to be Jimmy Snow's letter.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Oh,
It's
I
either
hope
Jimmy
so.
Snow or it's GE, one of the two.
Let's see if
I wouldn't want to. Just for the record, I certainly wouldn't want to kiss Steve's ring.
Kiss.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't want
No.
to kiss anything that had touched Steve. Really.
I bet it's a pinky ring too.
Ooh, yeah, with like the.
No.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
What do you think, Simos?
I think it's a cock ring.
Of course you do.
Oh, particularly because we're supposed to bow down and kiss it, right?
Yeah, and it could go on the pinky as well in Steve's case, of course.
And after you capitulate and bend a knee and kiss the ring, admit all your wrongdoings, he may or may not forgive you. He says there's a list of people he is not planning to forgive. I plan to be on that list.
Yeah, I'm worried now because I've been branded a misogynist, so I think Steve might try and befriend me again. So I'm going to have to step my blocking credibility up a little bit.
Now all you'll be left to do is hanging out with Silverman.
Oh, the thought of it.
My comment on Twitter.
On Twitter, that's important.
We hear you breathing. Maybe drop your mic.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
I was not the only
talk about
person.
him. They need to, I think, personally.
Somebody asked who Jimmy was. Jimmy Snow is Dear Mr. Atheist, who was on Ad Homies and liked to rip on people. I really want to have a non sequitur show episode, Steve, by the way, about purity culture. So, like, which is the
I love talking about purity culture, but I'm actually was part of it. Who are you, Chesh?
Yeah, what is her take on purity culture? Like,
Well, she's
she's
Canadian for one, so like it probably is a whole different experience.
they do that some up there, right? I don't think it's quite as prevalent as it is down here.
I
I don't
don't think
know.
she's ever done purity culture.
I don't know, Chess. Were you ever handed a card at 16 years old asking to promise that you would stay a virgin and sign it, and then your parents would be so proud? I was handed that card. Were you?
Oh, I think that's like most. Isn't that most American kids? Or I guess there's probably places where it's not.
I don't know. I was in California. It was the 90s, I was a teen. And I remember planning on waiting till marriage, actually, but I thought the card and the message was wrong. So I refused to sign it.
I remember there was I was in FFA, and there was at an FFA convention there was one of the booths was this thing, and I don't remember what the thing was, but like they gave you some prize, and we saw like all these kids walking around with this prize, and one of the girls in my FFA group was like, "I want one of those. Let's go do the thing." And it was like for this like purity pledge, and I was just like, I don't wanna. Like I don't
Yeah.
it felt yucky. Yeah.
Yeah, the tremendous impact of purity culture is actually really far reaching and has so many weird side effects that people did not expect. And so like the guy who wrote I Kissed Dating Goodbye, Joshua Harris, actually apologized for writing that book.
Yeah. Yeah. Um it's like so multi-layered. But yeah, I get what you're saying that it's like what is her take on it? You know, what
Yeah.
is
It's just this rando atheist criticizer who I don't even think ever went to church.
also not to like badmouth that girl that wanted the thing at the FFA convention, but like I'm pretty sure she gave like 3 different guys blowjobs that weekend, and, like,
That
not
doesn't
anything
count.
but, like, not anything against that, but, like, she just did it because she wanted the thing, like, she
I
didn't
know. I know. There was these weird games that the Christian girls would say, especially the Baptists. They would do these things like, okay, well, if we just have sex in the butt, it's not losing the virginity, or blowjobs and handjobs are fair game.
or
Like as long as it,
soaking.
yeah, soaking is purely a Mormon thing, not a Baptist thing. I don't know a single friction, the gene friction. Let's make out and friction ourselves to orgasm. That
We did
existed.
that.
The good old days. The good old days of Baptist summer camp.
I wasn't Baptist, but we definitely did that.
God. So like we
Oh.
had this place in the okay, so growing up Baptist, we went to this big, like huge lake. It's huge. You can look it up, Hume Lake. Amazing camp. 800 kids from different churches all around. And you know what happens when you get hormonal teenagers and stuff like that, and they're in the wilderness, and they try to give us all these activities so we have no free time, but they had this little gap in time called for about 2 hours free time. People would paddle out in their canoes and kayaks or rowboats, and they would paddle out and they'd go to the cove, and the cove was like outside of the jurisdiction, and they would like fucking have sex and stuff. All sorts of stuff would
Outside
happen
oh,
outside the jurisdiction, and then they paddle back to camp across the
it's like
lake.
money.
Right. And then
They
and
take
then
it off when they have sexy time.
there was this girl that had a purity anklet. She said, "This is my purity anklet. I don't want a ring. It's my anklet." And we're like, "Cool." And then she paddled back without the anklet on.
She lost her purity, which is
Now,
not a thing that happens, by the way. Like you don't like.
now on the other hand, my friend and I, we were busy because we were really mature. We were busy being lake pirates, and we'd actually
Yes.
commandeer other boats on the way back to and fro, and we'd be lake pirating and take over their boat. So
Nice.
so much shenanigans, Baptist camp. You should try it.
But yes, that is exactly what that is. Crafty Keela. That is. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I did hear about this. Again, not Mormon, so I don't know. But I have
Yeah. So I've had Mormons deny that actually happens, but the soaking happens. but the person jumping up and down, they
I just
deny it.
can't imagine a third person being involved.
Right? I mean, that's
Like-
like a whole. Well, you know,
when
they
you're
were.
like you're too sexually repressed to bone, but you're gonna have a third person involved and you're non-boning. Come on.
You know, but you got to think this is Mormon logic, right? So like they're the ones with
Maybe.
the sister wives.
Maybe. Oh, so does it have to be a potential sister wife?
I don't know. I'm just saying
We're
they already
all
had
three
sister
gonna
wives.
get married, so
In their past, they did. They then quickly got in trouble with the government, and now they're like, "Oh, we're totally not doing that anymore."
that's true. We should be clear. A lot of LDS do not condone. The vast majority of LDS do not condone sister wives, plural marriage. I do. I think it sounds like a great idea if that's what you're into.
I honestly think that problematic marriage should exist, should be legal, but there should be huge caveats, like no young betrothals. I was
Yeah.
betrothed to some old guy at 13 and married him at 16. That shit needs to stop.
Yeah. I agree with that for like all religions. All religions. I mean, so long as like y'all are down with that, like I don't know if they're necessarily spares, but you know, if y'all are into that, then like y'all can do whatever you want, in my opinion. I don't care. But anyway, purity culture. Let's see what Vic has to say about purity culture.
I'm sure it'll be
Try-
riveting.
I'm looking this up on Pornhub. Of course, you are spooky. I love it. I love it.
And girl defined. And
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
love
Girl
to get
I'll do it.
any of them
Follow
on to talk to me because that would be amazing. Because I don't think that purity culture is wrong.
Does she think that any of them are gonna come on and talk to her?
Oh, she thinks like somebody that's like I'm part of purity culture is going to talk to her.
Oh, she's on a pretty big show now, so just saying.
She'll probably get somebody.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you think she'll get Paula Morgan? I can
Is it-
see that
Mm.
more
Is
than
it-
Girl
is it ju-
Defined.
Is it just me, or has her head got bigger? Oh no, she's had a haircut. I beg your pardon. I keep going back to that. Sorry.
I think her head looks fine.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't.
We're 2 hours ahead in this video because
can't-
we
I
reviewed the
got-
last part.
I can't tell who's got the furthest receded hairline.
Are you kidding me? Like Steve's is like back here. Like where his headphones are.
Yeah, I have to say, like I see your joke, but like she just has a
She
like
just
a
has a
5
5
head
head, yeah.
naturally. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
Geo Sam, we don't know.
Oh, that's her name. That's her actual name that she's
No,
now
her
using.
actual name is Victoria.
Yeah, well, short.
Yeah, it's shortened.
Short. Oh, I thought her name was Viking, and that's Victor was shortened for that. I beg your pardon, Victoria. Okay.
She'd probably look good with some horns on.
Yeah.
I don't know what her
Any
ears
horn
look
except
like.
Steve's, by the sound of it.
I don't remember what her ears look like, but yeah, I think that she maybe would look good with some Viking
Those are them. Those are her ears. What are you talking about?
They probably have points. I forget.
I'm wondering. Hello, Titan. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Is I don't. Does she have little ears or does she have like normal size ears? Because she seems like the
No,
kind
I
of
think-
person who might have tiny ears, and I say that as somebody who has tiny ears. Like, go watch my
think- I
streams with
think-
my mom.
I'm just gonna go with she has tiny ears because she is small. When she describes herself as small, she's correct.
Small.
She is small.
Yeah, I think she's got massive ears. That's why
She's got a normal size nose though. Like she doesn't have like the.
I mean,
You know
if
what I mean?
anything, Steve looks like the one who's got the tiny ears, which is actually quite comical.
Does he have tiny ears?
Yeah, it looks like him. In this
I've got
shot.
that picture of him with the titties. I can go look.
I have no idea what that picture is. I'm not even sure I want to know, to be honest.
Have you not seen the picture?
No,
which
I've
picture?
not seen the picture.
The picture on the mug.
Oh, the purple titties. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, the titties mug. Okay, well, I beg your pardon. Yeah, fair enough.
It's like you've seen it. I'm sure
I have
you've
seen that, yes.
it.
I have seen that. Yes,
But
it is comically hilarious, I will say.
Thank you.
Listen, salty sardine.
Oh, Oh,
I want-
Bunny. I love having Bunny in the chat.
wrong inherently because you should be allowed to live your life the way you want to. I just think that some of the tactics that isn't necessarily utilized by those people, because I'm not 100% sure.
Those people.
That is utilized is to basically.
It's one of my favorite phrases, right?
Those people.
I really like this little bit actually because she's trying to get this person on her show, but she's desperately trying to criticize the person, but in such a way that the person will still come on the show. Now, let's just see how good a job she does here. Right?
I feel like anytime you refer to somebody as those people, like if they are in the those,
Yeah.
you do not have them on your side.
So maybe I'm wrong in interpreting this, but maybe Vic means those people are church leaders or I Kiss Dating Goodbye writer Joshua Harris, people like that have the influence, and the adherent or the person that's trying to be like purity culture, yay! And they're probably going to find a YouTuber who also is an influencer. So then they are those people. But maybe she's trying to separate them out from those people, which would be like the pastors and the writers that kind of caused it to go forward. I don't know what she's trying to say. Like, which ones are those people?
She's
So
trying to
back up for
insult
some
those
context?
people without saying those people are the people that she wants on her show. I mean, let's face it, right? She's just criticized them, right? And then gone, oh, no, I didn't mean to say that, so I'm going to call them those people, right? And then try and make this distinction. This is what she's getting to, that Girl Defined are not those people.
There's
Yeah.
a whole
Oh, no,
bunch
you're
of
reasonable. You're not those people.
You're one of the good ones.
Even though you are those people.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. That's what she did with Keon. Stroked his ego and then he purred. Yeah, okay.
Okay. She's good at that.
Take sex and turn it into like a whole fucking thing to try to convince
It is a
younger
whole thing.
people who are inexperienced, and I think that's problematic.
It is a whole
But
thing.
I don't
Yeah.
I couldn't agree
necessarily
more.
think that
Thank you, Steve.
deciding to be
Glad
if
to
you
know you're listening
decide
with
that
those
you want
tiny
to
ears.
not have sex before marriage and do the purity thing, I think that's
Thing.
fine. I'm okay
Yeah.
with that, but I think you're have an informed decision maybe. And so instead of withholding information about sex, you should be like, hey, maybe let's tell you about sex. So that way you can make a
She's not
decision
wrong there.
how you want to live your life.
I agree with her. I absolutely agree with her.
She's not wrong there.
I just don't think that like saying those things is really going to be like a good way to get Girl Defined.
Right.
on this
Right.
podcast.
Because
No, that's
basically you said that you're ignorant and you don't know about sex, which actually I think Girl Defined does know about sex. So
it's two of them, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is
they
true.
both know about sex for sure. I can guarantee that.
Well, they're both married, and I
I
think
think
that
they're
at
married,
least
yes.
one of them has kids. So I'm pretty sure they know
Yeah.
about
So-
sex
So
now.
there's a percentage of purity culture that's purity culture because there's fear. So like purity culture will go like, you know, if you have sex just once, you will be pregnant. You're gonna have all these diseases. If you sleep with one person, you slept with like 9 other people because they slept with all those
Well,
people, so you slept with them too. And they use these
That's
fear
the-
tactics,
That's
right?
the one I got. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the main problem with being married to Jesus.
He's got a lot of people married.
But yeah, I think that is a little bit different than like the tactic of like purity of like Jesus wants you to stay like whole.
Oh yeah. Like but see like again, I've had like teachers come in like when I was a kid, like they were like every time you sleep with somebody and they took construction paper and glue and stuck the construction paper and glue together and they're like you glue yourself and then if you break up a piece of you is missing. Like they really made it a whole
Us-
thing like your soul somehow going to get sucked out or something.
For us it was a rose, a single long stem red rose, and we passed it through everybody in the graduating class. And like the person, of course, like when it got handed back to the teacher, it's like limp, and even though people weren't trying to like mishandle it, like that was the message. Was like,
But the backlash to the messages is your value lies in sex as a woman. If you have sex outside of marriage, you're devalued and now you're worthless. And sex is overplayed up as this like on the altar thing. And then one of the weirdest backlashes is that there were people that waited till they got married, and still felt shame having sex with their husband, particularly women
Oh
with their
yeah.
husband, because sex was still shameful.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Like that shame does not like go away like the second you say like I do.
Right, right. So there's like
There's
there's
still
really
like all that
complex stuff.
guilt and like yeah, it's gross. It's awful. Fucks you
Yeah.
up way down the road.
And no offense, but I've heard guys that have kind of kept their purity, and I've heard that their wives have complained. It's just a bit shit because they
I
don't
mean,
know what they're doing, and they don't want to
Mhm.
learn because they're married, so they've got no incentive.
Yeah,
mm,
my way or the
Just
highway.
saying,
Yeah.
you
I
should
think
love it, you know.
exactly. It should be something that like is exciting and enjoyable
Yeah.
and like good times had by all. You know? That's kind of the point.
One of the points for sure. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
but again, right? Like I've also heard of this thing where I think it was from a Catholic that said something like, if you're not trying for a baby, then you shouldn't have sex.
Yeah, Maximus and I would
Was
battle
it?
out about that. Yeah.
That was Maximus. I thought it
yeah,
was a Catholic. Yeah.
yeah. I love Maximus, but again, it's purity culture thinking. It's if there
Yeah.
is no potential for conception with conservative Catholic views,
Yeah.
if they're really going for it, if there's no potential for conception, then it's a sin. So like you could maybe have oral sex, but if you finish in her mouth, it's a sin.
Yeah. Or anywhere else
Was
appropriate.
that? Do I need to be more censored? I'm so
No,
sorry. That was like really crude.
No, I'm
No,
just
you
Sorry
saying.
do
about
not
that.
need to be more
Doesn't
censored on my channel. You are absolutely
I
fine.
can be
Yeah.
actually very like censored and uptight too. I can swing the other direction if you'd like, but yeah.
No,
No.
don't do that.
Swinging is not going to do it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've got nothing against breasts either. I'm just saying.
Oh my god.
On that note, I'm gonna go ahead and hit play.
Great, girl defined. Please come on our show, by the way.
Please hit like and subscribe if you haven't already. Be less censored. We can be less censored. I'm trying to think. There's really not even. We can even talk about the panini for the most part now and not get censored. So I think if we talk about certain things that people do, a lot of times we'll get pushed down in the algorithm, but we're fine.
Yeah,
We're fine.
whatever.
Exactly. That's kind of my attitude at this point.
We're talking about human nature
I
here.
mean, we get one of those
It's got
on.
to be interesting.
It's
gotta be
natural.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll shut up again.
No,
No, don't shut up.
you're great. That's what you're here for.
I'm just
Also-
saying that. Otherwise, you might hear my Pornhub going in the background now. Hang on.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
God.
Okay.
Oh god.
Well, that's the other reason why I have you on here is because you're a dude, and no stream is complete without it.
I mean, I have connections, but I mean,
Yes.
if we did a topic about that, I think Mika would be excellent for that particular topic on purity.
Colin Morgan's intro is a banger. I cannot lie. Yeah, Mika's right. Colin Morgan, the Colin Morgan show is fantastic. I love it. If we can get them
Alright,
on,
so-
I'd be so happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a range.
I actually kind of hate that jingle. Like, I'm just like, how uncreative. How uncreative.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I got issues with those guys, to be honest with you. I got some real issues.
Colin
There's
Morgan?
something not quite. Yeah, there's something not quite right there. I don't know what it is.
Stockholm
don't know.
syndrome?
I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. It's got. Well, maybe it hasn't. I don't know. But it's not as bad as it used to be. When I first saw those two, I thought, oh my god, there's something really bad here. But then later on, maybe she put her foot down a little and started being a little less submissive. And then I thought, well, maybe it's okay and all of that. Maybe she just really loves the guy. And then the more I listened to it, the more I thought, well, I don't know. I
Maybe
don't
Stockholm
know.
syndrome set in.
Candidates for divorce, I would say they're right up there.
I feel like there is a lot of like guilt and shame that's maybe going on below the surface. And this is just like my own opinions and speculations. Like, don't fucking quote me for fact or anything like that. But I feel like I'm wondering if she wasn't like highly medicated for like some issues there for a while. Just like her
Okay.
demeanor seemed like she was maybe on some types of medication.
Yeah.
And maybe that's still a medication that she is on. It was just like, I know for me, like the one medication that I'm on, whenever I first went on it, I was like, there was a while where it took me to like kind of adapt to it, sort of, you know?
I didn't know these people. I had to look them up. Apparently, they talk about Billie Eilish going on a demonic rant.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, they also did a video about how the whole Astro World incident was from Satan, and it was a demonic sacrifice.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
are they like? Oh, I wonder what they think of the Pizzagate stuff.
I haven't seen any videos of them talking about Pizzagate, but
Interesting. I
yeah,
wonder if they are anti-vax and stuff. I'll have to look them up. Look them up. I
they
I knew girl to
are.
find.
They're kind of anti-mask, anti-vax. They're not explicitly, but yeah, they are. They're definitely anti-mandate, as they would say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, moving on because I'm ignorant really about that kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. No, back to Stephen Trash and a healthy male-female relationship.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Don't hurt yourself, Spackle.
Stop.
Well,
Delete
I
it.
mean,
Oh my god.
you like it's hilarious to me because at the beginning of these two getting together, he was all over it. I mean, he was trying so desperately to impress, and then as soon as Reds got in, she just took a side. Oh, somebody young. Okay, let's go there then. And Steve
Abort
was
the
so
mission.
pissed off. Steve was so pissed off, but couldn't say anything because it's his mate Reds, you know.
That was really funny.
And ever
actually.
since then, he's just been totally simp without anything coming back. You know what I mean?
Well, he got
So-
Jess as a mess on there, or whatever her name is, the KJP girl, and she was like, "Oh, Nargles, I'm really a hippie. I'm gonna imitate KJP. Oh," and he's like, "Isn't she the best? Isn't she? Oh, she's so beautiful. She's great. Oh," and Landon's like, "Yeah, me too. I was like out in space, but now I'm here because there's a beautiful woman on screen. I'll second that." And there's like these creepy old men are like drooling over this girl, and then now
Yeah.
she's like bad, and so now she's been thrown out. Luckily
Mhm.
for Chesh, because we all kind of wondered, and Chesh was like, "Oh, thank God."
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's good for Chesh that she didn't have anybody vying for her spot.
That's right, because Steve was all Twitter baited at first. She probably was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Well, we only have to remember the fundraiser where she did the calendar, and how all the guys in the hangout were like, "Oh wow, fantastic! Oh wow, fantastic!" I'm like,
She did a calendar?
allegedly, I don't know. I haven't seen the pictures. Thank goodness. I wouldn't really want to ruin the next, I don't know, year of masturbation. But
I wouldn't get my hands on this calendar.
no, you don't. No, you don't. Seriously, it can't be good. Let me just say that.
I actually like Luna Lovegood too. I know. I just meant kind of hippy dippy out there. Like, what's going on with you?
No. Anyway, yeah. So anyway,
I
she
love
allegedly did a calendar for a fundraiser, and all the guys were just like disgusting about it. Absolutely disgusting about it. You know, worse than my sense of humor could be.
Oh, that's
And they were
right.
doing
Worse
it
than you.
to her face. So,
Worse than you.
well, my sense of humor. I mean, it's not obviously I'm not like that for
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
You know. No, seriously, I'm not.
But-
No.
No, I believe you. I know. I know you.
No, really. No, I'm not. I'm not.
I really do know you.
Yeah,
Simos
but really,
is
Like
a
that
monster,
IRL.
needs to be
Like,
canceled.
I feel like I need to be clear to the audience. Zimos and I have mostly hung out in DayZ. We are brothers in arms.
yes,
Brothers in
that is
arms.
that is true.
We have spilt digital blood together.
We have spilled a lot of digital blood together.
Yeah. We've shared digital blood together as well.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, are you
Yeah.
compatible donors? I'm A positive, like in real life.
We can give
Okay.
you. We can. No, we don't know that anymore because you died. You have a
Oh.
fresh body.
They changed my blood type? No.
Oh, you got a fresh
Yeah.
body. Yeah,
I
Yeah,
have
you
to
do.
figure that out now.
it's okay. We'll
Okay.
figure it out next time we go to market.
Hopefully I'm
Anyway.
not AB.
All right, back to the.
W-
Back
No,
to the
not
nonsense.
back to. Let's start.
Let's
Let's
talk-
leave this long enough to actually get
Yeah.
something
Okay.
in.
Actually, let's talk about the non-sequitur show.
Calendar
Jimmy
gate.
spent a
Spooky
lot of
season.
time just absolutely shit because he was part of the I'm an atheist, so I'm smarter than everybody else. Herdy dirty dirty dirt Christian stupid derp. And it's like,
By
okay,
the way,
great.
did you see anybody harass Jimmy?
No,
In the
me?
live chat? No, in the live chat, nobody.
Nobody
I didn't see anybody say they
said.
saw
No, I didn't
nobody.
see anything. Yeah.
So I would put that as a huge lie there, Jimmy. Very big lie.
Nobody was harassing you. You don't.
There was no
understand-
collusion.
Jimmy doesn't understand the difference between backlash and collusion, or backlash and harassment.
Backlash and
You
harassment.
Do you understand the difference between collusion and harassment, Josh?
I'm not sure I even understand the difference between backlash and harassment.
If you want to know the difference between harassment and backlash, you can go to Cheshire's video where she talks about KJP, and there's a little teaching board, and she's going to explain to you that what they did to KJP is backlash and not harassment. Okay.
What all do they admit to doing to KJP on the board?
I don't know. I just scrubbed through and I saw like some of the stuff that was writing on the board. I went, oh, okay, haven't even watched the whole thing yet. I have limited time. I have to nap, you know.
I'm just wondering if it like includes things like signing people up for like over 50 online newsletters, or sending people pictures of their mother's front door, or like, do those things count as just backlash? Or is that harassment?
70% of the content on the channel being about one person slagging them off? No, I don't think that counts. That's just
I don't think that
backlash.
counts. I don't think that
Just
counts.
backlash, yeah.
Yeah, that's backlash.
Tweeting
Yeah.
every 4 minutes.
That I feel like you're running towards harassment a little bit.
Slagging
Every 4
somebody off in private groups?
Not harassment. No,
Not
that's just
harassment.
backlash.
Okay.
Unless it's like every 30 fucking seconds.
Right. Oh, so 30 seconds. So 4 minutes is just
For
backlash.
tweeting. For no, if it's every 4 minutes for tweeting
Yeah.
and
That's-
publicly,
Right.
that's
That's just
harassment.
backlash.
No,
That's
that's
harassment.
harassment.
4 minutes. Okay. Well, there we are then. It seems a clear case.
But if it's a private chat, it has to be like at least every 30 seconds for like at least 15 minutes.
Okay. So every 4 minutes for a day or something, that's not. That's just backlash.
No, I just said
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. It's because I'm getting, you know, it's every time I look at Chesh, I just forget what you're saying. I don't know why.
All right, we're going back to the video.
It's arrears. It's
Yeah,
arrears. What can I
Alex
say?
Michael had a whole bunch of baggage on it because of what your friend did, who you backed up. And you don't like
Right.
that people are saying, hey, why did
Yes,
you back
Crafty.
this person up? No, that's a fair question. And just because you got that question a lot of times from a lot of different people, although it might feel like it's overwhelming,
I feel like Jimmy,
Yes, because
Angie,
they are
and
all
Casey have all explained why they backed Kyle up to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And they're just hammering this dead horse. Like they're like, he was my friend. He made these promises, you know.
Yeah.
And
I backed him up a little bit.
Like he was my friend. He made these promises. It's like what we're basically hearing, and it's like, well, these people believe the best in their friend. And honestly, not everybody was out to get Steve. Like Shannon Q was in tears, not just because of what Kyle, you know, them with Kyle, but also like I think she was upset about what happened to Steve. Like it wasn't like it was an all or nothing game that they're making it out to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, and it's not like, you know, Steve backing people is her great, you know. I mean, it's obviously got a fantastic track record, right? Of course. Like, you know, he can spot an honourable man from the crowd. Oh, Steve.
Because
Oh,
he's
yeah.
astronomically honorable. So he has the divination.
There we
he
go.
has
That's where he met Kurt Knoll, apparently.
what does Morgan call it? The gift of discernment. He has the gift of discernment.
That's right. So does Shanny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good
Yeah.
to know.
She says she has the gift of discernment.
I mean,
Sorry, I'm gonna mute.
yeah, let's not kill Zimos, okay? I'm just gonna hit play.
They're not a cohesive group. They are individuals who are like, why are you doing this?
Yep.
Because it's a fair question.
Individuals that subscribe to rhetoric.
Point. He says, if I remember correctly, Paul Morgan had some horribly homophobic stances, but have they recently left the church and reevaluated some stuff? Would be good to know if they are changing. I think that's a great thing.
I would love.
The answer so far is no, it looks like, according to what I'm seeing.
Well, I mean, I did see them on what's her name, Jacqueline.
Oh my gosh.
Jacqueline. What's her name again? Jacqueline.
Do you
What's her
see
name?
this?
Wait,
in
what?
Who's the
the-
atheist? Jacqueline someone.
What does that say?
I have to read it to you guys because it's so fucking tiny. It says,
I say savage.
Morons in Savage Minnow's live stream making fun of Kyle's victims of domestic violence. Ew.
Oh,
When do we
Oh.
do that?
I don't
making
think we've
fun of
ever done
Ben?
that, surely.
Well, this couldn't have been because this was before they even brought people on.
Let me think about this.
So Ben wasn't even on there yet by the time that they were talking about.
I mean, it could have been some random person commenting, but like Ben, people are skeptical of Ben, not because they just want to run around and be assholes.
Oh, it's
and,
Manya
like,
making the comment, by the way.
yeah.
Yeah. I think there's quite a lot right there.
But yeah, like I've seen some a little bit skeptical comments about Ben, partially because he was laughing when he said that, and then the joy on her face, and then the story how it changes.
But see, I was being critical of Chesh, of
Right.
Vic, of Victoria, of
Yeah.
I was being critical of her handling of it.
And mind you too, like this is not. I don't think you were critical on that stream, so I don't know what she's referring to because they're responding to your. Were we? I don't even remember.
No, we weren't. We weren't making fun of that. I think we all said that it. I mean, okay, look. Personally, I've got no doubt that Ben was sexually abused, right? Just because it seems to be in Carl's nature, right? That's the thing. And if Ben is saying, "Oh, look, he
backed
did
up
some
on
things,"
that, though.
which I thought he did back up on it, maybe because he's ashamed of whatever.
That's what
I don't know.
I didn't know how to word that, Simos, but yeah, not necessarily shame, but it's like, okay, well, what does he remember? What does he not remember? And like, what is he willing to process and what is he not willing to process at this
I think
point?
we can all agree that, putting drugs in someone's drink is fucked up. Or switching drugs on somebody and saying like, hey, you think that this is like, I'll just pick random, you think it's E or something, but surprise, it's acid or, whatever. Like it's fucked up. Don't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's fucked up either way. Sorry, I was laughing at Exiled's comment here that I should be apologizing.
So I don't know where that comes from, and I just got to say, I think that this is the level of I don't know, delusion that these people have. And Steve is the architect of it because he's done this since day one, and Vic is very good at doing it as well, which is exactly what Speckle said earlier, which is if we were to, for all I know, we condemned that attitude, that thing in Carl, and she's just tried to switch it around and gone, oh right, they're condemning it, therefore bang bang, in my head I'm going to accuse it of them because that will do the most hurt for them, right?
Yeah,
it's weird. And that's what Humorous is saying too. I'm so disgusted at how they twist what we say to tell their friends and subs not to watch what we actually said. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the English that I should have used. Yeah, it pisses me off. It pisses me off completely because it's why I have such a low opinion of IQ 62. I really is why, because she did that to several people that I know, and she's continued to make up stories about people which are clearly, just clearly nonsense, and then justifies it by saying, "Oh well, somebody did it to me." Right. Well, no, that's not acceptable. Even if somebody did it to you, just to turn around and say, "Well, I'm going to do it to somebody else."
Right.
right? I
Right.
mean, that's just nonsense. And then when you know it's somebody who has also been, suffered at the hands of the same behaviour, that just makes it 10 times worse. I mean, 10 times worse. So I'm sorry. I just found her really, really beyond the pale, which is why I've got no problem making jokes about her. Anyway, sorry. I'll bring the show down.
As long as they're witty, I don't mind your jokes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't care
That's
whether
my
they
double
are with her.
standard.
Just don't care whether they are with her personally. But I try
I'm
to
just
make
saying
my jokes with.
that's my own personal standard, double
Mm.
standard, because I do say like no, personal attacks and ad hominem attacks for the most part. But if you make me laugh, I'll let it slide.
Okay.
Oh God, I think there's a level of cruelty where like I don't even step over. Like there's a
Right.
certain point where like I go, there's a line for me of where I don't cross. Like for me, like the Ben thing, like is a line I don't want to cross. Like whatever happened
Yeah.
to Ben sounds pretty fucked up.
Right. Right.
I've
And
got nothing
for
against
me,
Ben.
it's
You know,
I'm just clarifying that
I feel
like
sorry
when
for him.
Simos made that comment referring to Vic as a 13-year-old doing
Look, she
legalese.
looks like a 13-year-old. Not
Oh
she
yeah.
is. I didn't
Oh,
make a
okay.
comment to say she's a 13-year-old boy. I said she just looks like one. That's all.
Actually, what you said, and they clipped it and they posted it on Twitter,
Oh,
was
cool.
you said, "I did not realize that they let 13-year-olds do legalese."
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean that comes from okay.
And I just
Fair
wanted to
enough.
clarify that it was funny, and
Yeah,
that's
well,
why
that's
it's okay.
Part of it is she does look really young for age, partially because she's so short, and
Mhm.
she has pretty good skin,
She
and
does.
then part of it is that we're older, and like at a certain point, people like that look very young, but she looks really young. Like it's
Hey,
so yeah.
Spackle, has it happened to you yet? I'm assuming that it probably has happened to Cybus, where you go the first time you go to a doctor that's younger than you?
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, my doctor currently is younger than me, just a tad, and yeah, she's yeah.
Everybody's
I
younger
Okay.
was
than
I
me.
was like, oh man, my authority figures are now younger than me. Just kidding.
Yeah.
It was a
Like,
weird moment for me. I was like, "Okay, I'm trusting you."
but she's sharp.
You
Like
get it right.
she's my doctor's wicked smart, so I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, this is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
fine.
That's one of the things that gets me about El Stevo here is that he thinks that because he's old, he's smarter than people that are younger than him, and that
See,
just pisses me off because
I just want him to grow up. Like, that's the other thing is that he's just, like, so
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it's nonsense. It's intelligence has nothing to do with age.
I'll agree with you there. Yep.
We hope wisdom does, but in some cases there's a brick
Oh,
wall
Brina
where
made it.
wisdom just doesn't ever make it into the brain.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Mainly because of conceit and things like that, and problems with ego. You know, I think not being humble like myself. I mean, I'm
He's
probably the most humble person you've ever met.
I'm
got
sure you
all
are.
the classes. He's taken accounting to astronomy to philosophy to English, whatever. He's got all the classes. He's just short of
Mm,
credits. He basically has a PhD. He just doesn't have the paper,
basically,
okay?
yeah.
Basically.
Okay.
I mean, he hangs out with people that have got PhDs. I
He
mean,
never
I'm just
mentions what level classes he takes, like,
Mhm.
101 classes, because they're all over the board.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I've taken, like, a lot of classes at my local community college, but, like, just for funsies. Like, I took a literal basket weaving class one time. Like, a literal basket weaving class.
I thought those are the classes that they offer adults for like enriched learning and only.
I mean, like, you still get credits for them, though. Like, it still counts as a community college credit.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
And this actually comes back from when he used to boast, and he doesn't anymore. Oh no, he does. From when he boasts that he was at Nuke School, and apparently, one Nuke School course is worth a degree. Unfortunately, that's only true in the case of officers, not in the case of non-commissioned officers, which Steve was. So it's not even true when he made the claim. He was lying even back then, and this was probably 5 or 6 years ago. Is that how long he said it was that people have been harassing him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. If you don't keep lying, if you've been lying for 5 or 6 years, people are going to keep harassing you, aren't they, when they find out the truth?
I was one of the last of the TSTers, so to speak, over that crap. Oh my gosh. Can we stop, Sally? Can we? I was one of the last to like jump ship, and that besides like I guess Sokka, who went a long way, but like I was one of the last, and I can't talk. Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah, you are a forgiving person, and you went a lot longer than most, because most people would just got pissed off that he kept lying about people.
My point was mid 2018 is when I burnt the bridge on purpose.
Okay.
So it took that long.
On purpose. I love
I
it.
think 2016 was when I just went, nah, you're bullshitting. Fuck off.
It's when they yeah, she's a puppy. She's 1 year old. She's trying to get the other dog riled up to play, and the other dog's like, I won't have it.
She has opinions.
She does. She's part husky, so she's vocal.
Aww. He's no idea what he's talking about when he references the classes he took. He says he took accounting for 2 years or something. Husky only class that he doesn't know. Yeah. He says he took he says he took a course in the nuke school on how to operate a nuclear reactor.
So
and it turns out he didn't. It was how to operate it turns out it was just how to operate a water recycling plant.
Yeah,
A
desalinization, which is important.
desalinization machine.
Which is important on the ship, yeah. So really quick, I had somebody in my comment section write me, and then I'm assuming either YouTube grabbed it and deleted it, or that person deleted it. But they commented, and they have like a PhD, so they're really educated. And I couldn't tell by their comments if they were insulting me or not. They said, imagine two people putting down people for education when they don't have degrees. So I was like, well, I don't have a degree. Maybe they're talking about me. And then I kind of fished around, and it seemed like they were on like Team Steve's side, and maybe they deleted their comment because they realized that Steve and Vic are the people that she was talking about. Maybe she didn't realize that. I don't know. I was just like fascinated. I was like, I can't tell what this person means, because the people that are leveraging and attacking people's, well, Nate's not a real lawyer, this person's a dishonest PhD, things like that, are actually these people, and they both don't have degrees.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're still banging on about it, right? In this video, they're still banging on about it. Steve said early on, Nate was Kyle's lawyer 100%.
Yeah.
And then when it was pointed out that not only could he not be Kyle's lawyer because he didn't live in North Carolina, or practice in North Carolina, rather, also
he had been explicitly stating from the beginning
Nate wouldn't be Kyle's lawyer because he thought he was wrong.
Spoiler alert, later in this video, he tries to lead Ben on this line of questioning, and it's purely just to attack Nate. So
yeah. Again,
yeah, we talked about that a little bit last time.
Yeah. Again, ask the guy whether he was, whether he consented to Carl's behavior or not in their relationship, and then 2 minutes later they're saying, yeah, but what about Nate? I mean, the empathy is just off the chart. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had friends like this, I could probably rule the world.
It's Dr. Cross. Yeah. So Dr. Cross, can you tell me what you meant? You deleted the comment, which is fine, and I'm not coming for you. I just couldn't tell if you were complaining about us commenting on someone's education, or if you're talking about Steve commenting on people's education. I was trying to see how that made sense in either direction. So just explain to me. I just was curious. Anyway, you're the one. So hi.
I agree with Mage. I felt like Nate, especially towards the beginning, seemed rather even-handed. There were a bunch of videos that got taken down, and I know he's going to put them up on another account, and I'm not sure if he's actually gotten to putting them up on another account. But he also has like 16 hours of freaking videos of like legit just like polling like, hey, on this live stream, Steve said this, and this lines up with like this law, and like just like legit just like evaluating what they said against the case law. And I thought that those were really good. I know later on he did get some more opinionated stuff. But to be fair, I think we all get a little bit opinionated when we get fucking
Oh, well,
attacked.
it's all opinion. It's all opinion in Nate's case. I mean, he says at the beginning of every video,
Yeah.
"This is my opinion."
Because he
This is
has
not
I mean,
to.
a little more one-sided, I should say. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
just to point that out. And that was another thing that Steve likes to forget and neglect. Right? He seems to think that everything Nate says must be as a lawyer, and it must be illegal because he doesn't practice in North Carolina. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to go down this desperate line of thinking?
Okay, Cross.
It's hilarious. It's just hilarious.
Cross cleared up and said, "Yeah, okay, yeah," because they do. So with Dr. Misha, they said she called her a dishonest PhD, and he said like he has honest PhDs, like Landon, people like
Oh.
that. And I'm like, what? So like PhDs are dishonest, like Fiona, like Dr. Misha, they're dishonest PhD people, but people like Landon are
They've called me an
honest.
idiot multiple times and said that I'm unintelligent. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, you like, here's the thing, like if you have a particular expertise in a PhD, like for instance, somebody that Doc Savage or Scientist Mel or student Dr. Ben, people that are very educated, going to, for instance, on the COVID stuff, I'm going to listen and perk up with them because they have the expertise and opinion on that, and they went to school for that, right?
Yeah.
But Steve does is a little different. He grabs all the PhD people that are more educated and stuff, and he grabs it and uses it to validate and bolster his own positions. Because this PhD person is with me, I'm now validated. Like I'm now a peer with this PhD person. And it's what Drag and Sam recognized early on. They were going to school, getting educated, and they went, I don't think I want to sign on for this. Like, this is weird.
Yeah. A
yeah.
good point as well with Drag. Okay. I mean, it's not a pun to say, but I mean, he literally went, right, I'm going to educate myself, and went out and did it. Right now, all of the time that Steve has spent on the internet, he could have been educating himself. He could actually have a PhD by now if he was A, smart enough, and B, actually put in the effort to do that. But no, of course, he
Yeah.
thinks that this career, in inverted commas, that he's got, being sole owner of NHS, NSS copyright bullshit, is something special, right? Which, of course, is just complete bollocks because it's internet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just saying. I mean, yeah. I guess if you're Nate and you are qualified in something, and you can give opinions which people genuinely want to listen to, then yeah, maybe you can make a career out of it. But no, not if you're unqualified, just an opinion speaking person that is only going to copy what other people say and get it wrong half the time anyway.
Yeah.
It's just,
I mean, you got to get it right
amazing.
all the time.
Amazing.
Or
Well, you've got to
most
have
of
the
it.
expertise in it to be that way, right? Student Ben, he's likely to have a big YouTube channel if he wants, because he genuinely knows what he's talking about within a particular area. Genuinely knows it. Okay. Nate genuinely is, a lawyer, right? He
That's right.
genuinely is
Despite
qualified
what
to
they are
a
saying.
very high degree. Okay, not just slightly qualified, but he's got a lot of experience in the field.
Can you
And
imagine if
so,
I just roll in and I start like complaining to Dr. Misha? Well, you don't know history. Can you imagine?
yeah,
Exactly, Dr. Cross. Like
yeah.
I feel like most of the people who are highly qualified in their field have better shit to do than fucking talk about it on YouTube.
Exactly. Although they're quite, we appreciate when they do.
Yes.
I'm saying that.
Absolutely. Yes.
I mean,
yes.
like with Ozzy and Alex Malpass, I've really appreciated being able to talk to those guys. Purple, those kind of guys, I've appreciated talking to them because I've learned a lot from them because
Yeah,
they
that's why they're so
genuinely know what
appreciated,
they're
Mr.
talking about.
Yep.
Exactly.
It's true.
Exactly.
And again, like appreciating and going, I learned from you is different than saying I'm now your peer and I'm using your PhD, which is a whole different thing, right?
Well, Steve sort of like, yeah. I mean, he says, "Oh yeah, I've learned from them, but then now I've surpassed them because I've got my own paper." right? And do you know what I mean? And it turns out, no, it's just you're just copying other people again. Your paper, in inverted commas, which has never been published yet. Let's just get that straight. It's never been peer reviewed. Is a load of bullshit, and it's just a copy of what other people have got, and other people have got wrong. So yeah, as an opinion piece, like the Draper piece, right, that he likes to refer to all the time, which is just an opinion piece. It's not peer reviewed.
Yeah.
It's at that level if it was right, which it's not. It's been debunked several times by several people.
Yeah, I think Keela gets to the heart of it here. No one needs an education to debunk some of these subjects or hosting a YouTube debate channel, but it shouldn't be belittled. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think it is appreciated. And Dr. Cross said, I'm usually in the lab, I'll chat while I wait for experiments. I make a video here and there. And that, yes, that is so much appreciated. It really is because yeah, most of us who have time to sit around and host debates and host panels and stuff, we don't have that education. So thank you.
No. I have a PhD in DayZ though, just to put that out there.
Yeah.
Also, Simos teaches at Petty University. He's one of our
I do, yeah. I do.
PhD professors.
And I've also I've minored in pedanticism as well.
I am a shaniologist.
I say minored. What I mean is it's a bit more than I've got enough credits to get a minor in pedanticism.
I love to have conversations about philosophy, but here's the trick. Here's what's interesting. I just want to put this out here. You can talk about philosophy, and sometimes it's above my pay grade. Like there are people where they like malpass that it's like bestow upon me the knowledge, and I'm like, I don't understand. Can you say it in simpler words? but either way, like you learn and you grow, right? And hopefully philosophy can be fun and an exploration of ideas and help you re-examine your positions and other people's positions and kind of think outside the box. And it's such an amazing tool that is just used for ponage and shaming, and it's going to waste.
Can be, yeah. And I think most of us on here that have seen the rise of the I don't know, the whatever weaponizing philosophy have found it extremely distasteful. And Steve is an expert at trying to do that. I had a debate with him once where it was nothing but him trying to school me on philosophy, which was pretty stupid when I wasn't looking. Yeah, well, I wasn't even going to go there, but anyway.
Well, Ben says hi to me and Spackle, but not you.
Oh, okay, Ben. Well, thank you, mate.
It's a little.
Ben said hi to me, therefore I'm peer reviewed and I can talk about the COVID now.
That's what it means. That's what it means.
Thank you, Ben. I take back everything I said about your channel being successful. I'm just saying I am qualified pedanticist.
He is. He is.
Anyway, no, all the best to you, sir. All the best.
On for just a conversation. There was nothing would make me more happy than to have both of them on to just have a conversation with them because
I'll ask them.
Because I was almost
after she's been talking about how like she thinks that purity culture is bullshit, nothing would make me happier than to have them on and just have a conversation. I mean, I think their opinion is complete bullshit, but I just want to have a conversation. Oh, Simos is attackable in the chat. Okay.
I've got this olive branch, but I'm poking it in your eye.
Yeah, exactly. I'm bringing an olive branch. Let me smack you with it.
I was so close to being that thing. So
she was one of those Pentecostals. You guys don't know.
Yes.
She was a Pentecostal, pure and innocent.
Not a chance.
And
I do not believe that for a moment. Do I believe that she could be sincere enough to be an actual believer?
Okay, I have a lot of questions. Pentecostal.
Does that make her parents Pentecostal? Were her parents Pentecostal? Oops.
I bet Canadian Pentecostal is pretty much like being a Methodist.
Oh, thank you.
I don't.
Have you ever spoken in tongues? I just want to know.
Yeah, that's what I know of the Pentecostals.
Power, 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 power.
I mean, I know some Pentecostals here that are not.
She has made as much sense in some of her streams. I will say that.
Oh, sorry, that's the other stream we were in. Sorry.
Power, power, power. Taco, taco, taco.
Okay. I mean, maybe at one point she's Pentecostal. I'm surprised because there's nothing in chess that ever has flagged to me like she has Christian roots.
Not at all to me.
Well,
But
I mean, again, sincerity is the thing here. I'm sure that she followed the kids around. You know what I mean, like a smell.
This is a person that takes D&D alignment seriously, and she calls herself chaotic neutral.
God, my God, yeah. I mean, yeah. Sorry.
I just
Yeah.
plus like I don't like.
I don't mind a bit of D&D, by the way, but I think taking it seriously is a problem. When you start comparing real life to D&D, I think you've got a bit of an issue going on.
It's much better to go with the sorting hat because I'm a Hufflepuff all the way.
Same.
Just saying.
Oh, excuse me a minute.
But every time we mention that, we also have to mention she who must not be named, and
no idea.
Just saying.
No idea, but it does explain.
Trans women are women, trans men are men.
I also want to say that welcome to Sherwood, my lady. If you watch the original Errol Flynn Robin Hood, you'll also know that he's guilty of statutory rape. Enjoy that information. Things like that happen.
Bunny, why does this not surprise me?
Things that we love, get tainted by people being shitty. It happens sometimes in art. You love one thing and you don't love the other thing. You can love the stories of what's that racist guy, the Chitlu guy. My brain just went whoop. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
The guy that horror genre. Chitlu.
No.
Jim Crow era. Oh, not Stephen King. I cannot think of his name. Someone's gonna rescue me probably in chat and remember his name.
Clive someone?
No. But you can like that and know that he's still a racist, right? Like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I understand, I appreciate the art, but I also know that he said some shitty things.
Okay, Lovecraft, Emily says.
Lovecraft, thank you.
Thank you, I missed that.
Flew out of my brain and I was like, I can't think of it.
Anyway, so there's me. I'm going to retract the thing I said about her ears. I thought that's why she called herself Goblin, but obviously it's because of D&D. So.
Yeah, clearly, yeah.
It's true though. Like, how much D&D was she allowed to play growing up Pentecostal?
That would explain why she is somewhat besotted by the I don't know, by the game, I guess. Call it a game if you want.
It is a game. I mean, it is. At its heart. Daisy is also just a game.
What?
That's reality.
What?
I literally have just been reborn. I am rebirth, and that's reality, guys. There is life after death. Daisy is real.
Yeah.
Spackle, this one time, Zimos can tell you about it. They came and knocked on my door while I was playing, and they were like, "Hey!" So like in 15 minutes, there was just a knock at my door, and it was this guy, and he's like, "Hey, in 15 minutes, we're gonna have to shut off your power for like the next 45 minutes."
Yeah.
And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Well, is it like life and death?" And I was like,
yes.
Technically, no.
It is.
And I came back and told Zimos, and he's like, "Why didn't you say yes?"
We're in the middle of a raid here. What?
Oh, I was a raid leader, and I'm still friends with this friend. We became really, really good friends, actually. But I was a raid leader, and
in Rust,
No, I was WoW. I was WoW.
Oh,
I
wow.
was.
Okay.
Honestly, I was more the social GM person, and then we had a raid leader that was really, really on point. That also would be in charge of the raid, and he had autism, and he, like, I swear to goodness, he saw everything at all times. He was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you standing in fire? Move out of the fire!" Like, he'd hold everybody's hands,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and tank at the same time. He was brilliant. But like, yeah, we were like a semi-progressive guild. But in the middle of everything, semi-progression, right? Like, this is like serious. We're on boss number 4. It's for all the bananas. We're making progression. We're all excited. In the middle of the fight, boss is down to like 15%. Our healer, who's a druid, goes, "I gotta go." We're like, "No, no, no, no! Wait until at least the boss fight. I gotta go. No, no, no!" And we're like in Ventrilo at the time because it's old school. And no, 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 trying to convince her to not to go. We're almost there, and I gotta go. And she's like, "Listen, Mom brought home chicken," and then she just left the raid, and we wiped because Mom brought home chicken.
Chicken.
Mom brought
And we're
home
like,
chicken.
really, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I've made Savage stay on like for an extra 20 minutes while he managed to sort something out. You can't leave now. Can't leave now.
And the whole raid's done.
Oh dear. Anyway, moving on. Let's get back to this. Let's try and stick on topic for at least 5 minutes. Shall we?
I
make
think we
that
like each
5
other too much, and that's the
pledge?
problem.
5.
Yeah.
We can play Daisy after
I don't
this.
disagree.
Zimos is right.
Yeah. Sorry, whoever said we talk more about Daisy. Yeah.
I mean, we do. It's okay.
Well, it's
We
the
can
new
play
thing.
later.
That I was talking to that could have easily gone in that direction. It didn't end up happening. And
I
I'm
don't know
like,
what she's
"Oh,
saying
yes,"
anymore.
because that's not fair.
Smitty. It was Smitty.
It was Smitty.
Oh, shall we run it back?
Busted.
No. 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 I don't want to run it back.
Sorry.
Okay. Having to hear them twice is bad.
It was Smitty.
Something with
Always
Smitty.
Busted.
Smitty came over to my stream. Is that what they were talking about?
I think so.
Okay.
I can tell you the guy's name, but I could have very easily become Paul and Morgan. I would have become the Morgan.
Oh.
And
No.
so it's a
Oh.
very interesting than like, hey, Morgan could have become me and I could have been Morgan.
I
Had
doubt
the
it. She's attractive.
situation been slightly different.
Jesus.
It'd be just an amazing.
You think Morgan is more
amazing
attractive than Cheshire?
Oh yeah, by a long
Yes.
way. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Oh, and talented. Did I mention talented? Oh, and smart. Yeah.
I haven't seen Morgan accuse people of SA yet that are victims of SA. So like by default, they're like personhood. Like at least we'll start there. Purity culture bad, yeah, but at least Morgan hasn't done that.
Yeah, she's
I don't
talented.
know.
She's
I
a
think
good
it's the
singer.
demisexual in me. Like
She's-
Morgan has like those like uber Christian vibes, and it makes her unattractive to me. I think.
Oh well, lying about SA, accusing victims of SA is more attractive than someone's Christianness.
The
Yeah,
rabbit,
I mean
the rabbit teeth don't help here, by the way.
Jesus.
They're not helping.
I don't
Just
know.
saying.
I
I
feel
actually
like you
don't
couldn't
like-
force me to have sex with either of them.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. I'm just gonna be I'm gonna be the downer here. I don't like the sexualized Chesh and Manya. 1, because it grosses me out, but 2, because I feel like that's what the problem is with Steve.
Yeah, I get
Mhm.
you. I get
Well, that's
you.
how they control Steve.
Like the thing is like most people will have a guy on YouTube, and whether or not he's bangable or not is not the question. But if a girl gets on YouTube, whether or not she's bangable or not is the question, and that's kind of why I usually just kind of, as
Should
much
we
as they're
talk about
funny
whether or
jokes,
not
but
Steve is bangable?
Bungable, for sure, obviously.
these are things I don't want to think about.
He's like a
Yeah.
It's like a 5, 5.5.
He wore pleather pants once.
It's like a 5. Oh my god. You're so easy, aren't you, Savage?
I mean, if you want to play Mary Shadcliffe, I can make people vomit.
Oh.
I mean,
No.
he has kind of a similar vibe to one of my exes.
Well, he's kind of got a like a discount Steven Seagal kind of look, isn't he?
Yeah.
bumbling and
Do
incompetent.
you know what I mean? Well, just fucking, yeah, I don't know. Just gross, man.
Kind of
Kind of
Just-
guy that would clean up condoms. That kind of guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Somebody
oh.
made that joke later on in the side chat, so we'll keep an eye out for the condom jokes in the side chat later, because they're quite funny.
I will definitely keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Pick their brains.
Pick their
oh,
brains.
man. Okay, so
Pick their brains.
2.5 hours in almost. All right, continuing on.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yes, I do know
Bubba-
that. I do know that Paul Morgan had befriended Jacqueline Glenn.
Jacqueline
not
Glenn,
a big
that's her
fan.
name. Yeah.
To my audience / followers and subscribers, I am certain that most of you are aware of how much I cared about Kyle, not about Steve though. And you
Now remember,
must
I'm the
know
narcissist,
how,
according to him. Me. Sorry.
you must know how betrayed and heartbroken I am right now.
Hang on a minute. Just
would
stop
not
it right there. I need to find out which one is which.
Oh God.
Oh, hang on a minute. I've just worked out which one I am. Okay, never mind.
I mean, do we need to?
That's a Steve tweet.
Oh dear. Oh yeah, no, that's the other point. Yeah.
Yeah. As a demisexual, I do think Morgan has an aesthetically pleasing to look at face. That doesn't mean much of anything. Like, congrats on her face, I guess. The rest of her is shit. So,
No, I like her hair.
See,
No,
I'm
good
weird.
call, Keela. I should play them.
Yeah.
We did 1.25 last time.
we did, and that's fine. That's fine. I can deal with 1.25. It's just when she gets so like goblin-y, that's the point. I can't stand. You know, it's too much for me. But anyway, carry on. Thank you for being here, Fabio, as well. Thank you for your kind support.
Thank you.
It's Fabio.
Please like and subscribe if you haven't already.
Yeah, and share.
And
Oh,
share.
and remember my Patreon. Thank you for the super chat, Fabio.
Thank you for the super chat, Fabio.
Cash app.
That I loved Kyle. Well, I'm sorry, then why didn't you get together with him? Is it because he's a domestic abuser?
Yeah, and I'm sorry. Why? And if you love Kyle, why didn't you say Kyle?
Why'd you
That's
get
really
together with him?
weird.
Yeah.
So like there was a vibe between Jimmy and Kyle for a while as you were watching it going, are they flirting with each other? Like there was that vibe for a while where it's like, eh.
There was a rumor that they were like had a thing going. But
Yeah.
I did not find any evidence to back up this rumor. I did
know
talk
what?
about this.
You know what I think?
Sorry, I got to interrupt. As a straight man, Kyle is a good-looking guy, right? I mean, let's not beat around the bush.
Perfect cupcake head.
I think his hair
he's
needs to be
got-
shorter.
He's got some macho shit going on there, which is, yeah. You know, so I'm just saying.
works out his
everybody likes a
shoulders.
bad boy, and Kyle is a bad boy.
Kyle's
There
like
you
a
go.
7. 7.5.
He dresses
Oh,
well.
right,
He
right.
works out his shoulders or whatever, you know.
I'm very worried now about my score.
And at the time, Jimmy had a man bun going on, which is like, you know, that I think I judged Jimmy right from the bat over the man bun, and
Oh.
then like I never got over that hump. Like it just kind of got
I
lessened.
should have. I should have just judged the man bun from the start, huh?
Yeah, I think so. And then I was just like, for whatever reason, Jimmy, I just didn't connect with him so much. But like they would flirt back and forth. Like it seemed like it. Like they had a vibe going. And so you were wondering, like, are they gonna like, you know, who knows? But like now they're mad that Jimmy and Kyle didn't get together. Like they're actually mad about it. Like I don't understand what
I think you might be right, Brina. I didn't think about that, but you might be
Yeah,
right.
I've got that impression before as well.
He
But then he doesn't,
definitely-
right? Even G-Man does that, and he's G-Man.
that's
So.
true. That might be that. But anyway, two narcs together. Do you think they're actually gonna work out? Like, no, probably not.
No.
Yeah, it would have gone poorly. It would have started poorly and ended poorly.
And I don't know who the top is in that situation.
That's part of the problem.
Right, exactly. Like I look at it and I picture them throwing each other off the couch, like the L word, where like people like writing these gay fantasies about the L word, and they're like, this person will be with this, and they paired Bet with I think Shane, which is like two power tops, right? And they're just
I don't know.
like, and they're just like throwing each other around like, no, this isn't you on top, you on top. I don't know. And just like, that's it. We give up.
And
Yeah.
Richard came in at just the right time.
Hello, Richard. Good to see
Hello,
you.
Richard.
Richard, I want to tell you we did a contest in Dragoons where people take a screenshot of a tiny little thing on someone's stream, and you have to guess the YouTuber for all the points. And I won, and it was one screenshot. It was part of your beard, and I said Richard Madsen, and they're like, "How do you know?" I'm like, "Because I can't stop staring at his beard when he's on. I love you, but like I'm a little beard phobic, so I know your beard by heart now." I'm just saying.
I have like a little bit of beard envy. Like I don't really want a beard because like I have seen like my wife before she transitioned like all of the fucking upkeep with that shit. Like I do not want a beard, but like sometimes when I see like a really nice one, I'm a little jealous.
I have sideburn envy. I think if I was a dude, I'd rock that whole James Dean sideburn thing. Like, you know.
Oh my god. I hate having facial hair. I just hate it so much. I mean, admittedly, I can't grow a decent. Well, I can grow a decent moustache, but I cannot grow a decent beard. Mainly because I didn't shave when I was a teenager. I didn't shave at all. I refused to shave because I knew if I shaved, I would have to keep shaving more and more.
Okay.
So
A beard
you
wig.
know,
That'd be good.
I hate
Ooh, a
beards.
beard wig. Now, Dr. Ben is still in the chat. Is that Dr. Ben is Simos right about this? That if he had to shave as a kid, that if he didn't shave as a kid, that it has anything to do with him not growing a beard as an adult.
Oh yeah, there is that rumor. If you shave, like people would say, don't shave your pubes because if you do, people used to say that to me as a teen. If you do, you'll get more pubes. And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm gonna shave my pubes.
Yeah.
My husband just screamed, it's like hell when they grow back. This is true.
Well, I've tried that a few times, but no, I mean, I never really started having to shave daily until I was about in my late 20s. I didn't shave for the first time till I was like 19, I think.
Shaving just makes it look thicker because of the blunt ends. But
The
shaving
beard is
doesn't
not a
really-
lawn.
A beard is not like a lawn. Well, it seemed to work with my hair. When I want really long hair, I just keep trimming it. Every couple of weeks, I trim it, and it seems to just keep growing and growing and growing. And now I
Now
can
you have
grow.
luscious long locks.
I do have my hair's long, and it gets long very quickly as well. So I don't know what that's all about.
Do you have to trim your eyebrows?
Yeah.
I have to trim my eyebrows.
Yeah, I do a little bit. Yeah, because it's too much. Like I don't want to look like I have spider legs.
Is that why I don't have any hair on my chest? It's because I never ate my
Eating
crusts.
crust, put hairs on your chest. Okay.
Oh my gosh. All right. All right.
I
I
did
We
not
digress.
know that eating crust put hair on your chest.
Yeah,
Oh
no,
man,
me neither. Somebody told me it was
Oh,
sperm. My
is
uncle
that
told me it
why
was
I look
sperm,
like
but
Magnum?
okay.
well, April seems to be backing up your point, Simos. They never shaved and they
There
don't
we
have a
go.
beard.
Thank you, April.
I'm assuming with a
Thank you.
name like April, they might be assigned female at birth, but that's just a guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, no, yeah, you're absolutely right, Crafty. 7 minutes we've managed to do. Can we stop getting
I'm-
distracted,
Yeah.
I'm
please?
very fortunate because of my facial hair. Like I'm very lucky that I don't have like a beard like some people do or a mustache. But I can tell you I've got like a little bit of peach fuzz, like that's like right where like you would have like sideburns. And I just opt to leave it there. Now some people shave that little peach fuzz, but it's perfectly blonde and short.
Yeah.
So like I just leave it. But then I have this one whisker. I'm gonna just tell you about it real quick because like I feel like everybody's dealt with the one whisker.
We've all got the one whisker. Yeah.
Mine comes out
So-
here.
So
I'm not kidding. It's like right here.
So I split my chin open at Baptist summer camp where everybody paddled to the cove. We were jumping off rocks and I did a Superman and I landed on a rock and split my chin open. It was a big, huge scene. Got a scar down there. and it's right there where I have that one whisker, and it just like is nothing. Oh my gosh, what the hell is this? And I have to pluck it, right? Like, but that's it. Like, I'm pretty good, so I feel fortunate.
Okay, and of course, Humorous, I'm thinking is maybe a part 20 series. This is what happens when you don't come into our hangouts, Humorous. we cannot focus, right? You are
Humorous
like
kept
you
us
are
on
like
track last time.
you are like Ritalin to this to us. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
can't
remember
Okay.
when
remember.
Nadia? Remember when Nadia used to pluck her hairs on camera, and it used to wig me out. I was like, "Don't do that on camera. Go to Icon, please."
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
I'm pushing the button.
Oh,
I'm pushing the
Nadia.
button. Now that we're done talking about hair,
I'm shaving.
Oh,
you
hang
do
on a
it.
minute.
That doesn't exist, and kick Bull in it
Thank
off.
you,
Hashtag
Spooky.
what about Bull, who was a gay man. You often
You're a
get
gay
once
man.
there, buddy, but you allow Kyle to screw over another gay man and beat up two of his boyfriends. Well, I'm sorry.
Wait,
beat up
what?
supposedly.
Wait,
Hang on a minute. That's a stretch too far there.
That's a little bit of
so
yeah.
so Kyle had to remove Bull because I talked to Kyle about this because I was like, "What happened to Bull's really kind of fucked up." And what was explained to me was that Bull was relaying information to Reds, so Bull had to be removed because of that, because Reds wasn't involved in any agreement, and so now you have this weird sticky situation. I don't think Kyle was like, "Yeah, let's go abuse another gay man." I think that honestly, like it's all a mess and how it went down, but I can see that once he goes down that road of why he would have to.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was out of necessity. Now, that's not to say that Kyle didn't make a fucked up decision, and I feel like probably should have, like, taken that into account that it could have happened from the start, when he decided
Oh,
to do this
yeah.
hostile takeover.
Yeah, he didn't do a hostile takeover. Remember the first offer that was offered to Steve was you can still come on and do your shows and you'll still get 50% for that. But we are going to do these other shows with these other hosts. Or I am going to do these other shows with these other hosts. Steve wasn't kicked out. That was never the deal to start with. Steve only got kicked out because he refused to accept the deal that was offered to him to carry on going, right?
Because he felt like he was entitled to half of everything that was on the channel, whether
Sure.
he was involved in it or not. He
Exactly.
felt like that was the agreement.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's clearly just nonsense anyway, right? I mean, that's not even reasonable, especially as the show wasn't making money at the time, particularly. So, I just think, Carl's trying to do something different. He's explained to Steve, and it was said to me anyway that he had explained to Steve that guests were avoiding the show because of Steve, and that these guests would not come on if Steve was on. So, in order to have these guests on, we need to sort out something different. Now, Steve wants to, if he refuses to accept that, well, clearly that's not living in reality because he was the one that pissed them off, and he continued to piss them off on Twitter, call them names, right, and extend it further, right? Because not just that, Seth Andrews also got involved because he's mates with the same group of people. All right, so there's even people that didn't come on his show that he was slacking off on Twitter, right? Who were just friends, right? So
Right.
clearly, Steve is the person that was architecture of the downfall of the show with Kyle. I mean, again,
Right.
Kyle
Now,
may not
obviously,
be right.
Kyle didn't handle it well, but
I
yeah.
think he tried to, but it was taken out of his hands by Reds getting involved and them releasing the off-air footage of them having an argument about it.
Yeah.
Right?
And how Reds
baiting Kyle
supposedly
at
saw
points.
the books. Reds had no access to the channel. How would he see the books unless Bull showed him, right?
Yeah.
There you
By
go.
books, I mean the analytics of the channel and stuff like that. So like that would have been Bull. Bull would have been the conduit for that, most likely.
So again, just to put it in perspective, I don't think Carl went about this in the wrong way necessarily. He just thought that Steve was a reasonable person and wasn't going to sit there and go, oh yeah, no, actually, good point. We want to make this a success. If I want to continue getting some money from it, I'm better to take this deal than not. rather than Steve going, right, I'm just going to fuck everything up because I'm not being treated like the center of attention that I deserve to be because I am the intellect.
I think at one point on Red's channel, the term was, "We will burn this channel to the ground."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I feel like both parties could have handled it differently and better, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I'm not laying the blame at Carl's feet for that. Right? I mean, again, from my understanding, right, then he was trying to reason backstage away from the public crowd to try and get a new deal made which would be acceptable to both parties or both sets of guests, shall we say, the guests coming in and those that didn't want to work with Steve, right? So, and I understand Steve then going, oh, people don't want to work with me. Well, and I think
Yeah.
that's when the mistake started happening, right? And Kyle could have just said, oh yeah, good point, actually, Steve. Right? Should we just separate here? And I'll start another channel with all these other guys, so those that don't want to be with you, and then we'll carry on doing NSS 3 or 4 times a week, whatever we've agreed,
Yeah.
And that's Carl's thing, right? But then I don't blame Carl for that because he started the channel. It was his idea, right? The podcast was originally Carl on his own, and then he got
Yeah.
Steve involved. So I don't know. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Fabio.
I was just gonna pull
Yeah,
that up.
Thank you. We can get back to the idiots now.
Yep.
Drug induced, was it? Did Ben say he was there? I think he said there was drugs involved when he was, quote, his words, not mine, that he was raped by Kyle.
He said that.
But
he said that he was, I think, meth raped.
I think
He said
Ben
drug
said there
rape.
was drugs involved.
His words, not mine.
Pause. Originally, when he said it, he said that in a way where it made it sound like it was the
Just
main,
sexual.
yeah, sexual, and also on drugs, like the same. And so, because it was left open the first time he said that, there were people that used that and said, "What about Fiona Robinson and Exiled and Holy Spackle?" and immediately took that and weaponized that. So I want to point out that it was left in this weird open zone, and now it's just drugs, okay, which is also bad, but it's not the same.
Yeah. He's got no, he just said something which is completely false.
Right. Yeah. It's
I mean, it may be true, but he's got no evidence that it is true.
well, it's inaccurate as to the evidence we have. Yeah.
Drugs they were, maybe ecstasy or
Well,
meth, whatever.
it's one of two things.
He did say there was drugs involved.
We would have to ask Ben.
They
if
are
he
kind
meant-
of clarifying
We'd
a
have to
little
ask Ben if he meant that he was sexually
Well, she
assaulted,
is,
or
yeah.
if he took drugs that he did not consent to taking. Because those
No,
are
I
two
don't think.
different things.
I don't think he was. I don't think he took drugs he didn't consent. I
Well,
think
the
he was
answer
under
is
the influence, and then he was raped.
if he says that he was
Pause.
meth raped,
So she didn't bother to straighten that out early. Something's happened to where she knows that it's fucked, and she's trying to straighten it out way later, because there was the initial conversation, then there was an interview, and now there's like this adjustment story. So interesting. Either way, it's not Ben that I'm swinging at so much as their use of Ben. The way that they
Yes.
use him is really weird.
Yes.
Hmm.
No,
I don't think he went down fast. Hang on. I think he was just disappointed and got a bit depressed, so went back to his previous lifestyle.
All right. Yeah.
then the answer is that without clarification, we don't know which one that is.
Which they do specify later.
I think he did say that he was doing drugs with Kyle when he.
Well, yeah, he said that also,
willfully,
but that's a different
was
thing
just
than doing a
drugs.
specific drug. That
Yeah,
he
that's
didn't
right. Yeah,
consent to.
absolutely.
So all I'm
But either
saying,
way, there was unconsensual sex. You agree?
no, not necessarily.
And I
Other
think
than
that there
infant
might
sex,
have been, and we don't
So
know.
okay, so listen, I don't know
But he didn't
whether
say
or not
that
there was
explicitly.
unconsensual sex, because what I'm saying is that what he said was a little bit unclear without further question, and
Okay.
and we weren't going to question
And
him
it
on that
might be
episode.
unclear for him
We were-
too.
You're right.
One,
you're right.
we
No, he
weren't
did say-
prepared.
It also might be one of those situations where, looking back on it, like maybe Kyle did take advantage, but like he could see how like Kyle wouldn't think that he was taking advantage. I mean, I know I have like some experiences with my exes where I like look back on it and I'm like, wow, that's kind of fucked up that they did that. Like when I really obviously wasn't into it, but like, was that sexual assault? Probably not. But like
It's-
by
Yeah.
somebody's definition, it might have been.
It's hard to know, and really the definition that matters is Ben's, right? So like
Mm.
I
Well, they
Exactly.
try and clarify it later with Ben, and
Yeah.
I believe he says, not really. It wasn't sexual assault, really.
Right. But it
And
was just drugs.
likewise, I mean, I completely agree with what you've just said. Some guys are just manipulators in that way. And, you go into the relationship knowing that in some sense or feeling that. And it seems to me that Carl is that type of person.
Coercion.
Yeah, he's on that end. And guys, he probably picks up people who are looking for that kind of relationship.
Well, and he's obviously very aggressive, as we've seen in video. So, yeah, we don't know where that line was for them. So,
yeah, exactly. Okay.
For that.
It was out of nowhere. It was like,
right. So,
but like giggles.
This is my shock look.
The question is, yeah, Kyle drug raped me. So does that mean he raped him under the influence, or does that mean he gave him drugs but he did not consent to taking? I don't know which he meant. It could be either.
That means
it could be both.
But
I don't know.
But that was out of nowhere, right? We're just having a conversation. All of a sudden, it was like Kyle date raped me.
3 bombshells. There was the bombshell of it was Nate's idea about the service. There was the bombshell that the first person to talk to Ben about his abusive relationship with Kyle was
stop there a second.
Because she messaged him about it.
They've got no. They just mentioned Nate again. They've got no idea whether that was Carl's idea or not. I mean, whether that was Carl's idea or not. And I can guarantee you that if Carl said, "I know I'm living at Ben's," right, then of course that would imply that the service was false. And because Steve also said the service, we know that Kyle isn't at his home address, then he's implying that the service is false. So all of this is Steve rewriting history and nothing to do with the actual truth of the matter. Carry on.
DMs like.
Oh yeah, I've never even made those public, but I do have Ben's messages with Katie, where Katie was asking him all about him and Kyle's sexual. Like it's any of her business. Weird.
But weirdly, you're gonna like ask him later. So okay.
Just weird. I have those DMs. I have those messages that he has given me. I just haven't made public. Weird.
Okay, I'm going back to this because Jimmy is
better. Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, sorry, just another thing there. Ben does seem like that type, doesn't he, that gets easily manipulated. I'm just saying, right? How has Steve got private DMs between him and Katie? I mean, what has that got to do with Kyle? I don't get that at all.
Because Steve has to like be on, like he has to have the insider information on everything. He just wants us to
I know he's nosy as fuck, but
yeah.
I mean, it's not relevant to Kyle. I mean, Ben could just say, well, this is what happened between Kyle and I, and that's good enough for Steve.
Right.
It doesn't have to go, oh yeah, and I know I'll tell you why it's true, because I texted it to KJP.
Who is yeah, exactly. Like who's a known liar. Like
well, that he accuses of lying.
This is true. That's true. I didn't even realize he and I agree on that she's a fucking liar. So I mean,
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, secret evidence. Yeah, thank you, Crafty. Yeah, more secret evidence. Just like with the old warden. Yeah.
Where was I? How much I cared about. Yes. You wanted to suck Kyle's dick. Moving on. I would not be wrong. It would not be wrong to say that I love Kyle, except that I don't think I ever actually knew who Kyle was. Oh, boo.
Yes, I'm the narcissist, but god damn it, it's all about him.
Well, you are a narcissist, Steve. We all know that.
Well, Jimmy probably is one as well. I mean, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
In my opinion, not armchair philosophy.
So here's an interesting thing that I recently talked to a therapist about is so we have a tendency, a lot of us, to like think that like when we say I a lot that it's like selfish and stuff, but like the only people really who will immediately grab onto that and be like, oh well, are people who are actually being selfish themselves, because typically when we use the term I, we're just trying to express our feelings, and like
Yeah.
why, like that's actually like a really fucking healthy thing to do. Like this is kind of how I had a therapist explain it to me recently. It's
Yeah.
like, if somebody is like telling you like, oh, look at how many times you said I, the problem is not you. The problem is probably them.
I would agree.
But yeah. Did I miss comments?
No,
as
I think he gets attention, right? He becomes somebody. That's the thing.
Yeah. That's not to say that like both Steve and Jimmy, well, all three and Vic might all be narcissists. I don't know. I don't know them personally, but
At one time, this was to a lesser extent true of Steve too. He loved you, Steve.
We got along. Look. You know me. I try to be as circly accurate as possible. I did like Jimmy. We were good friends. I think at one time, or at least.
Try to act responsible. Yeah, try to act responsible.
I don't think
Nate
that they were good
is 100%.
friends.
I've got a fact. I've got evidence that Nate is 100% Carl's lawyer. Try to be responsible, Steve. Good man. Good man. Fucking idiot.
Like, do you think that Jimmy and Steve were friends?
No, never.
I think that they were acquaintances, and I know that Kyle and Jimmy were friends. But
Yes.
like,
What? You're saying that somebody doesn't like Steve? Is that what you're saying?
no.
I think Steve's friends were Reds and Bull, and I think he had friendly relationships with Shannon Q and Paul. But his real friends, are really Reds and Bull, and like the people you're seeing now, like those are the, but like when you look at the other hosts on the NSGE now, like no, like, and that's the other thing is his friends. It was Kyle's friends that were being brought on as co-hosts, and honestly, a lot of them were more interesting than Reds and stuff like that. But you notice it's not Steve's immediate friends that are getting brought on.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, Vic hates Shannon Q because Vic hates anybody that's her better. So Bill Ludlow, Shannon Q, she hates these people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though apparently, according to Steve, Shannon Q came to him in private and like apologized for taking Kyle's side.
I think she's sincere in the sense that she didn't want anybody to be hurt. Like,
I mean, I believe it. I'm not saying that like, oh, according to Steve. I'm saying that like that makes sense to me. That.
Yeah, me too. I mean, but I don't think she said she put it that way. I would imagine she said something like, "I'm not taking sides, Steve."
Yeah.
And
And I was lied to, and here is the reason why I might have done some things that like now I regret.
Things like Steve getting paid. Steve's getting paid. I have an accountant. I'm working on this. These are all lies that were being told to Kyle's friends. And Kyle really did a number on his friends. He left them holding the bag going. And the only thing they really did was be kind of naive and believe him. Like the way Steve believed him.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's,
I mean, again, I've got to say, somebody in Steve's position that says, "Okay, well, look, I'll meet up with you and you can bring me cash." Right? I mean, I'm sorry, Steve, but you're trying to make a deal to get your own money instead of saying, "Oh, hang on a minute, I don't have this written down that this is our agreement." Right? I can look at the books anytime I want because you have given me access to them. And you actually owe me X, Y, Z. So you have to take responsibility for yourself a little bit there, Steve. I've got to say, you're just sticking your head in the sand and then blaming everybody else for, for having seawater in your ears when you pull it back out again.
Interesting metaphor.
Thank you.
All right, moving on.
I just made it up.
Seawater in your ears. So I was just like stuck going, what idiom is this?
I
love
know.
it.
It's not that I've ever
Zimos
buried
idiom.
my head in the sand on the beach before, but just saying.
I feel like maybe you have. It sounds very much like you're speaking from experience, but I'm going to hit play anyway.
I had a bad relationship once. Let's not go there.
amicable. I mean, I liked the guy at one time. I'm not going to say otherwise. It wasn't until I recognized some
I'm
patterns.
not gonna lie.
I
I got weird vibes from that guy immediately as soon as I was in DMs with him. I was like, oh, this is weird.
Oh yeah, your DMs with him are freaky, dude. I don't know what the hell was. It was odd, but I mean, like I said,
Might be
With
because-
Chesh, was he like hitting on her? With Jimmy and Chesh? Is that?
We can go back and find out who they're talking about if you want.
I think that's Jimmy DMing, I guess.
That's what it was sounding like. I'm
the guy
gonna.
at one time. I'm not going to say otherwise. It wasn't until
along.
I recognized some patterns.
I'm not gonna
I
lie.
recognize him now.
I got weird vibes from that guy immediately as soon as I was in DMs with him. I was like, oh,
Jimmy.
this is weird.
Oh yeah, your DMs with him are freaky, dude. I don't know what the hell was. It was
He's
odd, but, I mean,
probably.
like I said,
Might be
like
because
hitting on
I'm
her.
younger and have tits.
Yeah.
Could be. No, I mean,
He doesn't really care about tits.
Wait,
Like,
did she say she has tits? Because I disagree.
He doesn't
I'm
really care about
dubious.
tits.
Sorry,
He
I
just
got
cares
triggered.
about somebody that can suck his dick, I think.
Just making a mockery of my my analogy to a 13-year-old boy now.
Oh, somebody might have told her that. So now she's gonna explain that she's a woman.
Oh, is that okay? That'll help.
Girl,
That'll
you'll
help.
be a woman.
I don't
She
think the
is a
pointy ears
woman.
are helping. I don't think the pointy ears are helping much, but nonetheless.
She is. She is. I was just thinking of that song. I think that was on the Pulp Fiction soundtrack, I think.
I also find it interesting that her beer stein is clear on the bottom. Did anybody else notice that? That the beer
Yes,
stein is clear on
did.
the bottom?
And she's drinking dark ale as well.
I
Is
have
it
questions.
plastic?
I'm guessing. Did you see how she breaks things? I have a video where she breaks things. I don't know. Crash. Like she flails around and breaks things. It's good that she has plasticware. Keep it there.
She maybe has plasticware. It's all right.
Yes, good point.
alright.
Stephen did ambush Bill in his own FB posts. Yeah, Facebook.
Yep.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Also, yeah, they went after Shannon Q. Yeah. This is some ridiculousness. They love to go after. They went after. Well,
did he hit on you? I don't know. No, he didn't really hit on you, did he? I don't remember.
Not that is recorded in.
Does Jimmy hit on people the way like
for another show? Got it. All right,
some people hit on people to make them feel good?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to. If you're a guy that hits on people and make them feel good, like there's actually a very small percentage of girls that dig that. Maybe stop.
there is but the thing is that there's a very small percentage of girls who dig that, and they'll just like panties disappear.
They just disappear. They don't even get thrown off.
There's a very. I look at it the other way. From my perspective, there's a small amount of guys that can get away with it.
Okay. Well, he did get away with it a lot for quite a while until he didn't.
Okay.
But
okay. Maybe he's one. Maybe he's an alpha. I don't know.
An alpha.
Ew.
God damn it. Here we go.
That just like that just made me whole
social
body
science.
gag. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm an alpha, you betas.
I didn't say he was an Adonis exactly, but you know. Anyway, moving on. Sorry to bring everybody down.
Both of them as
You
friends.
did
has
an
been
antacid
run.
after that.
Hey, but you didn't have to though.
Maybe if you had some ethics.
Hey, have you ever considered just not being an option?
Yeah, I mean,
Have you considered? have you
don't be a piece of
considered?
shit.
Oh my
Have
god,
you
are you guys
considered
familiar
maybe-
with Omegaverse? I mean, obviously Buddy is, but like for those of you who are, like, it's hilarious. I'm gonna take that as a no, Spackle and Zimos. I will explain it to you later. All right.
Thank you.
Not hiring on a dishonest lawyer who does everything he possibly can to lie about everything in regards to Steve to make Steve look like he's
All right,
bad.
another live from
Well,
You
Cheshire.
hired
Because he-
on.
I'm sorry. I'm just like the Omega and Bass. My brain is just stuck on a pregnant Jimmy. I'm sorry.
Oh Lord.
Oh my goodness. Yes, he's a little rotund, perhaps, but that's okay.
Steve's version of virtue
no.
ethics is just nonsensical. Like, you know,
Yeah.
virtue ethics makes sense, but when Steve explains it, I just want to like, I don't know,
Well, and
maybe
again,
head desk myself,
and
like
again,
till I pass out.
making this false accusation that Nate has hired his services out to anybody in this particular group. He's never done that, right? So
He has the utmost ethics,
again,
the
just
bestest
perpetuating
ethics.
the lie more again and again and again. I mean, they really are butthurt about Nate's channel blowing up. That's all I'm taking out of this. They are really butthurt.
And
Yeah.
honestly, Nate was one of the few people that stood up when Fiona was being attacked.
Yeah.
And how dare that happen, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, Steve has always had a problem with Nate because he recognised from straight away that Nate is not only smarter, he's also wittier. He's also, you know, just all round. He gets.
Can we talk a bit about some of the stuff
emasculated.
that's happened to Nate? So Steve befriended somebody named Defengo. And Defengo is known for certain activities, sort of like Roadhog. And
I don't know what that means.
just going over the line with things like that are just like Roadhog read KJP's R report on YouTube, like it's story time. Defengo goes after people and through Uni's docs up, for instance, and goes, you know, how would you like me to ruin your life, kind of thing. So somebody somewhere gave Nate a call. Well, the thing is you don't pick on Nate. Like Nate knows how to legally follow through and respond to you. So like they literally had the nerve to try to say, hey, we're just going to throw your information, your docs out there and, you know, like tell you and threaten you. And Nate's like, oh, well, okay, that's cool. We'll just report this. like, you know, like, and then it stopped. They had an understanding and it stopped. I'm just going to say that, like, we know that, like, Steve himself doesn't do this. At least I don't think so. But one of the things, the tactics that I've been seeing that group do is that they go, I don't do these things. Manya doesn't do these things. ATUT Productions doesn't do these things. Steve doesn't do these things. But we befriend creators like Roadhog or creators like Defango. And they don't do these things that we know of. I would never ask them to do these things, but we befriended these people. You see, there's a game that they play, and you know, because it's like, you know, third down the line, you know, that it's all cool. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yeah, yeah. That's
in my opinion.
I'm sure it wasn't one of those three that, you know, signed me up for a bunch of newsletters and sent my wife DMs on fucking Twitter, and you
or
know,
the person that called my work, I'm sure wasn't one of those three.
Right. But yeah.
Although it did turn out to be Reds that called G-Man's work, didn't it? Just saying.
It was Reds.
Well, Bull had a big. So Bull likes to slip up, and before he died, unfortunately, well, I don't know if it's unfortunate. Before he died, he started becoming a little more honest than usual, like a little more. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have done that. And I think he overshared his position in the Ridgeways, and that caused Reds to panic. And Reds had to explain, you know what, I did X, and I shouldn't have, and it's all those people's faults, and try to volley the ball back to the other direction.
Okay.
And so Reds wouldn't have said that had Bull not already overshared. So Bull has a problem oversharing.
Yeah, and so Reds did admit to being the one that the Gary Ridgway that called thing. But again, I've got to say, when that happened, when that first came about, there were 5 Gary Ridgways. And guess where they were all located? In Steve's server, in his G plus, whatever it was.
Group.
All 5 of them.
All 5. Well, there were 5. I don't know which one was the one, but let's just say multiple accounts with that name just appeared in his server.
3 of them I've triangulated towards them. And so what's interesting is it's always Drag's fault. It's always, you know, because, you know, Drag's like just reporting the news of what's happening with G-Man. And so it's like clearly his fault, right? Or, you know, so like Steve has happily tweeted about it, going, this is what these people do. These are what these people do. And I'm looking at it going, but they're still your friends. Like the people that actually did that took that train way too far, those people are your friends.
Yeah. And of course, drag had been long since out of that community when that happened. I mean, there's just no way it was drag.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
So anyway, there we go. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea, so hopefully we'll get through a little more of this.
Oh no, we're gonna have to suffer through the next few minutes without Simos's one-liners. Are you ready, Spackle?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
It's to being wrong about the definitions of atheism.
Oh! Definition of atheism.
Oh,
Right,
that summons Simus back.
yeah, let me just drink a bottle of whiskey quickly, because
Oh my god, a bottle.
We couldn't let him go. I think maybe he did go. Maybe he did go.
Okay.
I think he's just gonna grab a bottle of whiskey while he makes his cup of tea because we're gonna be talking about the definition.
No, this is how
Oh!
butthurt. They say we're butthurt, right? But dragging all this stuff up from
I
years ago,
know.
and she's talking about it right now. Unbelievable.
Well, this is what I started to say.
The definition of irony, right there.
This is the one I meant to click on.
Carry
That
on.
was a quick cup of tea, Simos. It's a very quick cup of tea.
I'm British. We're especially skilled in tea making.
Plus 20 to tea.
Me and my mom were kind of talking about this morning because she came over because I was still having migraines and she brought me some stuff. And I was like, I wanted to like do this later. And she's like, okay, like just so long as it isn't like stressing you out, And I was like, you're absolutely right because it did get to a point where it was stressing me out when they were, kind of like attacking back or whatever. And that was like when I had to kind of step away from Twitter and be like, you know what, whatever happens on Twitter happens on Twitter. I don't really need to like get into it. And at this point, this is like I hate to say it in some ways, but this is entertaining to me. Like
It can be. It can be. It also can be quite vicious. And I've had moments where I've cried over this stuff. I'm not gonna
yeah.
lie. But it's over what happened with Fiona and the severe attacks when Ash Scott tweets things like "you ought to be raped" to people, like
Yes.
that shit. Like because they think what was speaking out with the word and stuff, like that means that you're like clearly you need something horrible to happen to you so you'll understand. Like that shit like got me emotional to the point where like it would wear on me. It would because it was heavy and
This
there was
shit, like, previously, absolutely, it did. It did. And there's stuff where it's like when we talk about, Ben and his situation, everything, like that is heavy. But like I try not to like let it weigh on me to the point where it gets like it did before, where it
Yeah.
really did take an emotional toll on me. And
Yeah.
that's kind of part of the reason why I stepped away from doing so much Jimmy content and stuff was like it's just too emotional for me. Like while it's fun and entertaining and like dare I say a little bit of drama, um I'm willing to do these, panels and review their videos and stuff like that. But like if it gets to the point where it is too heavy for me, I am not above stepping away and being like, we're not talking about this anymore,
Well, and it depends on what place you're at too, because like I have major depression, so like if I'm in a place where I'm in a depressive swing, I'll take a break. Like the internet can wait at all times. So when somebody gets you wound up, like they're trying to wind you up, and you feel like you're getting like unless you want to answer those threads where you're getting attacked on all three sides, and you think it's funny or you're fine and you're a good place, and you want to play ping pong fine. But if you are not in a place to play ping pong at any time, anywhere, like anybody, them, you, whatever, you can go, I don't feel like this right now. I might come back to it later. And I don't think that's wrong. I've let off on people before. Like I was returning fire to Red's Rhetoric on Twitter, and then somebody in his family died. And I was like, well, now it's not appropriate to keep
Yeah.
hammering on Red's Rhetoric. I'll just leave him alone. Because I don't want to upset, like that's a whole different thing. Like he said some pretty awful shit. I rebutted, but then he's like, now someone died. And it's like, well, I'm not going to be that asshole.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And I remember like years ago. So I have a policy where I will engage one person per day in a directly opposing argument so long as we keep it civil. And the second that it becomes uncivil, like I'm fucking done and like you were the one for the day. So whatever. Um But I remember it was like a few years back where I was like talking to this guy and I was like, this sounds really like interesting. And we did have an opposing view on this. And I was like, can we talk about this tomorrow? Because my boyfriend is like going into back surgery right now, or I can't even remember. It was like something like that where I was like, he's like, I'm on my way to the hospital. Like, can we just talk about this tomorrow? And he was like, sure, you have some excuse. And I was like, no, really, like this is really what's happening in my life. And he actually came back and was really polite. We had like a really good discourse about it. But I I feel like I was worried when his first initial reaction was like, "Oh, sure, it's like some bullshit excuse." Because that is, I feel like a lot of times the reaction that I get where people are like, "Oh, whatever." Like you say that like you're having issues or whatever, but like really you're just fucking lazy.
And I extend that to like people like Manya. If you're just so wound up and emotional that like you're really, really, really having a hard time, step back and come back when you feel better. I don't think there's wrong. That being said, I have to tell you that there's a screenshot that was thrown up. Gosh, I would say like maybe a month or two ago. It like in your face. And it was a screenshot that Letty, if you see Letty, she's just, he, I'm not sure. It's a
They
screen name, right? On the screen. Letty's just insufferable generally, but Letty shared a screenshot of I was in a Twitter argument and I was arguing, playing ping pong, and all of a sudden I realized I'm getting angry. And when I get really angry, I might be mean and meaner than what I'd like to be. So I wrote a
same.
very honest response. And my honest response is, you know what? I'm going through a lot of grief right now. I feel like I'm more short and more likely to be angry. And I kind of left a response like that. I'm going to withdraw from this thread and just kind of put everything on mute, right? Letty like shared that screenshot a year later, and like the backstory is my brother just died and died a really bad death. And I was the only one in the city dealing with his body, and my mom had to fly in, all this horrible stuff. And I ended up having PTSD from that situation, like by like December. And so, like, that was not this summer, but the summer previously. So, and now I'm starting to still come to terms with these griefs and stuff like that too. So, like, if I say, like, hey, I realize I'm getting mean, and my meanness isn't exactly a right level of meanness to return. And this is why I'm sorry that I was ever honest about that. I will be sure to be not honest about that ever again to you people because you weaponize it and you screenshot and shared that up and threw that up recently and said that I weaponized my own brother's death. So fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
So at that point, I'm just like, these people are just so mean and unreasonable that even being honest and giving them quarter, you're gonna regret it.
yeah. Yeah. That's kind of how I felt. Obviously not to that extent, but that like if I am that like if I'm honest with them, then it's just gonna it's easier just to step away was kind of how I felt with Twitter. You know, a little I feel like to a much lesser amount, obviously, than what you were going through. But yeah, it
Yeah,
was just like I'm
it's just
not.
it's just an example of how they operate, like in my experience.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would concur as well. Absolutely. I've seen them say disgusting things. I mean, we all know that our friends have been lied about, and I think that's some of the reason why this particular group get picked on so much, and I think justly so.
yeah.
Um,
I mean,
and
is it
even though we
harassment
give
or
them
is it?
quarter, right? I mean, like, what's it up here? Anon said, "Has anyone actually asked Steve what his personal beliefs are?" And yeah, I've had an hour and a half debate with him on the subject of his beliefs, and I got nothing but interruptions and insults for an hour and a half until I finally insulted him back, and then I was kicked from the hangout for being abusive. I mean, it's just a joke. He's a joke, so I treat him as a joke now. I just yeah.
He and I
There
have
you go.
talked about our beliefs a little bit, and I think that he and I are kind of in agreement that like we don't personally believe in a God. whereas we could be convinced possibly that there was one if you showed us evidence. But
Slightly different, but yeah.
yeah, I don't disagree with his beliefs. I do disagree with him being like so fucking pedantic about the definition of atheism, but maybe that's something you're into, Simos. I don't know.
No, I've only got, look, just for the record, I've only got a minor in pedanticism. Steve obviously has a fucking PhD in it.
Okay. Okay.
Let me tell you about philosophy chats. So Bert Poole, even Ozzy, Helena Handbasket, all those people had philosophy chats, and it was like great. You know, you had Shanna Rocky, who is Christopher Mowdy's wife now, like in these, conversations, and they weren't ponage conversations. They were disagreements and sparring, but they were exploring ideas, this, then that, back and forth. But what if this, what if that? Sokka was in those too. And philosophy became interesting and intriguing, and an exploration of ideas and minds and examining your own beliefs and other people's beliefs. And it was a good thing. And then there's this other shit that's like on modern day debate. Sorry, James, but some of the people are just out the pone because it's a debate. Steve, the way he wields philosophy is like a weapon, but he's not very good at it. The way Tom unboxes some of the folks there do also wield philosophy as a weapon sometimes. And it's about ponage and like, can I win? Are you logical enough to win this argument? And he struts around and calls people dishonest when they're not necessarily being dishonest, and all the ad homs, that he does, that he thinks that he can use. But philosophy should be something that's enjoyable and something that actually isn't miserable. And I just kind of resent people making it miserable because it can be fun.
So can jelly wrestling.
Since you mention it, Bert Poole and Helena Handbasket, I couldn't think of more lovely people to talk to on any subject. Both of them very, very intelligent people, very knowledgeable. Now, both of those people left because of this move towards this kind of weaponizing of philosophy. They found that it's too toxic. The community got too toxic when people started abusing what little knowledge they had in Steve's case about philosophy. And, maybe he did spend some time reading Draper. I don't know. But Draper's an opinion piece. And that's the difference, right? When it's an opinion, fine, let's have the conversation. All right. But when you're saying that this is necessarily the case because of somebody's opinion, right, that doesn't work in philosophy. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work like that in philosophy. Unless they're making a point of logic, then it's not necessarily the case, because as has been said many times, like with economics, you put 3 of them in a room together and you'll get 4 different opinions. That's just philosophers. So, this is where Steve is an idiot to himself, because he doesn't understand that, and he thinks that there is a particular answer which is going to be correct. When in actual fact it just depends on your original definitions and how you view the world, rather than necessarily a logical argument, right, which it doesn't. So it's just sad, and I completely agree with Speckle there. And I don't think it was anything to do with, I think it was particularly started when the power talkers came in, when Darth Dawkins came into the community, and people started trying to just defeat Darth Dawkins any way they could, right? And I think that's really the beginning of it in the community that I was a part of, anyway.
Yeah, it just became an aggressive ponage tool, which is like, not as fun, like, short-lived.
Well, it's okay if it's your opinion, and that's fine. You can put that forward and be ponage in that sense of the word, right? But when you're using it dishonestly, then that becomes a problem. And just the same way that we used to say to Christians that dishonestly use it, right? This is what I'm saying. It's about the pre-suppers coming into the community because their position effectively is one of dishonesty,
Oh yeah.
right? And then, people
But how would you
literally.
know that unless you're borrowing from my worldview?
Well, there you go. Fuck off. Ah! I lose. Okay, bye. Okay,
I'm
yeah,
hitting the
sorry, we'll
button.
go back to it.
I'm pushing the button.
The loss, blah
Unreal.
blah blah
Unreal.
blah. The loss of these fans or the loss of these friends that I could have that I don't actually care about, because if I actually cared, I'd be trying to rectify my fucking relationships. And in both cases, I made the decision to sever the friendship when they passed what I could handle, whatever that might be. So the request I have for you is this: I would like this to be the only statement I make on the matter. Steve 1, that's what happened. I accept that. This was from 2019, by the way. At this point,
No,
even
September 2020, wasn't it? Same time JU's came out.
No.
Was it? I don't know. Was it 2019? Do you have the date?
No,
I
no,
told you be wrong on that.
Jimmy's no.
I thought they came out at the same time.
No.
This was
Kyle and Casey and GE's came out on October 3rd, 2019.
Okay.
yeah.
Jimmy's was October 3rd.
Wait, hang on.
On the same
Pause
day.
it.
It's paused. Why are you muted?
There's a group.
Oh, your dog.
Sorry, there's a group with Intrigued Feline, Kren, and 3 others called For the Blocked.
Here is this what we're talking about?
Yeah, I just find that funny because that's probably explains why there's like these weird screen shares behind blocks. I was wondering
Oh, I
because they always come
see.
up with screenshots back and forth, and they like piggyback off of each other, and so like I just think that's really funny that it's showing up there.
Some of them have me blocked, and I've noticed this like when I go back and I look at Twitter, and it's like it'll be like sometimes every other thing is like this person like I'm blocked. I'm blocked. And I don't. Here's the thing: is I really don't do that much Twitter. Like, go look at my Twitter. I don't even tweet.
Yeah, you're not a very good tweeter.
I suck at the tweeter. Why
I'm
do
not
you have
really
me
good
blocked?
at Twitter either. I'm very inflammatory on Twitter. I'm an asshole on Twitter, which normally I'm not. Like, actually, I'm pretty chill in person. If you met me in person, you would know I'm chill.
My problem is the character limit. Because there's always like people end up like popping off about things with nuance.
Oh yeah,
And
right?
like to steal a line from Jesse Gender, nuance is a thing.
Right. And what could go wrong on Twitter with the lack of nuance?
Oh my, yeah, God forbid. So like that's where I get frustrated is because I'm like, but nuance. And but then Twitter's like, no, too many words.
I'm a truth seeker. Why don't you get on your main account?
Me? What?
I'm a truth seeker. Why don't you
Oh.
get on your main account? I was just wondering if that's AT2 or Astronomy Boy or Dapper Dino.
Why not expose the feckers for once? That what is I don't.
Yeah, I was just wondering
Oh,
who that
because
is.
they're
He's goading crafty and
Keela, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Keela's got this. Like she doesn't.
Yeah, Keela's got this. I just want to know why they're not on their main account. But anyway, continue.
I think that's obvious, isn't it?
Probably.
I mean, they're goading Keela about like her dogs.
Yeah. I'm just wondering which one of them. Anyway, go ahead and.
They don't want to. Whoever it is doesn't want to be tied to it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever.
There was no collusion.
Hi. Thanks for the view.
Anyway.
Hit like and subscribe if you haven't already.
So her whole
Like
point
what?
about the dates was to say that there was collusion. Okay, got it.
Well, duh. I mean, I think Kyle kind of like came clean to everybody kind of at the same time, or they all realized it kind of at the same time.
Yeah, I agree.
You know.
Or they just know each other and they talked about it and went, yeah, we were wrong about that, weren't we? Oh, yeah, we were wrong about that.
We should probably
perhaps
make
we
a
should do an
statement, shouldn't we?
apology because we know we're wrong. Oh, unlike Steve, who's like 4 years later is still saying that fucking he did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Who put me in charge of anything? Okay.
I don't know.
Some jerk.
Where was I? I didn't.
I don't know who put her in charge of anything.
Yeah,
I'm
certainly
still
wa-
trying to figure that out. Actually, never mind.
Not regret refusing to let people. No, hold on. What? Oh, Steve won. That's what happened, and I accept that, and maybe apologize. At this point, even though I so strongly agree with how
What does he like? I mean, this is like a public statement. Like, why would he say like "I'm sorry, Steve"? Like that would be a private statement.
Mm. It matters little, to be honest.
Also,
Maybe
like he has apparently apologized to Steve in private.
okay.
So why is she like going on about well maybe apologize? Well, this is a public statement. Like this isn't a
Well, Steve,
I think if you
just
go back to the beginning, he says that I was wrong about Kyle.
just to point out real quick, Steve blasted Jimmy for quite a long time on Twitter, and what I could derive that Steve was suggesting was that Jimmy was vying to be like one of the main co-hosts of the non-sec and get like a
oh absolutely he was.
payment for it, right?
Absolutely he was. Yes.
Okay, so like they're gonna
He
be
thought that he was
salty
gonna
no
be the
matter what he
next.
says. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy thought that he was gonna be like the next.
Oh, he did think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, confirmed. I can see why they'd be mad at Jimmy then, particularly. I could see that.
Well, I mean, Steve's mad because, like, you know, he acted like an asshole on the show, got called out for it, and then was trying to be, you know, and then Carl tried to replace him. So, you know, everybody who is
Did you say
potentially
erase him or replace him?
replace him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so everybody who potentially goes on the show was obviously a threat to Steve in his mind.
But the
Yeah.
only person that was flirting was Jimmy.
Yeah,
Okay.
but so what?
Yeah, so what? Yeah, exactly.
he
No, disagree.
disagree with how he has acted, whatever that means. I believe that he was legally in the right and was fucked over by Kyle. Thanks.
Wait. So I will give Jimmy this. A lawyer that has a law degree said that I wasn't legally correct. Said I didn't have a business.
That's false as well. No, that's straight up false. He said at one point, given the evidence, I don't think he's right. And then later, when more evidence surfaced, he said, I do think he's right.
Exactly.
So depending on the evidence, what are you talking about, Steve? At the time you're saying this, and all from the beginning, I've just got to point this out as well. Nate said that he didn't like Kyle's actions and that Steve should be paid.
Yeah,
So
I think most
there was
of us
never
have
a
said that.
time where he was saying that Kyle was wrong about that. So
Right.
again, Steve, you just don't know what you're talking about, and you're trying to
He does know what he's talking
You
about.
are trying to craft this stuff towards your particular audience to make them believe that other people are wrong or bad or immoral or stupid
All
or
or
a
nothing.
moron. And just because of the way you're actually trying to manipulate the information.
Yeah.
It's
sorry,
all or
go ahead.
nothing. It's like this idea of like if Kyle had won, we would have won. If Kyle loses, then we lose. It's like, no, like bitch, we're on the sidelines watching.
Yeah.
Like I think they're the weirdest people because like they're the sorest winners I've ever met. But they also assume that we think that we're like, oh, we lost, and it's like, well, this wasn't really our like we weren't the horse in the race. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think winning by default is not in any sense more than a technical win. I mean, it's not a moral victory. So get off your fucking high horse because you didn't morally win the case.
I still hold that I think that Kyle did all the work. Like the majority of the show is his stuff. And Steve was lazy, but just like in the real life, like when you like I say real life, like as if YouTube isn't, but like just like if you're an employer, you have to pay your employee that's performing badly, even if they're, I don't know, spinning in their chair their whole time on their whole shift, not doing anything. You still have to pay them because until you sever the agreement, you're obligated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what Kyle tried to do, of course, but Steve then got all of the toys and threw them out the pram.
I love your metaphor, Simon.
Oh, thank you.
All the toys and threw them where?
Out of the pram, out of the like a stroller.
Oh, a pram. Okay, got it.
Perambulator, right?
I always think of those like big black buggies. Like
that's it. Yeah. Well, a fucking big one in Steve's case, of course.
out of the pram.
But I can still see him in diapers, even as I'm making the metaphor now.
I can just see him throwing a little stuffed doll of Aaron Raw out and being like, "Go get it, go pick it up, Daddy Kyle."
You think the show's good? Well, I'm gonna ruin it.
Mhm. Mhm.
Anyway,
Yeah. If
Yeah.
I can't have it, nobody
there
can.
was no partnership. That there was that he wasn't properly served, and they accused me of knowing Ben had lied when Ben didn't lie, and I've never even ever doubted what Ben had said. So GE knew more than what a lawyer did. I mean, I'm sorry, Jimmy knew better than what a lawyer did about the law. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that doesn't follow at all, Steve. From even remotely from what you said, that's just a completely fucking illogical statement to make.
I'm gonna default to our Jimmyologist.
Jimmy tried to copyright strike my channel after he was the one who taught me about the Copyright Act of 1976 and Section 107.
Bizarre.
It's,
Just
it's
bizarre.
intimidation. It's flexing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
like, Jimmy doesn't know anything about the fucking law. He also like tried to like claim that he was gonna like send a cease and desist to people for friggin' talking about him and shit. Like, and here we are, still friggin' talking about him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying that it doesn't follow because Jimmy said something correct about one aspect of the law that he knows the law better than a lawyer. I'm
Stop
sorry, that
clock
just
was right
doesn't
twice a
follow.
day.
That isn't logical, and you know you have to be an idiot to think that that is some kind of. Well, let me just say that's a non sequitur. Let me just put it that way.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll give him that. I'm gonna give him that little bit. DHS just a little bit. Just a little.
Stop clock
My
was right
Journey
twice a
says
day.
something about Ethan Prolib doing a video about Kyle 3 months ago when Kyle went to jail. Only one video since that one, about also about 3 months ago. You mean the guy who told people and also himself falsely, like admittedly falsely, reported us to the FBI? That guy?
Yeah, that guy that
They
said he
straw manned that whole thing. Like
Yeah,
that's not what happened. Talk to
I don't even know
Ethan.
what they're
He'll tell you.
fucking talking about.
They're talking about Ethan Prolib who came into the stream talking about poop. They're talking about that guy.
Okay.
And I believe that wasn't even over. Well, I don't know exactly what it was over, but I heard that KJP was involved in that. That was when the feds got involved.
That's all complicated, really complicated shit. So let's.
I have no idea what any of that is, but we can talk about it some other time, and then maybe if I have my head around it, elsewhere. But yeah, we all know that Jimmy is the smartest person in the universe. His galaxy mind is superior and cannot be comprehended.
Right. Okay. I don't know. I don't watch his stuff.
Oh, big brain, biggest brain ever is the Jimmy brain.
Oh, they're on. Apparently, they're on.
Oh, goody.
Oh,
well done, you.
Should we check them out? Are they live?
What is it? The sex trafficking thing?
I think so.
I don't want to swing. That's a heavy subject. I
Yeah,
let's
be
horrible.
We'll watch that separately, and if there's anything in there, then maybe.
Yeah.
That'll get heavy real quick.
Yeah.
I said, and then actually did call the FBI and Medicall.
Manya said, is Savage Minnow ever going to show any proof of the claim she made against the people she claimed she approached on Steve's side and got the middle figure from? I bet $100 never.
Oh, of course not.
I take that bet.
I mean, yeah, of course you never did.
Sorry, what was the claim? I missed all of that.
I mean, I did show evidence for all the claims that I made. What was should I run it back?
The claim is, are you going to show evidence for the claims that you made about people and creators giving you the middle finger?
Yeah, from her side.
I don't know how I'm supposed to show evidence of that.
I mean, unless your DMs are open and everybody knows they're open like Goblin, I probably think that's probably not good.
Like, that's not, like... I ask people's permission before I show DMs.
I kind of have a recollection that you said you answered this in the chat you had with Steve, where you said no. I'm not going to do that.
Right, because like
Mhm.
there's some people that are still Switzerland or still like in that camp that really don't want to get on this. Well, they see what happens to people when they get shit on, and they don't want
Yeah.
to. So
Yeah, they don't want their names out there. And they've said that they don't want their names out there. So, yeah. And even the people who came into my DMs and said, "Fuck you," usually it was more polite than "fuck you." I'll be fair.
Well, again,
I'm not
I would just say, I mean, evidence? Is it unlikely that supporters of Steve would give you a middle finger if you started asking questions about Steve? I think that's quite a reasonable claim
I
under
mean,
the
Steve admitted
circumstances.
himself to doing it.
Yeah. So there you go.
So, and then
There's
later was
just
like,
a
"Oh, well, I
sign.
was out of town." But it just conveniently happened to be when you started asking me more difficult questions to answer that I ghosted you. But it happened to be when I was going out of town.
Okay.
That
All
was the
cats, no
translation.
gluten. They're sisters, Simons. I don't know what you're referring to. If you could be more specific, I could. Didn't realize I wasn't watching live. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, no
oh,
worries.
they're behind in the stream, so they're okay, got
Oh,
it.
okay.
Oh. I don't know who the sisters are.
No,
But
me neither. Oh, maybe they're referring to
I'll go.
that the two blonde girls that are Christians.
Ah.
Okay.
Girl defined.
See, I
Girl
just
defined, yeah.
assumed that they thought that we were sister wives to you.
Oh, I would be so lucky.
Wouldn't you?
I would.
You know, if it meant that we could all move to UK and have the NHS, I'd be down.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
healthcare. Ooh,
yeah.
that would be nice. Because I
got plenty of room.
I have to tell you, medical bills are expensive.
Yes. Yes.
Although you two have to take turns jumping on the bed.
Oh, for the soaking? Got it.
If it means that all of my medical bills get paid, I'm down. Totally
okay.
down.
Sorry about that. Let's move on.
Moving on.
Yeah, look, you lose all credibility with me when that's.
How do you do?
You're bullshit.
How do you?
Somebody's
how do
gonna
you
take that out of
okay, listen, how do
context.
you
I love
do a
it.
deep dive on non-sequitur and not know enough about Red's rhetoric to know?
I mean, it's bad enough in context, but somebody's gonna take it out of context.
Context. Yeah. I mean, if you take it out of context, it means
Or
absolutely
read the
nothing.
actual material from the court case.
Or read the material from the court case. Like, you think that would be like the first thing you would read?
Right?
It would be the material from the court case, and then you would All right, listen, I'm just a goblin with a 62 IQ, so I'm not
That
the
is true.
This is true.
Right.
Yeah.
He's
And a
talking about
fucked up
reading the court
alignment.
case, but he made this statement before a lot of that shit was even like listed in the
Yeah,
docket.
I mean, well, no, he didn't. He made the statement based on the documents that were available at the time he made the statement. I mean,
but I'm just saying
they're
there's been
deliberately.
more. There's
Yeah,
been
no, they're
more
they're
since.
they're deliberately rewriting history to say this is his current opinion, which it's clearly not. I mean, and again, I would just point out, Steve, has no moral victory here. He has a default judgment. That's the only
Right.
thing I'm aware of. So, okay, well done. You get the whatever it is, the non-sequitur show, and then well done. Congratulations. I'm so glad you've got something out of it because you certainly
Also, can we just
fucked
say, like,
everybody else up.
when
So,
was it that he got the default judgment? Because, like, how long did it
a
freaking
long
take him
time
just to
ago.
fucking call YouTube?
Long fucking time ago.
It was like, and he was like, "Well, they won't give me the passwords and this, that, and the other." Like, you realize that like YouTube has like a whole legal department, right?
Yeah. Well, you could have just got a lawyer to write a letter to say we've been awarded this by the courts. Please give it to us.
I mean, he doesn't even have to get a lawyer to write it. He could just write
Well,
it himself.
I'm sure, but he had a lawyer, so he had a money man paying for it.
Yeah, true.
The money man should have gone, look, this is pointless. We're not going on. I'm not giving you any more money. Why don't we just get YouTube to give it to us?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, well, there you go. There you go. Only the brightest survive. That's why she's got an IQ of 62, presumably.
I was going to try and look at non-sequitur and try and suss out the situation.
Oh,
I would
okay.
read the court documents.
That's what he did.
Did she say dockets again?
No,
Documents.
documents, I think.
Okay.
But that's exactly what happened. So yes, well done you.
Were posted within the court documents in their entirety. And then I would watch old episodes of the Non-Sequitur Show, new episodes of the Non-Sequitur Show.
All of them?
Those 3 episodes of
She's fucking
like,
crazy, isn't
Rebirth
she?
and Resurrection or whatever.
Is
the
she
fuck
dumb?
Yeah, she really is.
Like,
I mean,
Watch
I would have
all
thought.
of the episodes?
I mean,
Really? How
having
about a
said
couple
that,
key ones?
having have said that, it's not like she watched any of the fucking episodes that Nate put out there on it.
I
Otherwise,
would
she would
say-
realise what his position was, which she clearly doesn't.
I would say if you wanted to know about the non sequitur, I'd watch successful shows that Steve's been on, and there actually aren't that as many as you think. And then I would
one, I think.
yeah, I'm thinking of a couple like Kraus, stuff like that, where he can go yay, and he
Yeah.
can point to like a big win, right? And then I would also look at after Steve shows and kind of get a sense of like how it evolved, and you can kind of get a sense of where they were and how it evolved, and you know how the topic switched.
I would add the G-Man episode as well.
Yeah, that one's kind of yeah. They had a lot of
for
dumpster fires.
entertainment purposes.
They had dumpster fires. It's like we're serious until we're not.
There were a few dumpster fire episodes that I found entertaining. I will say that.
Yeah.
I think there was 3 of them. I watched those. I would watch the Death of the Non-Sequitur Show. I would watch the updates to what has gone on. And then I would be like...
This is her legalese brain speaking here.
But I don't know how
She wasn't interested in being honest on anything. None whatsoever.
Well, they did 2 things.
Fucking idiot.
Themselves as if they were a neutral party coming in, and then tried to say that, oh, hey, I've been following for a long time. So it's like, how are you following for a long time but not know the basic shit? But also, how are you doing a deep dive without reading the court documentation? So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh, she's talking about me, and I did.
Yeah. But apparently you didn't. Apparently you didn't, at least according to her.
No, I didn't remember specific numbers off of it when Steve asked me on his show. Like, oh, well, what about this? And I was like, can you tell me what specifically you're talking about? Because it's a lot of fucking information. It's a lot of documentation. And then he was like, oh, line 76, and then it still had to go a little bit searching for it, but was able to find it from there. But like, I did go read the documentation. That was the point. Like, that's where I like formed my opinion was, and I didn't go back and watch all of the old episodes of the Non-Sequitur Show. Absolutely, I wasn't gonna fucking do that. I was gonna go look back at some fucking like key episodes, right, and kind of scroll through. I don't think I even actually like rewatched that many of the old ones besides after.
Yeah.
Just to like see how the vibe changed, you know?
Yeah, watch a couple before, a couple after. You kind of see the subject change and stuff.
But I never said I was a long-term supporter. I had seen their show back in the day. That doesn't mean that I was a long-term fucking supporter.
Yeah. Yeah, you came from Jimmy Land. That's all we know.
Yeah. I saw a few episodes because Jimmy was fucking plugging it all the fucking time.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded that she is throwing these rocks when she is not prepared to do due diligence by watching other people's shit on it.
I mean, I made that very clear in my video that like.
But did she watch your video?
I mean, she did a 4-hour video about my video.
Right.
So I assumed that she did.
Yeah, no, that's an assumption. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let her finish blowing her nose because that's a really bad stopping point right there.
Wow. I mean, she's like, it's interesting. It is like interesting body language that like she's even like covering her face when she's saying this shit about me. Like she fucking knows that like she's being disingenuous.
She's not a very good liar.
Plus me, it's at least 63. Holy moly! But again, I'm using I me like obviously satirically here, but I'm the narcissist according to him. When everything about this is Jimmy.
You both can be narcissists.
Exactly. Like when a narcissist is pointing to you and going, "You're a fucking narcissist." Maybe that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's possible that you both are. Possible that Kyle might be one too, and KJP. Possible. I don't know. Allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean, I did, but you might be right.
She did a video on it.
She did.
Yeah, she can't remember what she's doing day to day, I'm sure of it.
So
All
there's,
about him.
there's two things that you
But
need
I'm
to
supposed to
know about
remember
Steve
every
if you
fucking
wanna
line
ascertain.
in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
entire, like, the entire court case. I'm
Well,
spending
And not be a
100
lawyer.
hours plus 100 hours plus of videos.
100? You think only 100? I would say at least a
Well,
couple hundred.
yeah, okay, maybe more than that even, but I don't know. But I'm just, I'm just saying.
A
Her
double
excuse.
speed, you know? Like, it was a lot. There was a lot of videos. And they went on for a long time, too. It wasn't just, like,
Yeah,
a 30-minute show or anything.
and there's a lot of
Never
repetition in the
mind.
videos as well.
And it is the just look
Mine
at the two
too.
lawsuits he's done. Just those alone. Only half of each of those are actually about him.
Tim?
The Non-Sequitur Show lawsuit was about Steve Hafley and the money Steve was owed and the ownership of the channel, which
Yes, yes. I was doing a deep dive on Steve as a part of the partnership of Non-Sequitur Show. Yes, that's what I was doing. That's why I
Okay.
also talked about, like, other stuff going on in Kyle's life. But cool, yeah.
Steve was owed. The other half
Also, they when I had uploaded the video about Kyle, it was around the time that stuff was still in court with, like, the assault on the ex, and they were like, "Oh, why didn't you include that?" It was like, "Well, because there wasn't a verdict yet." I, like, had included that, like, there was, we didn't know, but there might have been, and, like, that's not related to the Non-Sequitur Show.
Well, that whole thing's kind of weird too, because while the video is alarming and disturbing, they posted out the video as this weird gotcha, all excited about it, of Kyle slapping a boyfriend in a pool. And then they made it out like this is murder. He's basically going to murder this person and drag him in the water. And what I witnessed is domestic violence, definitely. Like, that's what it looks like to me. But like, that's just from what it looks like from the video. There's no court case against it, things like that. So he has a video, but like, I don't know what's going to happen with it. No idea. The guy is aware that there's a camera and he's drawing him towards the camera and the thing. And then Kyle I counted 50 slaps. And we don't know what's being said. We don't know if he's whispering, going, "I'm going to, mortalize you," as they say from the Three Stooges. We don't know what he's saying, if he's making threats or what. But if that is public, because that's a public pool, it is safe to say that that's very alarming, very upsetting, incredibly triggering.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they were damn excited about it, and it was really weird. And that being said, like, I don't know, but if I was that guy, I would. If that was my friend in the pool and Kyle was smacking around my friend like that, I would tell them to leave immediately. I would want them to be safe. I'd be like, I have a couch, or I'll sleep on the couch. You take the bed. Like, let's get you out of that situation.
Yeah.
That'd be my reaction. But that being said, we don't know how the video was attained. We don't know how it was attained. We don't know if, like, they were doing, like, their own bounty hunter kind of weird stuff. We don't know anything about anything with that. So why would you make that a centerpiece in your investigation when it has nothing to do with the show falling apart? It's something that happened after.
Yeah, I mean, this is in line with Steve's, MO, right? He likes to discredit people that he disagrees with.
Right.
So I don't see anything unusual about them doing that. It just goes to show, right? I mean, look how they just tried to discredit, Fiona, for goodness sake. I mean, that's just despicable. So, I mean, yeah, anyway, I don't know. You get involved with Steve now, you've only got yourself to blame as far as I'm concerned. Anybody that goes on this show, really, you got to be, you got to understand. And again, I think people should be saying, watch out to the people that he has on this, whoever this Frank person is.
Frank is aware of Steve, but he went on anyway because money.
Yeah. Okay.
Frank doesn't
It's
do
up to
things
him.
for free, just so you know. He doesn't
Good point.
interview for free.
Good point. Yeah. No, that's fair enough. And it's up to people if they want to trust Steve, and it's up to them.
Oh, my My alternate persona is here. The sinister porpoise.
Good. Yeah, I mean,
It's
yeah,
nice to see classics are respected. Yes.
they've got no idea, have they? Really? Come on, let's face it. They're completely selfish and narcissistic. Oh, did I say that?
You did. You did.
Yeah.
But
I
I
did.
feel like it's an accurate assessment.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Sub to my channel, share, like, and thank you for the super chats.
Thank you for the
I feel
super
like
chats.
while you did that, you were doing like little air pistols, finger pistols, finger guns.
I was, yeah. I was just thinking to myself, hey, what a great person I am.
Astronomically ethical, impeachable, Is that what he says? Impeachable. He said something weird. Impeachable instead of unimpeachable.
Something about his integrity is unimpeachable or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
The highest
non-unimpeachable.
ethics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's listen to more of this drivel.
Yeah. More of this dribble for a little while, but then we might call it quits in a little bit.
Well, I think we got to get past this damn letter because that's the.
But that was
It's
about
just-
the fans and about Boole. Boole wasn't going to be able to sue Kyle. Boole wouldn't have had a legal leg to stand on. But who was Steve going to take with him the entire time? It wasn't.
Why
Ruhif.
wouldn't
Ruhif.
Boole-
It was Boole.
What?
I was kidding. I said Ruhif, but she just said it was Bull. Ruhif funded
And
the.
so
Yeah, you weren't really in the picture at the time. No offense.
Rose is giving us a
One-
goal.
I mean, I knew you, of course, but I mean, you weren't that much.
2/3 of what Steve was doing had nothing to do with himself. It was
This
Boole and
is-
the fans, and then the other third was himself.
What?
Do you feel
you know, you gotta take
offended
care of
when she
yourself
like
a
holds her
little bit,
fingers up like that, Simos?
I don't know.
Doesn't that mean
I'll be
twat
frank with
in
you.
your language?
It catches me off guard. I feel like I watch enough English TV where it's just like, whoa, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah. She's probably just practicing for later when she meets up with Steve.
V for Victoria and also victory.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the
Didn't
other
you know
way
in
around.
World War II,
Victory.
like they do victory, and like some of the people would do the backwards one, like Carol Lombard, and like it was supposed to be V for victory.
Really? No, the
Mhm.
forward is the Churchill one. That's the V for victory.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you
us
very
Yank-
much. Like Savage is demonstrating.
that's peace.
And the other one, no, that's victory.
That's
This is
like
victory.
this is peace. Don't shoot me.
That's victory. The other way around is the allegedly, and the
What
guys
she was
correct
doing.
me if I'm wrong, comes from the 100 Years' War, where if the French caught an Englishman, they would chop 2 fingers off because of archery. It was
Makes it
mandated that
difficult.
everybody had to learn how to use a bow back then. So the French, if they caught an English person, would cut the thing. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I was told when I was a kid. It was true that everybody had to learn how to shoot a bow, and also that's the reason that yew trees are grown around churches, because that was the
I
material
was
they
like,
used to
meat
make bows.
trees.
Yew trees, yes, not you, but you.
Oh,
Anyway,
I was like, me, Spackle, and who else?
don't know, no, but apparently you get some yew branches and you soak them. Okay, moving on.
it sounds like Daisy.
like that's not fair.
I felt
You
look,
can't be
I mean,
100% altruistic.
but you know, because we talk all the time. You know, it weighed
Oh,
on me
spooky
how bad I
now.
felt bad for the fans that Kyle screwed over. This was not just lip service. I felt bad. It bothered me. It literally hurt me. And to have Kyle not give a shit and then willfully go out of his way to lie to the court, willfully tried to mislead his lawyer, willfully tried to mislead you with the help of Jimmy Snow, God Engineer, Caitlin Chloe, and the rest of them. You don't think that didn't bother me, guys? It hurt me
Pause.
more than people can realize. I've had a lot
With the
of
help,
lost a lot of
See, if
people.
you-
I love
Oh, shit.
very, very.
Get
he
distracted.
just slides in there. He says he did all these X, Y, and Z things, and then with the help, as if they told him to do X, Y, and Z things. That's some big inference, anyway.
I missed that.
Well, he's just making another one as well right now.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
saying,
he just-
that stuff doesn't hurt me. It's the fact that I've lost all these people. If it wasn't for that, then this stuff wouldn't hurt me. But it does hurt me because I've lost all these people. He is such a victim. It's unbelievable.
Didn't you know? Life has just shat on him?
Don't they
Since
look
Well,
like they're
that-
praying right now? They're
That,
praying.
that that's an unfortunate phrase you're using with Steve McRae, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
So, like, you know how people steeple when they have a win, and they're just like, "I'm steepling." They're not steepling; they're praying.
Both of
What
them.
does
My
Joe
God.
Navarro have to say about that?
Wait, I need to clip this. This is really funny.
Yeah, that's.
I want to do this. That's
Everybody.
Okay, there you go. I got it. I
Okay.
think that's funny.
oh, apparently it's not going well for them on their live show. That's I'm
Oh,
sorry.
oh dear. What's the problem, Daryl? What's the problem? Is Frank contradicting them?
It's unfortunate.
Is Frank telling them that they fucking have no idea what they're talking about?
Trouble in paradise.
Anyway, let's just keep it moving
Yeah,
on.
we
Moving
need to
on.
finish the prayer.
Thank you.
Very much.
You would
And it
think
all has weighed on me.
that the advocates that Jimmy is.
Wait,
that-
I want to see who started steepling their hands like that first. Who was mirroring who?
More than people can realize. I've had a lot of loss this year. I lost a lot of
If
people I
you-
love very, very much.
you would
And it-
think
Oh, it was almost
Oh.
simultaneous.
Yeah, that's weird. It's sympathetic, isn't it? I mean, it's
Oh,
amazing. That is amazing.
that's weird.
So he did it
Yeah.
first.
Well, he actually did it, but she clapped her hands.
She started clapping, and then he brought his hand.
Yeah.
It's
Like
weird.
a thank you hand.
It's because
Thank
they're
you for
both talking
clapping.
at the same time. That's why. That's why they did
Yeah.
it simultaneously.
It was weird. Yeah.
It all has weighed on me.
that the advocates that Jimmy is, that the people on the line are like Shannon and Matt Dillahunty, the advocates for LGBTQ plus people, the advocates for people
Punch up.
that are atypical.
What?
I said punch up. That's what she does. She punches up. She's punching up right now.
That they would give a shit about Boole. They don't.
Mhm.
They don't care.
They don't know
care
who
because
he is. That's why.
They didn't fucking
Not
care.
at all.
No, they do.
Right.
She said Shannon
Really?
Q. Shannon Q knew about
Oh.
Bull. She said
Oh,
it was
yeah,
awful
yeah.
what was happening. Yeah.
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 I mean, they did seem to care, but
I
I
like
don't.
how they're
I don't know what happened
tokenizing
behind the scenes.
Bull like really badly. Like
They
like
are.
because he's a gay man now. This is all about oppression. Like it's just odd.
I didn't even know Paul was gay. There you go.
Or you didn't? Oh.
No, no.
didn't-
Well, I
I
mean,
didn't
to be
either,
honest, I
but-
didn't really interact with him much because he was friends with that guy I really didn't like, A2T or something, AT2. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't like him. So
He kept poor company.
yeah.
The other thing you can look at is look at it, and I don't mean look at his lawsuits as into cherry pick. I mean look at his lawsuits because he has to spend money on that. That is
Well, Steve doesn't.
Not because you can talk about like what you do online that you spend no money on whatsoever, right? You can talk about whatever lip service or whatever you're doing online. Where's your money going? You want to tell me what you care about? Where's your money going? Steve's
Susan
money
Hamilton- oh, sorry.
went into these two lawsuits.
Steve?
No, it,
Whoa,
no,
whoa,
it didn't.
whoa!
No, it
Ruhip's
didn't.
money went into
And
lawsuits.
no,
so
it's-
much.
no,
Ugh.
No, she just looked. Look at that. Just go back a couple of seconds. When she says it, look at her face.
Steve's
Can't
money
even look at.
went into these two lawsuits.
Go on.
More? Go back more?
Yeah. No. We'll just play. Yeah,
Sarah,
go,
where's your money?
just play it through.
Steve's
Susan
money
Hamilton- oh, sorry.
went into these two lawsuits, which were
I did
money. He was a hobo.
People don't know that, but I did.
And then your
Mhm.
other lawsuit. Tell me, is your Katie Joy lawsuit about only you, or is that about shutting her the fuck down from doing the
my
same
lawsuit
thing
about
she
Katie-
does to other
Yeah,
people?
My lawsuit with Katie was because
Pause.
Go ahead.
So, when Steve left the non-sec or was kicked from the non-sec, however you know describe it, when Steve was severed from the non-sec, one of the first things that happened was this money train. People started donating him $100.
Yeah.
They felt bad for him, for you and Bull, and this money train started kicking in. So he did have donators and stuff like that. So they would coach things and say things like Kyle steals from children because
from
the
my
channel
children,
the channel was for in perpetuity was supposed to be a
He's tried to
legacy left
pull
to
that
the
shit
daughter.
with me.
They would do things like that. They'd get people riled up. People would give money, right? And then Ruhif got pissed off. Kyle and Ruhif bumped heads. Ruhif is like, "I'll show you," and Ruhif backed the
Case.
lawsuit.
Hmm.
I am told that Ruhif's wife outed him as something like dumping 50K or so on this, pursuing. I don't know if that's true or not, but like Ruhif's wife apparently was firing on Twitter, and they're separated, and it looks like he dumped a whole lot of money on this case, money that did not come from Steve. So the majority of the money came from Ruhif, it seems like, with the Kyle situation. Now, fast forward, he's trying to sue KJP to shut her up. And he's banking on the haters of KJP to donate to him so that he can champion, of course, for all those people that have like sore butts and are upset and they want to shut her down because they see her as the supervillain. He's going to champion in White Knight, clearly, for everybody. This is a community thing, just like, non-sec is everybody. Non-sec is, he wants people to say, I am the non-sequitur show, right? It's everybody. So he's this champion once again for a whole group of people. He's going to do battle with this dragon lady, KJP, in the court, and you're going to fund it because he's really doing it for you, right?
Have you? So, what is your opinion on the KJP lawsuit? Because I think it's a lot of ridiculousness. But
I think he's mad that she said that he was inappropriate, and he's been wanting to make her pay ever since then and has never let it down. And then when there was a TRO on him, he's mad about that. And he thinks that he's going to be like, people are going to be like, oh, if you win in court for whatever reason, we're going to just be like, everything else was fine. Clearly, you were just, the utmost ethical, greatest human being ever. And it's just, yeah, what a mess.
yeah. Well, as much as I dislike Katie Joy, looking back on like her statements that she made, it doesn't like it sounds like what she says happened is shit that he like basically is fucking cop to anyway. So I don't understand his lawsuit. That's my stance on it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, he presumably did sign some kind of
NDA for a bit.
or whatever. Yeah, so
I don't see how he could win this lawsuit, but he's on a roll. He's got some swagger. He's got to fight the internet otter. I don't think this is going to
I don't think so.
from what AT2 Productions has said and rhetoric has said. I don't think it's going to stop at these two. He's looking at other creators too, and I have some
Right.
guesses on who he's looking at next.
Trying to. Again, he mentions many names in this hangout a little later.
Yep.
But most of them are joke names, and I think he's doing it. This is my opinion. I think he's doing it as a way of trying to garner sympathy from his crowd again to keep those to keep those super chats coming in. Simple as,
Yeah.
And he knows now. I mean, he knows now, of course, that this is a way to garner support from people that are already pro Steve side and recognize that he's had this big win to get the NSS. So okay, go for it.
Yeah.
The main thing is he's if he doesn't have Ruif, then okay, right? And again here, a typical example of them saying, well, Steve had to spend money on these two cases. Well, what two cases? Is the NSS one of them? Because I'm pretty sure it was Ruh's money that started that, and I'm pretty sure that once he destroyed NSS and got all of those people to come over, that there was a sympathy dump in terms of super chats for him.
Oh yeah, I watched it. I watched it live. They were like $100 here, $100 here, $200. Take care of Bull.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
a reminder, you guys can cheer bits on Twitch if you want.
Cheer bits. I don't know what that means, but yay, huzzah, whatever. What channel am I on?
Okay, cheer.
I mean, we can say huzzah when we get cheer bits. That's fine.
I'm gonna move over to Twitch then. I could do with some bits.
All right.
Okay.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that, Zimos, but we'll talk later.
Good.
'Cause I
Okay.
think you would do well on Twitch, but I'm gonna push the
Okay.
button and we're gonna watch this.
Jolly good.
Go ahead and finally do this is because she has harmed a lot of people, in my opinion, and she's done this to a lot of other people as well. And I made that very clear to people. My lawsuit with Katie is to point this out so she doesn't do it to other people. And I do have a GoFundMe for that. We're not going to be doing that on this particular show.
What a saint.
But if you guys do want to know about my GoFundMe,
He has a GoFundMe for it. There's a surprise.
GoFundMe, sue the dragon lady.
Definitely.
I thought that was against the terms and conditions of GoFundMe, is to do it for legal suits.
It is, and people pointed that out, and then it got pulled down, and then rewritten, pulled down, and rewritten, and now it's written in this vague way where it's a little harder. But like we were watching that yo-yo back and forth,
Okay, well, somebody clip this little bit then.
right?
I've got to GoFundMe so I can sue Katie. Well, okay, good on you.
How dare she?
Can you just go back a little bit, Savage, and about 4 seconds or something, and 5 seconds, just to so we can see what he's actually saying. So I don't want to take it out of context. Oh, sorry.
While you're doing that, I'm going
That'll
to
do.
shut the door.
We're not going to be doing that on this particular show. But if you guys do want to know about my GoFundMe, it's on my own personal channel. But yeah, what is?
Okay, don't worry.
Is that far enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you see her body language?
Yeah.
What is that? When your co-host just does that to you disrespectfully, what the fuck is that?
It means wrap it up. Usually we do it this way. Wrap it up.
God.
I don't know. That's what I do to Math Pig.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Okay, moving on.
Oh,
I
you
understand
mean
what people
you?
think it has to do just with me.
Sorry. Do you mean Katie Joy that was backed up and promoted by Shannon Q, by GE, by Casey, and by Jimmy Snow on this
And
very
Nathan Lawyer?
channel?
Yeah, that'd be the one.
Oh, really?
That had falsely accused me
Go
of one.
Fucking figure.
Surgeon General $10 says Jimmy probably thinks 1 equal 0.9999.
Why is she mad about it?
I'm not sure exactly. Jealousy of some sort. Maybe because Steve got obsessed about her instead of KJP. They got obsessed about KJP instead of her.
Don't go starting rumors, Spooky.
I've seen all the panelist bits. Are you saying that you got access to those pictures, Spooky? Come on now.
Well, he might have access to your bits, but
Who shared my picture with Spooky?
all right. So maybe he's not lying.
I think he's probably talking about Daisy.
Well, he's definitely seen me naked on there, for sure. Happens pretty regularly, doesn't it?
Thank you, Surgeon General. Yeah, I mean, it was on this channel during the live stream that Kyle had, I think, a day or two after he kicked me off and bullying off, which she had falsely accused me of sexually harassing her, then lied about it, saying, well, I didn't say he sexually harassed me. I said I felt uncomfortable. I said nothing to her. I have the evidence that was.
I said nothing to her. I don't believe that.
We don't have the evidence because Bull's hard drive was smashed, but Bull used to record before and after Hangouts, and wherever that is, nobody knows.
But like he has previously said, I've seen video of him like making jokes about it. He was like, well, she says that like I made remarks including the word penis, and then like proceeds to yell the word penis for like the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, he did say something similar.
And it's
penis.
and I feel like in that he admitted that he probably did say it.
Well, his phrase was, I'm not going to say, oh no, he says penis, and then he says, see, I didn't say it pre-show.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. You basically admitted to it. Nobody's, like, anybody who watches that shit back, you play that shit to a jury. Now, granted, it's not going to go to a jury because it's civil court, but you get what I'm saying. A preponderance of the evidence.
Yeah, well, okay.
Oh, sorry, I read this halfway through that sentence.
Oh, that would be cute.
And I love it. I love the idea. Simos is getting excited. I better hit play.
With an axe. Savage.
You know what I don't understand is why normal human interactions didn't happen. Of like, if I made you uncomfortable, if I made a joke that was like, off color, and I made you uncomfortable, I am so sorry. That's not at all what I had intended to happen. And just like leave it at that. But instead,
Right.
it was like a I will bury you on Twitter war. It was just horrible. And then all these people came out of the woodwork, just like roar, and that happened for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not just be like, oh, I'm sorry that I made you uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
And
You
it
know?
does happen, right? We do
Yeah.
occasionally, we say inappropriate things which we think are funny, but are actually misinterpreted or don't come out the way we intend them to come out. And
Yeah.
it's no big deal just to go, look, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? I thought it would be funny. Oh,
Yeah, that wasn't as funny when it came out as it was in my head, or yeah, whatever.
She has this line. I actually have. It's not 100%, but I say it's 95%. Oh, it's well beyond reasonable
It's
doubt
as much
that
as
never
you
happened.
could possibly have.
Way more than she has. She has nothing. The incident never happened. What she had said completely was a lie. And so I have evidence that has never been made public that certain people have seen
Secret evidence.
that just completely contradicts her story.
What is the secret evidence? What is the secret
yeah, what,
evidence,
he's
Steve?
got evidence that he didn't say something?
I guess.
I mean,
It,
that's just
the
nonsense,
only way
isn't
that
it?
he would have that is if he had video of the particular day that she says that it happened.
Yeah.
The pre-show interview, which it sounds like was on a hard drive that got smashed.
Well,
By Astronomy Alive, supposedly. And we only know about the hard drive getting smashed just because that's what they tweeted. We don't know what actually happened. But they're like, we're going to go drive to Florida and smash his hard drive. And we're like, that's really weird.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
fucking weird.
yeah, that is weird. But like, I guess we don't know that that happened. But that's all we know of there being any evidence is that it was. So yeah, I want to know the secret evidence. I want to know the secret evidence.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's an email that between her and somebody else where she's like, "Yeah, I just made it all up. It's bullshit."
Yeah, I mean, how many times has he claimed secret evidence, though? I mean, just how many times has he done exactly that? Oh, I've got secret evidence about Wilden. I've got secret evidence that Nate is Carl's lawyer. I've got secret evidence that
I have
oh,
I have
just
secret evidence that there's a cabal of people that are looking to unseat me in the GDC. And then when asked by Drag, are any of these people in the room? No. Then later, fast forward after he boots Dragon, Scientist Sam, they were trying to take over the GDC. And it was
yeah,
like, those two? And then it's like Shanna is trying to take over the GDC. Shanna and Mowdy? Like, no, they don't give a fuck. Like, what are you talking about? So like early on we had the signs of this, like those people are working all together as a secret cabal in the unit and they're here out to destroy me. And then he moves to the next group. They are out to destroy me, next group. So like he seems like he joins a community, starts to become part of the community. People are naive enough to let him be a part of it, interact, and sometimes give him some facilitating roles. And then he starts to get paranoid and start splintering the communities. And it's like a rinse and repeat at this point.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Although it was mentioned at one point that maybe his secret evidence is a Ouija board.
Maybe. I mean, he's an agnostic. He doesn't know.
I mean, tarot cards, maybe?
Well, no, I say Ouija board because he actually put a post in the GDC once saying that he had very spooky and convincing answers from using a Ouija board once. And when I pointed out that no, it's just a group of people that use it's a toy and a group of people just move it in this psychosympathetic way, he went, no, that couldn't be that. Couldn't be a group of people doing it.
I was by myself.
I was by myself, yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was like, oh yeah, I remember.
No way. He was by himself.
Yeah, that was what he answered to me. Yeah.
And he got convincing answers from. Oh my god. I have a Ouija board somewhere. We should do it on stream sometime.
Yeah, all of us individually with a different one, and we all get the same answer.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing. I'm gonna be like full on like Professor Trinali status. Ooh, I have the gift of divination. I can see from beyond. I'm gonna fluff up my hair all crazy.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. Yeah,
We should
sounds
do
good.
it.
Sounds
I'm
good.
down.
Okay. Anyway,
Give
that
it a
is
try.
that is a true story from the GDC, by the way, people.
By the way, last night on Shani's stream, she was telling me that she had scientific evidence for prayer because it was a
Yes.
repeatable. Do you remember this, Spackle?
Yeah, it's repeatable. Yeah.
She had done like repeatable experiments that like proved to her that there was. I was just like, I don't know how I haven't been booted from the comment section yet. And I just didn't say anything.
I kept getting
So-
booted. Like all I had to say is like, how come like G-Man has your Glock rev? I don't know if that's legal. Boot. Well, G-Man made a threat like just the night before saying, you guys like like he talked about having a Glock, and we know that Rev had a Glock at one point, and when they moved back to Pennsylvania, there may or may not be access to those things. And then he said, if you come at me, I'm looking forward to unloading this on you like a madman.
Oh my.
And there's like a
That's
whole
scary.
video.
Gee.
And then
Yeah,
he
I thought
said
you
he
would-
has everyone's docs, everyone's Phony Beetle Maniacs, everyone's docs. And if you mess with him, and like he's making all these weird threats, this is so bizarre.
Yeah, the kid's not right in the head, that's for sure.
But I all I asked was, how come G-Man has your Glock? Is that legal?
I love when Bunny is in the chat. They've got some spooky answers for a Ouija board, but that was because it grew a mouth and started talking. Cannot confirm or deny the drugs may have been involved.
That
Yeah,
sounds like
so-
a bad trip. I don't know if I'd want to take that one.
Yeah, well, if you can take in that many drugs. Anyone got any idea how the NSS will work out? Will it be a success, or is it already a lot of good pushback against the whole thing?
I'm looking at Frank's expression, and I don't think it's successful.
Yeah, I think success is really, in Steve's case, judged by how much attention it gets him. So
Yeah, the guest on
Different
today's
metrics.
episode's got some really weird facial expressions going on.
okay.
That's unfortunate.
What I want to know is Steve interrupting a lot?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch it, but like just like looking at it with no sound on, one of their guests does not look happy.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
I
that's
only
'cause
have
he's-
this one on. I don't have their other show on.
No, don't, Savage. Don't torture yourself, please.
Okay.
This is one is bad enough.
Okay.
It takes a certain person. Holy is just special.
Oh, Did
She
he fix
has-
his lighting in the new one?
Apparently not. No, Daryl's saying no.
Okay.
Daryl's saying no. Is it
I
Daryl
wanted
that
to
said
fix
no, or
it.
somebody else?
I wanted him to fix his boob light.
Oh no, Mark Costello says
A boob
I
fight?
see. Still doesn't
He
know
has
how
a
to
boob
lit
light.
the stage.
Mm.
That should be
He has
light,
a
by
boob
the way.
light. I can tell. It's either a boob light or a fan light that's above him.
Oh, I see what
No
you're saying.
idea.
Yeah, yeah, and then
No
he has
idea.
the shadow. Got it.
I want to like hold a lamp over my head to show
So-
you.
So now he's got direct light, and he's very like, he looks sunburned, kind of like really peachy. So like his light is down lower. You can tell because you can see it reflecting in his glasses.
Okay.
So it's forward facing, but he also looks really like red in the face for some reason. And then their guest Frank.
Oh, that's what somebody was saying about him being a red person.
He
Yeah.
looks really morose.
That's my
The
old
subject's
username.
serious though.
Anyway, should we please, ladies,
Yes.
one at a time, please?
We need an Amorose.
If that's not pretty conclusive, I don't know what would be.
Yeah, I don't know. I know you don't know what would be
I'm getting at is
conclusive,
that,
Steve.
where's your money going? Where does Jimmy's money go? Right?
Buying shit. I don't do
Look
somebody
at
buying
Jimmy?
shit. They're very
No,
frugal.
not.
Jimmy's money
No.
goes to Jimmy. Like it just goes to Jimmy's set and making Jimmy look better. Like and a Tesla.
Yeah. Okay.
Where do you think
Hey,
Jimmy's
hey.
money goes?
He's put the work into the channel, so okay, fair enough. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't. Did I say he could afford the Tesla? I said that his money goes to the Tesla.
Okay. I don't know anything about this person, but I don't watch him. I don't follow him.
Timothy
So.
Snowman.
Oh, I think I do follow him actually, but only because you said don't follow him. If that makes any sense. So I thought, oh, I will, but I'd
I
never
said
watch his
not to follow
videos.
somebody. I said not to
No,
follow somebody.
you didn't say that. You talked about him, and I thought, oh, who is this person then? And I'd come across him before, and I'd watched a few of his videos because, like, I thought, oh, support the atheists. I watched a couple of videos, and then just went, well, I'm sorry, but these are
He's kind
just
of a
shit
douchebag, isn't he?
arguments for atheism you're giving here. Now, yeah, I granted that there were some videos that I watched which were against a particular type of religion. I think it was Mormonism or something like that.
Probably.
And, fair enough. Then, you're doing a good job for the ex-Mormons out there, maybe. But please don't represent atheism because, that's not how you do it.
I think that's very accurate. Is that his show was much more about being an ex-Mormon than it was about being an atheist.
Okay, cool. I wasn't going mad then.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
All right.
Buying shit. You want to talk about whether or not
Not
somebody is
zero.
whether or not somebody is a narcissist, right? You want to know whether or
Don't
not
buy any of
somebody
this.
has like a thing. What is Katie
Yeah.
spending on? Her hair and her eyebrows. Her
The refrigerator.
What does
Right. Okay, stop there. If I want to know whether someone's a narcissist, what I generally tend to do is go to an expert psychologist.
Refrigerator.
I go to a psychologist and I say, this person, do you think they're a narcissist? Do they display classic signs of being a narcissist? One thing I don't do is go, they have hair, they have makeup, they have a refrigerator, they have mirrors. Okay.
Well, I mean, to me, it depends on whether we are saying colloquially
Refrigerator.
somebody is a narcissist, which I feel like we don't necessarily need a.
We don't
We don't.
fucking know whether they're actually a diagnosable narcissist. All we're saying is they think too highly of themselves. Come on now.
Right. Or that's what I'm saying is that the other is like, are we saying that they have narcissistic personality disorder? And yeah, like we don't really have, we can't say that. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a diagnostician.
Yeah, I'm not a psychologist. Can we just go back a couple of seconds? Because I want to get the full glory of this list that she's about to run off here. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
on her hair and her eyebrows? Her
The refrigerator.
What does
He said refrigerator.
no.
Wait, who's the refrigerator?
He said refrigerator.
Refrigerator. I know. I
Is that a
love it.
Let's go back
description
a
of
bit,
somebody?
little bit further back, just so we get the full glory of this stupendous
Refrigerator.
interruption.
I think this is
Okay.
far enough. We'll see.
Okay, let's see.
Not somebody is a narcissist, right? You want to know whether or
Don't
not
buy any of
somebody
this.
has like a thing. What does Katie spend money on? Her hair and her eyebrows. Her
The refrigerator.
She spends money on a refrigerator.
Refrigerator.
Just
Wait.
comes out with it.
He's upset that
he
she
knows
spent.
the answers, and he's just like interjecting, like, I know a word.
I mean, just think what's going through Vic's mind right now. Did he just say refrigerator?
Wait,
He's such a dumbass.
They're complaining about things she's making money, that she's so selfish, and he says refrigerator, which is a community item that all households need. Why is that so shocking to buy a refrigerator for your family? Do you not have one, Steve? Is that a luxury?
Money on the refrigerator.
Does he just dry out his food and never keeps it frozen? He just has it all laid out. He's drying out the meat that he fought. He just shot some squirrels in the backyard because he doesn't
He's
have a
like
refrigerator.
a Daisy. He's
I
like,
have a very-
"It's all dried.
I have a very important question. Does it have a fridge? I mean, does it have a freezer, rather? Is it one of those fridge freezers, or is it
If-
just...
If it's a refrigerator, it's fine. But if there's a freezer, that's way too
Wow,
much.
there you go. That's a classic sign of a narcissist.
That's
right
the
there.
sign of a narcissist. You know what, guys? Does that make me a narcissist? My refrigerator has a freezer on top.
You're clearly
Wow.
a narcissist. So am I.
You know what?
I have a freezer too.
I don't have a microwave, so
I have a microwave. It came with my apartment though.
I had one that came with my house, but shit happens.
Dr.
Well,
Krause is
everybody-
very super expensive refrigerator. Very proud of that. Very good.
Everybody's coming in with the fridge comments. Yeah, thank you, people, for admitting it. I mean, I've always said this for a long time. YouTube is a self-selecting community. I guarantee that most people out there on YouTube have probably got fridges. So I'm just saying, you know. Okay, can we just go back again so we can hear it one more time? The way he just blurts out refrigerator.
Refrigerator.
Yes. Yes, we can.
Perhaps he doesn't have a refrigerator.
Or whether or
Don't
not
buy any of
somebody
them,
has like a thing. What does
Maybe.
Katie spend money on? Her hair and her eyebrows. Her
The
stuff.
refrigerator.
What does Katie spend money on?
You just look at her face when she says it. One more time, just one more time. Everybody
Jeez.
look at Vic's face when he says this.
I kind of do love when Vic looks at Steve like, you dumbass.
Yeah, like what the fuck, Steve?
What does Katie spend money on? Her hair and her eyebrows. Her
The
stuff.
refrigerator.
What does
Fuck.
He always wrecks her point. Her point's like, she's so selfish. Her. And he's like, community item.
I have a fridge and microwave in my truck.
Double
A
narcissist.
double narcissist. Thank you, Bob.
What? What?
Yeah.
Oh
Next
my-
thing you'll be telling me you've got an oven as well. My word. Right, Dr. Cross.
So there was a time when
Top tier.
Jenny
Top
was saying that she couldn't get off of bed, and so Rev was helping her. And then their kitchen was downstairs, and she'd have to go traverse downstairs. So then what they did was they put a refrigerator in the room, and then she never left the bedroom. And then she said that she couldn't get on and off the toilet or wipe her ass. She said this live, and then Rev had to do all that too. And we all know this because they said it. Otherwise, we would not know this. But now you know because I had to report what I watched.
Thank you so much.
Here's the thing is that I like have a certain amount of sympathy for people who like have to go through that. Like that sucks. But then like also like make steps to like get better. You
Yeah.
know?
It's strange.
I mean, it happens to some people. And if it happens, I feel bad for you.
Yeah, it's hard to climb out of.
Yeah.
The fact that he knows that Katie bought a refrigerator is disturbing.
Unbelievable. Refrigerator. Anyway, let's try and move past the refrigerator. If it's possible to move past the refrigerator.
Pardon me for coughing.
Jimmy spend money on? His shows. Who's on Kyle's or who's on Jimmy's?
What did Steve pay money on?
Steve
Nothing,
Bob's
because
show.
people subsidize his lawsuits. His lawsuits.
What does Steve spend money on though? For real? Like I think that he just doesn't make that much money, right?
No, there is a simple answer. Lobster rolls.
So not that much money. Got it.
No. From the dollar store, obviously.
From the dollar store, I saw them actually. So I was like, do they really have
mini
lobster
oven.
rolls? Yes, they do.
Is it like what dollar store was it?
It was
No
the
idea.
dollar store called the dollar store that had it.
Okay. The actual dollar store.
It's not actually $1 anymore. Now it's $1.25.
Yeah.
They said.
Yeah, that one. Got
Wow.
it. What are they gonna do about their company name?
They're gonna have to call themselves the $1.25 store, obviously.
But like all of their, for instance, there's a shop here that's like a auto shop. And they used to be named, well, they are still named after the corner that they used to be on. So it's like this street and this street, right? And that was the name of their business was such and such auto. And then they like got a different building and like moved across town, and like that is still the name of the business, but it's like across town, and they have to like specify to people on the phone, like, okay, if you haven't been here before, it is not located at the corner of.
Sorry. Okay, can we just go back? And after we've watched the response, I wanted to see, Steve is looking extremely serious. So let's just see what his
Did he
response
realize
is.
that he was stupid? Maybe he realized he was stupid.
Yeah,
She's narrowing her eyes.
He has that stupid look on his face. So
He's like-
I'm guessing he went, That
I
didn't
said-
actually make any sense. Should I interrupt her to explain?
I can
It-
explain.
Kyle, or what does Jimmy spend money on?
Oh, no, bit more, bit more.
Has like a thing. What does Katie spend money on? Her hair and her eyebrows. Her
The refrigerator.
What does Jimmy spend money on? His shows. Who's on Kyle's or
That was the realization look on his face. He was like, I said a stupid. I don't know what we're talking about.
He nods, so he nods. He goes, refrigerator. Refrigerator. Good point I made that.
She's just like, whatever. Like,
Yeah.
no.
It's about being a narcissist, Steve. Anyway, I'm shocked though that Katie Joy spends money on her makeup. I am shocked about that, and that she's complaining.
A woman YouTuber feeling like she has to focus on her beauty and
Oh,
play
God
the game.
forbid.
Like
God
shocker.
fucking forbid.
Shocker.
I mean, I used to do it, and I made a conscious decision not to. Like,
And
Wow, I
not to do the
didn't
makeup
actually
shit.
notice, but yeah.
But like, it's
go ahead. I'm sorry.
there is a lot of pressure there, and there was a lot of comments that I had to like ignore at first, where people were like, "What happened to your skin? Are you okay? Are you ill?" like, like, no, I'm fine. I'm really fine. I just stopped using foundation and stopped using concealer because it actually kind of made my eyes weep and shit. It like actually wasn't good for me, even though it made my skin look good.
I mean, I just want to point something out here. If we look at Steve, I mean, what does he spend his money on? Hair dye, microwave,
Arrogant bastard ale, maybe.
yeah, lobster
Rum,
rolls. I'm
fridge rum
just
and
saying.
And Coke.
Stop it, Simon. Stop it.
Looking
He
like Ron
probably-
Jeremy.
Don't stop it, but stop it. Don't stop it.
He went to the thrift store and got pleather pants once when he went to
Leather
Reasons to
pants.
Believe or whatever. Yeah.
Leather pants. Yes, exactly. It's none of her business, and it's not a point either about making her a narcissist. Whether you spend money on yourself,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yeesh.
matter. Yeah.
I mean, if she's making money,
I know
which
you're
she
being
is, because
silly,
her
Jimmy,
channel
but-
blew up as well.
There's a tremendous pressure on women to actually focus on their looks.
Yeah.
And while she is making an effort, she has people that dissect her looks like crazy on Twitter. Have you seen her haters on Twitter, the anti-KJ community? They are dissecting every little thing, saying she's balding, saying look at her chin, look at this, look at that. Oh, look, she has a scab. She's been picking at her face. Oh, look, she's got a zit. Oh my gosh, her zit's been lasting a whole week. They just analyze her to a point where it's like, holy shit, you guys need to calm the fuck down.
Yep. Yeah, and I think everybody gets that to some extent, but like they did really viciously attack her.
You're Darth Vadering, Simus.
Thank you.
Love
I
you.
didn't notice it.
No,
I
that's
don't know.
fine. It's fine. Thank you.
No, it's just I think it's the boom gets pushed up or down or something.
Yeah, it sounds. I have to breathe heavily from time to time because I'm using the force.
Oh, I gotcha.
or who's on Jimmy Snows? Do you really think that if Jimmy thought he could get away with it, he wouldn't have Kyle on?
If Jimmy thought he would get away with
No, I mean,
it, he
Jimmy
wouldn't
thought-
have Carl on.
I thought that Kyle was going to be.
I
Yeah,
don't understand that.
I don't think he would have Carl on, to be honest.
Yeah, why
Not
would he?
anymore. Not since
now.
not since the swimming pool incident, at least.
And I mean, he had Kyle on when Kyle was trying to take over NonSequitur show, and Jimmy was kind of trying to step in Steve's place. But like, I feel like that was Jimmy leveraging,
Okay.
wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. But no, I mean, the burning question for me is, would Jimmy have a fridge on?
A fridge on?
Yeah, would Jimmy
On the
would
show.
he have a fridge on camera?
Only
Well,
if it's
I
pretty.
do know that he actually has a separate fridge that is to have on set.
Yes, I've seen that actually. One of the clear ones or something, is it?
Yeah.
With the like the Red Bull in or whatever it is. Yeah, Monster
whatever.
Energy. Yeah.
Some shit like that. I think it probably
Yeah.
is Red Bull.
Well,
Yeah.
you got to have as many lights in the background as possible if you are a popular YouTube presenter, Steve.
Oh, is that what happened? I stopped
That's
putting
what
lights in the background,
happens.
and I went.
Yeah, you not seen the way people put their PCs behind them with all the lights in and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah,
put
yeah.
their TV behind you and be like, look
So
at all
if
this
they,
action.
I mean, it's only popular, YouTubers that do this, Steve.
Should I put my computer on camera?
I don't think so.
But it has pretty lights.
Yeah, but how many subs have you got?
You have to break 1K before you put your
I think you've
computer on
probably got to
camera.
break 20K before you can get there to the point where you're putting lights in the background, Steve.
Okay.
Okay, just
I
saying.
thought maybe it was like if you build it, they will come type thing. So if I put
Good
my
point.
PC in the back, then maybe I would get more sense.
No, I think you've got to be like a Dave Rubin or a Jimmy Snow or not even Matt Dillahunty does that.
Well,
He's-
Savage does have the bun, so that's a help.
That is
Like,
true.
yeah.
That is true. I mean, to be fair, you do put your toaster oven in the background sometimes, and that's quite
We
impressive.
did.
So
We did
yeah,
used to put the toaster oven.
narcissist, sign of a narcissist.
Narcissist.
Toaster oven.
My
Oh my
toaster
God.
oven that's older than
What
I
do you
am.
spend your money
What's
on?
next? A deep fryer? Oh my God.
Toaster oven.
I did not spend any money on that toaster oven. You do not know the history of that toaster oven. It is a hand-me-down. It's like a third-hand hand-me-down.
Oh my
It is
God,
older than I am.
refrigerator. She's a narcissist.
That makes you a narcissist.
I just can't get over that refrigerator. That is classic. Yeah,
Refrigerator.
someone mark this time and go and clip that because I think Uni needs to put that into one of its reviews.
You guys are talking about toaster ovens, and then it made me think of toast, which then made me think of Heretic with Steve's face printed out making toast and how they still run around going, these are what these psycho people do. And people go, oh my God. And there's this random guy with a printout of like, Steve's face on there. And they're like, oh my gosh, that's psychotic. And I'm like, yeah, but what was he doing? He was making toast talking about philosophy.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I thought that was very funny, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It was a good parody.
Yeah, it was meant to be parody, not like I got your face, like Spartacus.
Yeah. But of course, Steve has to misunderstand it because he doesn't have a refrigerator. I mean, because I don't know. Sorry, I'm a little bit obsessed by refrigerators right
Or
now.
toasters. He doesn't have toasters, I guess.
No, I'm just turning around and looking at
obsessed
my
with the
brand new
light.
Russell Hobbs. So
I'm obsessed with the lights, and Buddy says that I can have them at 666 subs because that's when Daddy YouTube makes you sign a contract with the Dark Lord.
it's okay, buddy.
Oh, is that what? Did I miss that? Because maybe that's why I'm not moving. I forgot that whole thing.
Ooh, you forgot to sign the contract.
That's why. That's why I'm stuck at.
Maybe
I mean-
they
708 or
knew that
whatever.
you're a Christian YouTuber.
That
and you got
too.
passed over, like
I've got
Passover.
you have the green screen, so
I did paint lamb's blood on my laptop clearly so that it would pass over.
Okay. Well, you didn't know that that's actually what happened in the Bible to the people who didn't put the lamb's blood because it was written by the. But the other people, they got a visitor and they're like, "Hey,
this
you
makes
heard
so
about
much sense
social
now.
media?"
And
Okay,
then that's what happened to their firstborn.
All right, we gotta wrap this up.
Yeah, not until we get past this damn letter. Okay, that is not happening until we
Okay,
get past
this
the letter.
letter or 9, which is
Come on
3
then.
your time.
Let's keep going.
It's 6 right now here.
Yeah, it's God knows what time it is here, but we've been going 4 hours according to my calculation.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably my fault. I've been a little squirrely.
In a nutshell,
No, it's all of a.
Kyle didn't think there was going to
We
be
do
recourse.
not have time to play
Kyle
Daisy
was going
tonight,
to do
but
what he
it's
wanted to do
okay.
because he was
For
a
sure.
full-blown narcissist.
You think she's gonna break out now that she's touching her face?
I was going to fight back to the best of my ability.
Maybe I always
Publicly,
do.
privately, legally, whatever I can do to expose him
I'll go back to
for
it.
just
Now.
honestly what he did. Why is that not
Privately and legally. He's going
What?
to expose him. He's going to expose him privately and legally.
Yeah.
how do you expose somebody privately? I mean, like, I can expose myself privately, but like,
I mean, there have been attempts before to do whisper campaigns where like somebody makes this like expose, and then they go, "I'm just gonna share it with my friends," and then they share it with 300 people
Yeah.
privately,
how do
quote
you
unquote.
expose somebody privately?
Yeah.
I'm just
But
thinking about
probably
like
just
that guy that like got pantsed in the tack room one time at a show. It's like 5 people. He's exposed privately.
I guess that's kind of an expose privately. I don't know what he means exactly.
Yeah, he means they're going to shine a light on it. You know, probably a refrigerator light.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
That's
we
it.
just go back a little bit and
What?
then
Yeah,
we'll
talk about-
just play it because I don't know who they're talking about anymore.
Me. No, they're not talking about me.
Okay,
They're not this time, I don't think.
when you do your cooking show with your
that's
mum, I
what
want to
you-
see a refrigerator in the background next time.
I'll work on that.
Thank you.
want to talk about. If you want to talk about debunking, you would think a channel that does debunking of Christian people that steal people's money for bad reasons, using bad
Yeah, I
excuses,
just spent it on myself.
then maybe Kyle should be, or maybe Jimmy should be looking into what Kyle was doing. But up, up, but up, up.
No.
Interesting that you would say that since you're the one
Unbelievable.
who sorry, I can't.
I'm loving it. All right.
So let me ask you this: yeah, if I was about me, why do I not? I don't look. I literally have to like. Do I really need this, or I don't buy something? This is the most frugal I get is getting Rockstar and a nice meal. I do splurge a little bit on food. I don't mean like going.
The most frugal he gets.
He's so
Yeah, I don't think he
frugal.
means. He doesn't mean frugal. He means extravagant.
Yeah, because I was like, that's
Yeah.
not
He
very
means the
frugal.
opposite of frugal.
That's fucking brand name, buddy.
Nah. Yeah, you know,
Rockstar, man.
Let's go with water.
speaking English not the best. You know what I mean? Not the greatest. Not really doesn't know refrigerator. Anyway, moving on.
High end.
If
But I
you
mean,
were
I go out
about
to
you,
maybe sit down and have a meal at least once a month.
if you were
that's one
about
thing I do.
you, two things would happen. One, you would be doing better in your GoFundMe, and two, your lawsuits would be about you, and they're not. They're partly
they're not.
you're a part of it. You're not excluded, but that you're
Mhm.
not the main reason or the main driving force behind your lawsuits. Because even if you weren't involved, you would do them anyway.
Yeah.
What?
And that
What? She's just completely undermining his position, and he has no fucking idea that just happened because
There's so much,
he's still focusing on how warm or cold his food is. So you know, he's got no fucking idea.
like she's just so fucking backwards. Like
Yeah.
it's like she's undermining herself and his position.
Yeah, basically. Well, no, just undermining him. You know, look, you're a dumbass, Steve. I'm just going to say random shit now and get you to agree to it.
Refrigerator.
Okay.
back to what we're talking about. I want to be done with this. Okay. So the request I have for you is I would like this to be the only statement I make on the matter. Steve 1, that's what happened. Okay, can we remember also
We're
that
going
Jimmy
back
asked
now?
people to come and talk to him again when he was like, hey, listen, litigation is happening. I'm not going to say anything to litigation. Let me come and talk to me when litigation is over. And so then he got mad when people came to talk to him when litigation was over. At this
Sorry, we had a
point,
major earthquake here. No, I'm just kidding. It was no earthquake. It was me.
at this point, even though I strongly disagree with how he acted, whatever that means, I believe that he was legally in the right and was fucked over by Kyle. I will ask you all to now allow me to move on, and I suggest you do that. You do too. So he's telling people to ignore the non-sequitur show. Yeah, there will.
Yeah, but wasn't it Kyle's greed that he stole?
I mean, like that is kind of what he was saying. It's like just like the non sequitur show is over. Move on.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if he's saying that. I will ask you all to now allow me to move on. I'm not part of the non sequitur, and I suggest that you do too. I move on from calling me on to the non sequitur. So no, I'm sorry. He's just saying I don't want to be part of this anymore now. Fuck off, you prick. Sorry.
That's that's what he's saying.
Yeah. Okay. There are those. Go ahead.
Money.
Well, and keep in
I
mind
didn't steal
that
a penny.
Jimmy only got a chance.
Can't go there yet.
Got a popular channel because he ponied off of non sequitur show.
Correct.
Oh,
Correct.
weird.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
Whoa! I'm not gonna like. Here's the thing.
Sorry, I'm just looking at Speckles.
I'm just saying refrigerators are handy. There are certain times when like an atomic bomb might hit and you have to throw yourself into a refrigerator, okay? And so maybe that's what like she
Refrigerator.
was thinking. I need to get a
Oh
refrigerator, a
my
good one.
God. Yeah,
There
sign
you
of a
go.
narcissist. If you want to find a narcissist in your home, look in the refrigerator.
Exactly.
Um,
Okay, I'm done.
Also, I'm just wondering if any of the. Never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So the only reason Jimmy got a successful channel is because he ponied off the NonSequitur. I heard about Jimmy long time before I heard about NonSequitur. So I don't know what they're talking about there exactly.
Yeah. Jimmy was definitely eating cupcakes well before NonSequitur. I think.
There you go. Thank you.
Eating
There will
cupcakes.
be those who try to
I'll
insist
send you a
that this
video.
remain in my purview.
No, I
You
won't.
mean that they're going
I
to
won't
still
hurt
ask
you
you
like
questions
that.
because you didn't actually address any of their questions? Yeah, okay. But it will be a futile attempt, as what I have stated here now is the entirety of how I feel and what I think that I will never be willing to share. That I will ever be willing to share. Thanks all. I love most you. Whatever the fuck
I
that
lost
means.
count. Yeah, I lost count how many. Somebody was counting eyes and knees. It's like
Okay.
unreal.
Okay, but
keep 'em off.
if we are to take this, if we're to take this as
Steve is gonna comment on Jimmy's grammar. Okay.
Oh, this should be fun. Go ahead.
as Jimmy's answer to all of the questions that he was getting and all of the reasonable criticisms that he was getting for appearing on a channel that has cease and desist and was stolen. He doesn't give a fuck about you. Fuck off. That's what he said.
Jimmy doesn't.
I mean, that's basically what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about Steve. He can fuck off. So Jimmy's not alone here. The only difference is I don't give a fuck about Jimmy. He can fuck off as well.
I need to watch these cupcakes because apparently they're traumatizing, and I don't know how anybody could be traumatized by cupcakes because they're delicious.
Oh, you will be, but I don't want you to be.
Okay, so moving on, just because we're almost at the end here.
Well, that never
We're
happened.
at the
It was
end.
never an atheist channel. It was never supposed to be.
One
they're
of
all
the
non-believers.
ends.
It's yeah, non-believer channel, sure. Dr. Zeta says, Steve, you're looking very sharp.
So hang on a minute. Did you go forward there? Because I thought Steve said he was going to comment on the grammar.
No, he said he wasn't going to comment on the grammar.
Oh, he
but
wasn't.
I thought that it was funny that
Okay.
he made that comment.
Yeah,
which
no,
was
it's sensible for him not to comment on the grammar.
Those who are big on grammar, just read his
You got
blog.
As in, real men know their limitations. Well done, Steve.
Like, I think grammar's forgivable on Twitter because, like, we're all Twitter fingers. We're flying around. But, like, when it's, like, on the blog, ooh.
Or, like, when it's on your GoFundMe, like, where you're, like, asking people to, like, give you money. And it's like...
Yeah.
And you don't... When you're asking for money for legal counsel...
Yeah. Or your
and you don't know the
merchandise.
difference between legal counsel and legal console.
Oh, your merchandise.
I was like several times and I was just like, you don't. Never mind. Never mind.
Or your potential philosophical paper. Just saying. Just saying.
Oh, well, did you hear him talking about how he was gonna he has his lawyer is helping him draw up something that they're gonna submit to the bar about Nate, even though his lawyer has pretty much said that like it's a bunch of bullshit and it's not gonna do anything.
Yes, I did. I did actually. I did hear him say that. And he said he's already got 8 pages. And I'm just going to say, yeah, but you know, are they mostly pictures?
They might be.
Or did you just copy the instruction manual from a fridge?
He might have done that.
All of these are possibilities. That's all I'm saying.
It could have been the instruction manual on like how to write like a legal letter, like how to like the legal format.
Yeah.
So I've got to start on it. Okay. I started.
Yeah. No, I mean I've been through Nate stuff with a tooth comb, and there was no point where he didn't say this is not legal advice. There's no point in which he gave legal advice to anybody, including Carl. So
does get thee a lawyer mean
just
it's
fucking
legal
nonsense?
advice?
No.
No, I don't think it does. No, and
Some
also
personal advice.
I think Ben's thing is shoot Steve's in the foot straight away because Ben said, "Oh, I was in the other room overhearing a conversation on the phone."
That's hearsay in the room that I let him stay in.
It's not even hearsay, right? It's literally hearing one side of a conversation.
Well, and also it's
I
really
mean,
weird. It's like Kyle's not living there, but he is living there because I let him,
He
even
had
though.
domicile there, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very weird.
there you
Whether or
go.
not he had residence there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. It's water under the bridge. I feel anyway because Carl was too lazy to sort of get his shit together. So,
He
which
says
is a shame.
he says
Which
he
is a
was
shame.
afraid. That's what he
Oh,
said.
fuck off.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
I don't
you
mean
would
that at
say
you. I just
fuck
mean that
off, but
somebody's not prepared to fucking go for that kind of, sex play. Is too scared. What?
Yeah,
well,
right.
no. I wanna point out, financially, if Ruhif came at you, he has the means to bury you and ruin your entire life financially. It is intimidating.
He could have given in at any time. He could literally, if Ruud had just kept raising the stakes, he could have just gone, yeah, all right, fair enough. I did have the agreement. Here's the money. Here's the
Oh yeah,
passwords.
I think there's a
There
pride
you
thing
go.
too, right? There's a pride thing of like, this was my work. Fuck off, right?
I don't even know about that in terms of, in
But
terms of Carl.
honestly, if Kyle had shown up and done the minimum amount, I think it would have put a wrench in their plans. It's a default judgment of a no-show, and then nobody advised him to do whatever that thing is with the address with that document, and that's where the fuck up is, right there. Those
It
two
doesn't
things.
matter if somebody advised him or not. I mean, it really doesn't matter. He did it. At the end of the day, he's responsible for the actions that he takes, right?
Yeah,
And
he fucked up.
if somebody just said, "Oh, you could try this maybe," then who cares, right?
Yeah.
If somebody said, "Well, where were you living at the time?" Well, I was living at Ben's house. Well, there you go then. Why don't you just get Ben to, you know, attest to the fact you were living there? And there you go. There you're done,
Yeah. A lot of
Right?
stupidity, right? Like that you just see going down the line.
Yeah. I mean, it's just an opinion, for goodness sake. You know what I mean?
But I do think that when they say that everything he submitted was dishonest, I think him submitting his work and this is what I ought to be paid is not dishonest. I
No,
think
not at
I
all.
think the dishonesty is that address issue thing.
I've got
But-
no idea exactly. As I understood it, that even that wasn't particularly dishonest, as I understood it.
There's
but I don't know. And if
so
it
when
was
they
dishonest, it's dishonest by Ben, not
there's a
necessarily Carl.
document that was altered, and if you look at the document and examine it, it's altered, and that was the issue, and that's what made Scotty just go nope. And then between that and Ben's affidavit, like
Right,
the
okay.
two, that's why Scotty pulled out. I think that's her
Yeah.
name, Scotty, the lawyer.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
you
fair
won't
enough
need
then, isn't it? You know, if he's altered documents and then submitted them to the court, then obviously that's a big no-no. That's a stupid thing to do.
They want us to play the refrigerator comment for Unirock.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
Let's see if I can find it.
It's about 2:36, maybe.
Uni,
Okay.
are you there? We're gonna play you a clip. Someone tell him we're playing him a clip.
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
You'll find this hilarious.
Ready?
I'm only guessing.
I think I got it. I think I
Okay.
do. Here it goes.
Oh no, not buying shit. You want to talk about whether or not
Not
somebody is
you,
a
bro.
whether or not somebody is a narcissist, right? You want to know whether or
Don't
not
buy anything
somebody
myself.
has like a thing. What does Katie's
back a
memory
little
want?
too
Her
far.
hair and her eyebrows. Her stuff.
Refrigerator.
What does Jimmy spend money on? His show.
Replay it again, because you missed the crucial word.
Good. Well, I'm trying to stay muted so you can see the blurt.
Whether or not
Not
somebody
you, bro.
is a narcissist, right? You want to know whether or
Don't
not
buy anything
somebody
myself.
has like a thing. What What does Katie spend money on? Her hair and her eyebrows. Her
A refrigerator.
stuff. What does Jimmy spend money on? His shows. Who's on?
That's enough.
Refrigerator.
That's gonna be the next meme out there. That's definitely the next meme. Oh,
When
fucking brilliant.
when I went back too far, actually, I think it worked out because you could see that she
Perfect.
was already like frustrated at like he just kept talking when she was like, "I'm trying to make a fucking point here, Steve.
Yep. Oh,
Please just
fucking
stop."
brilliant.
You can tell that she's a narcissist for what she spends money on. Refrigerator. I love it. I love it.
If somebody has a refrigerator, that makes them a narcissist.
Maybe if they're the only ones eating the food. So like if Katie got a refrigerator and said, "This is my refrigerator," and none of the family gets to eat out of it, then maybe she's a narcissist. But if she
That
gets
would-
the refrigerator for
maybe.
the family, I don't know. That's different.
Yeah, all we know is the word refrigerator. Like that's not. Oh no! What does Simos have for us?
No, not yet.
Is that Sir Hiss? That's Sir Hiss. Trust in me, just in me.
No, just chill, I'll get there.
Okay,
I hope.
that
Where's it
counts as a
gone?
fridge apparently.
No.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
I don't have any good ones on here. You're breathing in your mic again, Simos.
Sorry.
You can go to our 3 beautiful faces, which is just my face. I love those though.
We're all desperately trying it.
When I watch this though, you know what I keep thinking, and it's a silly thing that I keep thinking, but my brain goes, "What about all of his food though? Like he's not going to be able to eat any of it. Where is he going to get food when he gets out of there?"
Well, I don't think he cares because this is also this whole movie is ridiculous. I hated. I am a big fan of the trilogy of Indiana Jones and not a fan of this movie. But like, yeah, the atomic blast, and he's like, "I'm gonna go in the refrigerator." But
Because I'm assuming that he's like trying to avoid radiation, right?
right. So fuck the food. He's just trying to live, right? So he's gonna go in there.
I would rather die from
I
the
think they were
radiation
probably
blast than die.
they were probably lead lined back then, or something. That's the inference, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is that once he gets out of there after the big boom,
He's still gonna get radiated, right?
he's gonna get radiated by all the food that all the food is radiated. He's gonna have to stay in there for a week.
Why does he have to stay in there for a week? Oh yeah, for it all to go down?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant because he was a narcissist.
No, obviously, Simos, you are the narcissist.
Thank you. I am.
Since you have the nice refrigerator.
It's a beautiful refrigerator.
I like
I have a refrigerator.
That's a really good refrigerator. You should have seen Shani's refrigerator.
Mm.
I heard Simos has his own refrigerator in his bedroom.
I do, yes. I do. I bought one. I have to say, I bought one because I'm very big-headed.
That's what I thought. Is because you're a narcissist.
Yep.
Sorry, that was maybe personal information that I shouldn't have shared.
No, that's fine.
I think it's fair to say either a lot of creators either want some sort of affirmation, or some YouTube creators have some sort of vanity in them to be able to say my opinions are worth putting out there or whatever, to some degree. Hopefully it's on a healthier spectrum, right? So like it's not shocking to run into oversaturation of people that seem extra narcissistic. Because this medium tends to bring it out in some people. So you'll have people that like are just a little bit extra, and so like it's a thing. But I don't know if it's refrigerators that common denominator of measurement there.
Was it a nice refrigerator?
I'm assuming it was.
I don't watch Katie's stuff, so like, does
Yeah.
she like? Does she get like a very fancy refrigerator?
I want to
Yeah.
see what the refrigerator is. Maybe it is like one of those nice ones that are like old school looking, but they're not really old school.
That would
Yeah.
be cool.
Are you suggesting she might have an ice maker in it?
Maybe like it's the ones where like it
I'm not-
plays like YouTube too, and so like there's a whole screen that comes on when you're like filling up your water so that you can't miss a beat.
I would be jealous. I would not call narcissist. I would just be jealous. Unless she's always just watching herself on it. Like if it just has her,
Yeah, there you go.
like constantly.
Yeah. She just pins up pictures of herself on it all day.
Mhm.
You know.
Water
I don't
and
know.
ice. Water and ice. You know what? This is kind of funny. My refrigerator does neither of those, but what I have in my freezer is ice trays, and what I have in my fridge is one of those in-fridge Brita water filters that I have
Mm.
to refill by hand.
So
Works
one
just as well.
one place where I rented it did have the water and the ice and the crushed ice and those options, and that was really nice.
My mother-in-law's has that.
That was nice. But now I have just ice, which is still pretty nice. I'm still grateful, and it just dumps into the ice tray automatically. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna fridge shame anybody. If you have a fancy schmancy refrigerator, good on
Fridge
you.
shaming.
Fridge shaming.
I'm not.
Oh dear.
Whatever
Yeah.
fridge that you have in your house, I'm sure that it is lovely.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
you deserve a fancy fridge if you want it.
We have a fridge that goes in the Jeep for overlanding.
Yeah. We actually have a walk-in fridge downstairs.
Wow.
A walk-in fridge. It's like those like industrial grade coolers for restaurants.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's just the outside, probably.
That's I use it for my clothes as well. To be fair, that's because I'm cool.
You put your clothes in the fridge.
It's a walk-in fridge. Why not?
You have to dry them afterwards, like in Daisy.
It's only if there's precipitation, Spackle.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I think we've done well. I think we've got through another 10 minutes of that fucking show.
Jeez.
And to be
Yeah,
fair, I
man.
think we've pulled the biggest gem out of it that we're going to.
Yeah. I think
I'd like
Refrigerator.
everybody to just keep the meme going. Yeah,
Refrigerator outbursts.
the
everywhere.
refrigerator meme. Yeah, if we could just keep that going.
Narcissistic refrigerator.
I
Yeah.
unsubbed the KJP because of her refrigerator right now. Unsubbing refrigerator.
I should I should tweet about that, right?
How
get better
dare
at the-
you?
If I'm gonna do better at the tweeters.
I bet
Yes,
you if you
for sure.
tweeted about her refrigerator, you'd have some anti-KJP hater being like, "Yes, the refrigerator."
Yeah.
Start going into it, and their
She's got a
screenshot.
refrigerator. I mean, I just think definitely get it on Twitter for a start. I think that's
Okay.
in fact,
Okay.
if you could just put up a list of from the DM5 or whatever of narcissistic traits, just change one of them to refrigerator.
So Twitter's changed its rules. Just so you know, Twitter's
Let's look up the
changed.
DSM-5, what it has to say about narcissistic personality.
So Twitter's new rules is that you can't have people's faces on memes, basically, under Twitter's new rules. So
Okay.
So,
Well,
but-
you don't have to.
yeah,
I think
so
just the fridge will do. To
Yeah.
be fair, I think people will get the idea.
Oh my
In fact,
gosh, it's gonna
what you
make
could
me
do
look at it in PDF. No, I'm
is-
not
is
downloading the
have
entire
a fridge,
DSM.
have a fridge, right, with the list of narcissistic traits magneted onto it.
yeah, I think Uni's live. See ya, Crafty. Thanks for coming over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
you
you,
should
Crafty.
sign
Thank
off
you for
here
your
if you
comments
want.
as well, Crafty.
Yeah.
It's been very funny. Thank you very much. Okay,
we
and
go.
yeah, I'll get
Pompous and arrogant demeanor. We just add one to this list.
fridge owner.
Refrigerator.
just refrigerator. That's it. That's so funny. Oh dear. Okay.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Send me a copy in the Discord anyway, so I can.
Will do.
Spooky's got the idea. My favorite film, A Bridge Too Far.
My favorite movie is Fridges of Madison County.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, don't forget hair and eyebrows on the
I'll
on
tell
the
you.
fridge.
I'll tell you who is a
And hair and
narcissist.
eyebrows are also listed.
Yeah, I'll tell you who is a narcissist,
I should put that on my symptoms
guys.
as well.
A definite narcissist. Jeff Bridges.
Yeah,
you.
I
You know-
mean,
You know who's a narcissist just because of their name? Billy the Fridge. Just because of his name.
Mhm.
Because fridges are narcissists.
refrigerator.
Ibiza. Okay, I don't know that one. Yeah, I mean that's the problem with Steve though. He's always burning his fridges.
Right? Like his fridge
Uh,
to Darabeth? Yeah.
You know, Fridge on the River Kwai was a good movie, and there's a reason why the bridge, the fridge blew up there.
All right,
Oh,
my face is starting to hurt. Spackle, plug your channel.
I have a channel where I do stuff and things. Sometimes they're interviews, sometimes they're reviews like this. Sometimes they're just hangouts where people bullshit and talk and chill out. If you'd like to join, awesome. Join us in the chat. I don't really have regular streaming times, but sometimes I stream on Mondays because I'm off on Mondays. Sometimes it's at night, but I try to tweet my stuff out at random. I just this is a hobby and not a job. So like I kind of loosey goosey here on my scheduling here.
cool.
Sounds about right.
Okay, well, I've got one for Spooky. I'm not going to bother doing
the
that, but I'm
chat.
just going to say, Spooky, this is for you. Where Eagles Frigidaire.
Oh, that's good. I know that one.
I don't know that one.
I've
Okay.
seen that one.
That's it. Yeah, Simons Funk, YouTube, Daisy content.
Yeah. When are you gonna have F1 content starting again?
Probably we'll do one in February, and then we start up again mid-March. Probably.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Whatever that was.
Sorry. It's unintentional.
That's all right. Sounded like Seinfeld.
I thought we had entered the fridge to Terabithia.
I'm trying to grab links, but I'm a terrible producer. And I'll put it there though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there it is. Done. Yep. Apparently there is a need for someone to mock McRae on Mondays at 8 p.m. I'm not above doing it. I don't know. I don't know.
Mondays
know.
at 8 p.m. Well, it's 7 now.
I don't know what time zone Porpoise is in. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good point. Anyway, I think also
9 here.
just leave you with one of my favorite songs, if I may.
Is it copyrighted?
No, well, no, I'm going to
Okay.
sing it. So
Okay.
it goes like a bridge over. No, go on.
Like a fridge over troubled kitchens. They will keep you cool.
Oh my god.
Mm.
Like a fridge over trouble. Okay, I can't do it.
Aren't we supposed to harmonize in the Simos?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, yeah, you got to write it out for me, and then I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I messed it up. Never mind. Okay.
Love you all. Go and sin, my little fry. Go and sin.
I'm sending right now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Refrigerator.